I'm doing great, as always. How are you? I don't know, but that might be a plus for some people. If you guys can hear me, press 1. If you can hear Ash, press 2. If they can hear me. Apparently, they can hear me. Can you guys hear Ash? I gotta wait on the 8-second delay for someone to actually respond or pay attention. You can hear me. You just can't. Can you guys hear Ash? Press 2. Speak, Ash. Speak.
There we go.
Still no Ash.
All right, let's do this again. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Late Night Comics with your hosts RDV and Ash. I'm here finally, and RDV is here. Sorry about the delays. Had some real world things going on behind the scenes, and we're here now. So thanks for being patient. Thanks to RDV for you being patient, and thanks for these technical delays. Thank you for being patient with those as well. And anyways, let's get the show on the road. How you doing tonight?
First of all, I didn't go to doctor's school to become a patient. I'm a doctor. Thank you very much.
You had it
It's the
right.
only
You had it right the first time when you said you didn't go to doctor school.
harsh. But why
uh,
am I here? Eric, step in so I can
you're
go.
you're here because you're the star of the show.
Oh, am I the star of the show?
I'm just the producer.
You're the producer. The producer does not heard.
Some
Let's
producers are.
start.
Don't you ever watch like a lot of the modern podcasts now, like
Don't you ever
Louder
listen
with
to
Crowder and stuff?
Levin when he talks, Mr. Producer? He doesn't. You don't hear the producer.
Well, Levin is that guy's got his head so far up his ass.
I love those Levin. He's awesome.
No,
Um,
he's got good ideas, but I have a hard time listening to him because I mean anyone who calls themselves the great one is just a little bit too, you know what I'm saying? It's like come
oh, he's
on.
he's not really the great one. He's the one that's after Limbo. Limbo was a great one.
Yeah, but Limbaugh didn't call himself the great one. Do you see what I'm saying? There's a lot of ego going on with Levin is what I'm trying to say. I was like, yeah, your ideas are good. I like listening to, but too little too self-assured.
I think he just does that to get under people's skin.
Maybe it works.
And where it works, if it gets you fired up, gets you angry, because he's angry all the time, 24/7. He's just calling himself, welcome to angry time with Angry Levin. But
Oh man, Eric says Ash was helping Katie count votes. It's too soon, Breen. Too soon.
uh, did they announce the winner yet? Or because I'm still waiting
Yes.
for Elon Musk to let me go on to Mars.
No, Katie Hobbs somehow in a miraculous result of fair and free elections beat the most popular female governor candidate in the history of female governor candidates, even though she refused to debate and she looked like a complete asshat anytime she was on camera. Somehow she beat. Who knows how these things work?
Well, usually you hand your ballots in and on the same day and you count them the same day, but apparently it doesn't work
Oh yeah,
in
that's
your.
right.
That's okay though.
Well, welcome
Not
everyone
every.
that's here.
Yeah,
Real
go
quick,
ahead.
just give a little shout out to the people that put up with our shit every night or every Monday night. Evil Black
Uh,
Cat is here. It says meow motherfuckers. All right, I guess that's how they greet people out there. Zach is
That's
here.
all he
Good to
said.
see you, Zach. There's a comic frog in the audience. HR goes vocal. I can see. Eric Breen, good to see you. I don't see Eric Breen on my channel very much anymore. Kind of hurts my feelings. Rusty Deo is here. I haven't seen you in a good while, Rusty. Glad to see you back. And those are the people that I see right now. If you're lingering in the background, welcome to you as well. I'm sorry. What
But
were you gonna say? Yeah, I cut
I
you
was
off.
just gonna say that Evil Black Cat is usually in my chat Tuesday night saying meow motherfuckers because he says all the time. And if you can't find Eric, look on my channel too.
Oh yeah, I can find him everywhere else. That's not the problem. Uh,
I don't put up your crap every night. I just on Mondays. Well, hey, thank you for putting up with our crap just on Mondays because we have a lot of crap to talk about tonight. I gotta say though, because I was this book before we jump into it. This whole entire book or volume is kind of wholesome.
it is.
I
It is
didn't.
the most wholesome boys comic story ever.
I was like, okay, when's the other leg gonna drop? When's it gonna get like really raunchy? And, like it didn't really get really raunchy, and
I
for
don't
the
think
most
there was
part,
1 ounce of nudity.
except for the blow up doll in the water.
Yeah, you see a blow up doll, but you only see the head of it, and yeah, there's I don't even think there's sex.
Nope, no,
Wow.
you're
There's
right.
there's a little bit of violence, just a little.
A lot of drinking, a lot of language we can't understand. The dialect.
Yes. Holy cow. Man,
uh,
this was a hard read.
he's Scottish, right? That's what
Yes.
he's from. Okay, it's like he's going really far into that dialect,
Yeah,
and which
he's
I get. So when I heard this is about Huey's story, and like learning about his upbringing, and then and not only just that, that's a part of it. I was just like, oh my gosh, like because I've read further in the book, Dear Becky, so
oh,
I've met some of
that's
the
the
characters.
last story.
And when it came out, I had no idea what it was. It was a free comic book, Yeah, those things.
Yeah.
Which first, and I read it, and I was like, "Holy crap!" I was just like, "Who are these characters?" But now it's cool to see who they're is introduced. And those characters I'm talking about are Huey's two friends, childhood friends. And I gotta say, I laughed. I haven't laughed that hard with this friend. Actually, you know what? Well, how about we go right into it? Because this comic book all the way through the characters are they're fleshed out. They are actually like I don't mean fleshed out naked and weird and stuff and like in the past issues, but overall they're sweet, innocent, kind people because he's in Scotland. He's not in New York. He's away from all that. So there is no supers in here, at least for one person that shows up. Other than that, though, I said it's a wholesome book with Scottish dialect and some swearing and some drinking and some puking. A
And some cross-dressing.
little bit, but not to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, that's horrible. Because you're not seeing the Frankenbeans. But overall, though, like I said, I think we should just jump right into it. Um, Mainly because I want Zach to see how amazing this comic book is, this volume, and how not degenerate it is. It's almost like, is this supposed to be part of the boys? Or is this like a hidden volume? And it's like, I feel like we're in the eye of the hurricane. Literally, like this is like everything else is about to hit the fan with everything else. So
All right, I think we can do that. Given the delay, and I think there's enough people here that are ready to go. Let me just get over the screen. Transition.
speaking transition, just kidding.
Right. Now, you wouldn't know that this was a wholesome issue judging by the cover.
No, that's the thing though. But I do like the uses of the red and the blue. And overall, like I said, for those missed the last volume, Huey had a huge fight with Annie. Annie's identity was revealed, and Huey blew up at her, and now he basically fled the country.
If you missed the last issue, what are you doing here? I mean, not that we want you to not be here, but we want you to read this series. It's fantastic. Um, not have us spoil it to you, but if
I
you want
mean,
to be spoiled, that's your
yeah,
choice.
when the New York Times says it's a best-selling series, then you know it's good because you can trust the New York Times, right?
Yes, implicitly. I never question the New York Times ever.
Exactly. They could tell me that the sun isn't real, and I'd believe it.
Yeah. They tell me that Joe Biden is in perfect mental condition, so I know it to be true.
Yes, yes. Your children are safe around Joe, Uncle
Yes.
Joe.
Yes. Absolutely. Here is the boys. This is volume 8. It's not part of the normal numbering, which we left off on issue 47, I think it was.
Yeah, yeah.
So this was like a mini series, kind of like Hero Gasm, although kind of the opposite in tone of the of Hero Gasm. Um, yeah, Huey, he kind of broke up with Annie. He made a real big ass of himself, and decided to go home. He's kind of thinking about quitting the boys, and we get to go see his ma and pa and his old buddies that he grew up with. And I guess I'll let you take it away.
All right. All right. So he's back in. I can't pronounce that word. Oxford. I don't know if it's a real. It must be a real town. Oxford.
Hometown Scotland. That's how I pronounce it.
1 mile to a coastal town in Scotland. The sun's shining. It's a heavenly place. It's compared to where he was. That's all he sees home. He's happy to be here. It starts off with a bad dialect, which only gets worse. Typical. The woman pushing a child in the tracksuit, and she has a heater in her mouth. It really feels like it's very stereotypical. Then again, you gotta think about this. Garth Ennis is from Scotland, so I'm pretty sure he knows everything there is, the typical climate culture stuff. So you're gonna get a little bit of realistic, authentic, I guess, authentic towns. They may not call them what they are for legal reasons, but they'll change the names. But so that being said, though, he was coming home, was walking home. Basically walking through, checking out the old sites. Finally, he sees his mom hanging up clothes on the clothesline, and at first, you can tell like, he doesn't want to be there, and he's like, "Ah, crap," pretty much. And he says hello, and she hugs him, and you see his dad basically have a conversation about just catching up. Um, there's the old boats, which we'll learn about later in the next couple of issues. His best friend though is the one of the gas masks. Apparently, his best friend has this disease or something where he stinks all the time. So even his parents wear one too, a gas mask. This guy never takes it off, which is hilarious for the issue because I'm like, they're gonna go out there have a pint. I'm thinking, how is he gonna have a pint with a gas mask on? You'll see. And then Big Bobby, his friend and muscle bound guy, he's like, oh shit, Bobby.
Keep in mind, he
Like,
hasn't seen these guys for years.
yeah, their
So
childhood, very.
when he last saw
Uh,
Bobby, Bobby wasn't a tranny.
And also, Bobby is no different than I guess he's like the Russian. I guess you would say Garth Ennis' other book, Punisher, guy in the drag. Yeah. Oh wow, getting to it quick tonight. Just for you, Skip. So they're catching up, and look at this. I love how the bottom panel on that left page. He's sucking it out through the gas mask.
Yeah.
I was going through it. I was like, this came across. I just let out because I was like, how is he gonna drink? Because he does the cheer thing and all the time. He's like, hey, what's going on? Hold the glass up. It, it is crazy. And then you see him as a younger kid. Look at him on the bottom right corner. What the? I was like, the Eminem. I'm wondering. This hasn't been the '90s, right? This childhood,
This
because
was,
not sure.
I think there was a date in there they mentioned. It's like 87
Okay,
when for the kid shot the time when he was the black and white photo.
because it throws me off because he's wearing an Eminem shirt, the one with the mask. That's what I
Okay,
was
so
thinking.
maybe the 87 date was something else. Maybe that's when they met.
Maybe, but yeah. Overall, he's got to he's like, you remember that time? Yeah, it's like that time with your father and how because we learned that Hugh is basically adopted. So they basically bring up a joke about how he's like, yeah, you met your dad once, yeah, yeah, and and they got poor Huey believing his dad was a pilot, was taking a piss off the back door of a plane, fell out, and he was like, oh, he somehow survived, only to be impaled by his own piss icicle, and haunted. They basically tormented him, and so they're just laughing. He's like, why the hell did I come back here? It's like Breen. Every time he goes on the channel, he's like, why am I here? Give her shit. Basically, guys being guys. Right. So then we get up here in the upper right corner here. That's at the page. Huey's basically, hey, take care of my hamster, and then the female's like, and he was like, well, was she okay with him? It's like if those you know the female is just like she doesn't speak, but she's like very animalistic. It almost looks like she's eyeing like a prey, like she's gonna eat it. I hope not. Poor Jamie. So basically, like he's basically like, he's taking an absent leave. Butcher knows why. Butcher's the only one on the team that knows why Huey is leaving. And he asks like as a Frenchie gives him goodbye. He's like, "You talk to to Mother's Milk," and he's like, "No." He's like, "Is he gonna be here tomorrow?" No, pretty much, or whatever. Uh, but he also at the very end though, the conversation, he's like, "Did you know about the whole, about the situation?" He's implying, "Did you know about that Annie was Starlight?" And Butcher says, "No, what?" Because Butcher knows the truth, you know. So then we come back to his friend puking out of the gas mask because he never takes it off. And he just kind of walks away, and someone crosses Painter, and you're not really sure about who this Painter is at the very beginning. It's just a random guy. He's just out there painting. He's talking about, he's like, oh, it's just a twilight, when dark is at this time of the year. I'll hear it doesn't get really dark. It still stays somewhat light. So he's trying to capture it, and then through the next couple of issues, basically Huey forms a friendship with this guy, and basically using the vent. Um, there was a guy in the back of the bar, the bartender when Huey got the drinks is an old, basically a guy they had caught. Yeah, I went over it. This is the guy basically was running a scam, basically import business, basically and selling stuff. When the boys were younger, they came across him and pretty much destroyed his basically his business. And I love he says like, I would have been, and what he's saying is like, I would have got with it. It had been for you pesky interfering weak cunts. it's, it's basically Scooby Doo reference, Um, but overall, the first part though, the first story, I was like, because we see these guys talking about it. Like, he's like, yeah, they're eyeing up Huey, they're watching him, you know, and
Yeah,
then
they're
wondering if he's gonna
basically like the
wow,
crime boss kind of guy being
yeah,
like, he's
yeah,
back,
yeah, the guy
you know,
caused the problem last time.
but it's all in the shadows. We don't know who they are.
Yeah.
So how do you think about this issue? And what was your first
Well,
impressions, like just
well,
only knowing this
I I
issue?
I forgot that this was actually about Huey's past. I know he's going back home, but I didn't know how much it was going to be about, and I like it's basically what Garth Ennis does. He gives you a little bit of in light, but there's always that. No matter where you are, you could be in the most nicest town ever. There's always crime. There's always evil, stuff. And so I was curious to say, like, because I want to know who is this guy, that's the painting. Is gonna turn out to be Huey's father, or what's going on? Is this gonna be a random guy? You know, but yeah.
Yeah,
Overall,
so I like this panel here. There's a couple panels right here in the beginning that uh first of all, like when Huey's showing up and he sees his like hometown, there's something like symbolic here, I think, about the light shining through the clouds and just sort of
yep,
the beauty of it all. And this to me is kind of symbolic of Huey. Huey is the light of this whole story, of not just this story, but the boys in general, right? This world of darkness that Garth is, he's kind of painting this, like, on the canvas. Huey is the light. And this panel here is kind of meant to me, the way I take it is like to show kind of this is where he gets that light from. There's another panel here that I didn't understand. I didn't take much importance in it. In the beginning, it's a lower on the right page. There's the panel with the dog at the bottom where he looks down, and then Huey just says, "Ah, don't be getting sentimental." And you're just like, "What? What's that all about?" And it
It's the
doesn't seem
boys.
to mean anything, but it will mean something later. Um, and so I
Well, to me, I'll just say quickly. I saw that was like a symbolic. He's seeing three other guys, and he's thinking of the boys. Get back home. But then again, it could be something totally different later on. So we'll get to that. Continue.
so yeah, so that was one of the things that like kind of stuck out to me. A lot of this first issue was just not backstory, but a lot of setup. Garth is really this is how he writes. We have to get introduced to all these characters. So Garth takes his time. We get, conversation between Huey and his dad about this old boat. His friend Det, who's the guy with the mask, and then Bobby, the guy, the trans. We have to get introduced to all these characters, and so Garth kind of takes his time. He doesn't just rush the book, which I appreciate. Um, it feels just a lot more important. And there's this mystery character that he meets up on, the painter, who kind of struck me too. And at first I was like, oh, okay, this is a plot device for Huey to kind of get his emotions out, for Huey to have someone to bounce off of, to talk about his feelings or whatever, because he doesn't have Annie anymore. But then he kind of leaves us with this ominous, like, oh, here's the plot. Huey's going to get into some trouble because there's some nefarious gangsters or whatever uh, doing things, and they think Huey's going to be a problem. So um, that's kind of how this story hooked me. I was like, okay, cool. I'm along for this ride. I feel like I'm used to boys. This is where it's going to go. Like Huey's going to be fighting bad guys in Scotland.
Right. So and then we get a little education here for book two. We learn the difference between a sequel and I guess a falsum or
Omar.
fulmar. Fulmar is barely a defense mechanism. They regurgitate their food like acid at you. So basically like they're flying skunks. He's like, uh, uh sort of. So I'm like, please let the seagull do something to somebody later on in the issue. It's like I want that to come into play because I know Garth does not bring up anything unless it actually is important. You know. So we get to learn more about Huey's talking, and this time the guy it brought more sandwiches, yeah, and Huey says like I feel like a little bit of a bastard, like I should have brought some beer or something like that, no. So we're getting more stories about him being a child, being on the airplane, learning stuff and stuff, and then this guy starts freaking out, and Huey's like, "Oh crap, he's holding the plane," and like it's yeah. So overall, you're learning more and more about Huey's childhood. No,
A lot of this was kind of to serve to explain how Huey's transcendence from innocent child to adult, about how the first times in his life when he realized that adults didn't have all their shit together.
yeah,
And because
pretty
it's
much.
like children like depend on adults, like they feel like adults just have everything under control, and so kids can freak out, but then always the adults are there to keep order, and he starts to realize that nope, they don't have it either. Like how does the world even function? Like with the um
The guy's freaking out. We're flying here, and I still don't know how the bloody wings stay on. We're up in the air. He's just freaking out, having snapping. It's like he's in the middle of flying it.
yeah, so yeah, a lot of this is Huey's eyes being open to the world, and he's explaining it to this painter guy, who's kind of serving as like a psychiatrist.
Pretty much, because Huey needs a vent because he doesn't have Annie anymore, and he doesn't have the boys. He's home, and he found this. I'm thinking this guy is the most patient guy as far as listening to him just sharing his coffee. This is the nicest guy ever. Like this guy turned out to be like an evil old man later on. I mean, that would just crush me. So he's talking about the boys. He talks about his friends. He's like, yeah. It's like I came here, and I thought it'd be better, like basically, and then like I run to my friends, and then he ran me how much I hated it here. growing up, you know. And then he was like, yet I somewhat still miss my old friends. He kind of compares them to basically when the boys, yeah, you see the scene right there, the boys are making fun of him. He's like,
Yeah,
I
like
went from,
he was pissed off about how the boys were always kind of making him the butt of the jokes and stuff. And he was so looking forward to getting back to his quote unquote real friends. And he
yep.
was imagining like how much better they treated him, and now that he's back, he's kind of realizing no that this is how he's always just being treated
And that
by
goes back to
everybody.
that first. It goes back to that first issue, that first page. He sees the light because that's his idea. He's like, oh, because we all have think like everything's better at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So especially if you've been away, you're like, oh yeah, you get nostalgia feel, and then you realize, oh yeah, nothing's changed. I forgot. uh, so there we go. There's the blow up doll that's in the water. And I love how and Huey points it out. He's in this weird kind of just in there, like it's not moving with the waves, almost like it's anchored down. And they're like, oh, it's who cares? It's an inflatable woman, in the sea, Val. And they're just making fun of him, and they're just doing weed, and then he gets the other friend high. He just like apparently he must not need that oxygen tank that's on the side of him for breathing it on. I guess it's only what is it? Sorry about that. I'm not sure why he keeps it on though. That's the thing.
I have no idea. I just thought he was a weirdo. I
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because at first I'm like, they mentioned he had a disease and he couldn't, he always wore it when he was younger. His mom wears it too. Like, and they call him DT detergent because they figure he doesn't use detergent whatsoever. Because he stinks. So it makes you wonder: does his mom not wash his clothes? Doesn't believe in using detergent, and that's why I'm thinking like that. Being said, I don't know. But he said, all throughout the issue, this guy he's just there is for pretty much humor, but he's also sometimes he says some insightful things too. Uh, so basically, we're getting a story, and they're at the beach. This is the port. It's reason it's port because this is where they broke up the scam. And you remember the bartender? You know how his face was all messed up. It looked really horrible. Well, if you go to the next page, the cops hold him off, and they're sitting there, and they're just beating him with their batons. Like, oh my gosh, look at it, look at his face. There you go, Zach. Pulse him. He's still alive. They didn't kill him.
Yeah, well, the copper guy is like, congratulating the kids, like they're little Hardy Boys, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, good job!" And the whole time they're hauling this guy away, he's like, "I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna shove you back up your mom's fannies!" Like he's just like, just going off. And then finally, the coppers is like, "Hey, it occurs to me we haven't read this guy's rights." He's like, "Oh yeah, boss." Like, the cops are just kind of like gangsters of their own. They just start beating him to like shut him up.
And so
Um,
they're like, here's a pound each. Oh, great! And they don't because they're oblivious. They're young. They're probably like
Yeah,
12.
they're kids. Yeah, yeah.
Like I imagine a pound back then, or in the village, maybe that's worth more. Maybe it's like a kid. You give a kid $1, like, oh, I'm rich now. I got $2, even richer. You know, and
Oh yeah.
so these,
So this I think was back in the '80s when this happened, when they were this young.
yeah,
So this would
yeah,
have been
this
like,
part.
yeah, a pound back in the '80s. Yeah, that could have bought
So
him a movie ticket maybe or something.
pack of heaters,
Multiple candy bars.
right, right. So like I said, Huey did. Like I said, so they're out there and like so they're. Huey basically says he says bring up bad memories. He doesn't want to be there, and they kind of start teasing him a little bit. You know, you know, and you see him at the end. He's like, I'm just kind of thinking maybe coming here was a bit of a mistake. He walks away. You see the blow up doll. The blow up doll is the key part of the story, so keep an eye on that blow up doll when you see it pop up. It's kind of like Terror. He's there for a reason. Uh, and then we hear guess. Now this is back where before he left. He's talking to. This is I guess the night before he left, or is it before he talked to Butcher or after? I
Yes.
can't remember. After, right? Or is it before? I
This
can't
is
remember.
before because he asks at the end of the
Yeah, yeah.
scene, "Are you going to be there
Oh yeah,
tomorrow?"
yeah.
And MM says no.
So this scene is important because they talk about Butcher, and this is where we get the drop here. But the legend told the Huey that Butcher wants revenge against the Seven for what they did to his wife. So those of you who have seen the show, you're getting an idea, and I just say it could be that, or it could be something totally different. It's the comic book. Remember, the shows do change things. So think of it. He said it's basically it's. He said it's a. He's like it's kind of weird. This guy turned into a personal private war, and he said like he even tries to talk to basically um Mother Milk about. And he's like, well, you were a soldier, and Mother Milk doesn't even want to talk about why he joined. But he's like, hey. Butcher he said Butcher has his own reasons for this. I have my own reason. We both hate soup, so we get along. But overall, he's like he's like I love how at the end here he's like Huey's like he's yeah it's like well it's like it's like well I wouldn't go that far but I'll miss you like he's gonna say like a brother and he cuts him off but basically Mother and Milk knows he's gonna be back. He can't still wait. He but I don't know. Did you get anything else from that part? Do you think I covered it much?
It was just a lot of revealing, but kind of more of the intricacies behind the scene, like revealing to Huey more about the truth of Butcher,
Yeah,
revealing that it's like, hey, we started this to be like managers, the whole thing, like, and that's the story that Huey got. Like, we're supposed to manage the soups, but he's like, do you see Butcher as a manager? He doesn't manage anything. Like, and he's kind of hinting about there's like a personal. This is where Huey's kind of learning there's something personal
yeah,
going on between Butcher and the Seven
yep.
and stuff. So yeah, a lot of this to me is just serving to kind of be revelatory for Huey to be a little bit more aware of what's really going on as
Like
far
I
as like
said,
the boys are
though,
concerned.
I can't remember if it were revealed before this about Butcher having a vendetta against the Seven for what he did to his
No,
wife. No,
no,
I
no,
think that's
no reveal. We've had hints like where we've seen Butcher just
yeah,
staring at Homelander and stuff.
yeah.
But a
So
lot
this
of
is
that's because of the revelations of the show that you bring into the
yeah,
comic.
yeah.
Um,
But
hold
it
on, I,
but
I I gotta take a break for a second. I gotta kind of a emergency bio break. Keep the conversation going with the chat. I'll be right back.
all right. If you're watching right now, this is KFM bringing you the light smooth jazz. Dr. V. What's going on, guys? See people. Some people are watching. One was probably me on my phone. So really only six. Um, anybody thoughts so far? Reviewing? Anybody paying attention? We just background noise? Or are you guys drifting off into dreamland? Mr. Skipitosh, Mr. Eva Blackhead, HR. Bet you Zach probably fell asleep past his bedtime. But overall, like I said, I've been enjoying this story. Like I said, it's not what I thought it was gonna be because I've watched the show and coming into reading the comic book, and the comic book, and it's usually how it is. But most time, the books are better than the show. And I gotta say, the show isn't as good as the book. You're doing yourself a disservice if you haven't not taken the time to go and read these books. Um, listening while I work. Well, I hope you're not working anything like uh, anything complicated. You know, but like I said overall, I guess it's Derek Robertson. I believe. I'm trying to think what else Derek Robertson did as far as art. I thought he worked on Starman. I could be wrong, but overall, the story, the characters, the flesh out. Uh, Garth Ennis, is not a one trick pony, and I guess some people might say he is, but they'd be wrong. I said I've read the Punisher Max series with by Garth Ennis, and I pointed it out, with the Bobby here in the drag, stuff is no different than his other one, Welcome Back Frank. We have the Russian. We mean the Russian later on. The Russian had a sex change, had his boobs and a wig now dress. So I think it's just Garth's sense of humor because it does happen and it doesn't and it's kind of usually meant to throw the character off, throw them off their game. But It's nothing like today, like you'd see like in a modern comic book where they throw it in there and it's like it's not really meant for shock and awe. It's more to give you the finger and be like, hey, it's all about this person, their sexuality. So it's like so not really. I say most people would say that they'd be offended by this. Wait, there's a guy in the drag. Oh, he's just it's offensive. That's sexist. That's transphobic. It's not. Um, like I said, and if that was the case, Bobby would just be there for laughs, and he would not actually have an intricate part of the story with Huey. Um, I wish I could change the page for you guys. I don't know how long he's gonna have his bio break. Hopefully, he washes his hands. He's in COVID Town, California. Overall, though, my favorite character. If you guys been following this series or reviews, or maybe you've read it yourself, I do love Huey. Huey's like one of my probably my favorite character on here. But aside from that, I gotta say I do. I'm torn between Frenchie and Mother Milk. Uh, for their own different little personality quirks. Frenchie half the time speaks in French, but he said he has a caring side. He comes through his relationship with the female. It's similar to the show, but different. And then you have Mother's Milk. Has this you learn about him and his quirk. What he has to do in order to stay alive. But he's an honorable, decent man who has his own demons. But welcome back from your bio break. I see the
Yeah,
mouse
thanks.
moving. Yeah,
Sorry about that. I thought I was gonna be able to hold it through the comic, but
I'm glad I didn't guard that up.
yeah,
Get
yeah, I'm
it,
glad too.
Garth?
All right. Well, we can continue on back to the cove.
Yes, where we see the bad guys. I'm pretty sure these are the ones well, yeah, these ones we were watching and seeing Huey earlier. Standing talking to the guy painting. These guys are gonna go pick up, and then these two wise guys here, like they're talking about because they're like, it's been going, business is going to be good, because ever since little Nina got bumped off, and no one else is really caring about the business. We can make bank here, and they get this one guy to test it out. We find out it's mixed with Compound V and a new heroin smack, whatever. And the guy's like, you know what, boss, you're lucky. It's like we can always ask for more of a raise. What's going on here, bro?
I'm having human error difficulties trying to
Okay.
navigate my
Are
comic
you
book reading
drinking?
software. No, I'm just
Drinking
drinking.
that?
I'm just drinking chai latte.
Okay,
No
I finally.
alcohol. No, it's just straight up human error. No, there's no
So
excuses.
great. Um. So overall, yeah, these guys think they're gonna get cute with them, and all like, it's like, yeah, say we want more because we're the ones that drive this truck over here by ourselves. Maybe we don't want to. Maybe we go talk to the police. And the guy's like, oh, really? Yeah, okay. Like, what if we start waging it? What if we start?
Obviously,
no,
these guys had never watched
yeah,
Snatch.
they've never watched Sopranos. They've never watched anything that has to do with the mob.
Yeah.
Because so this guy brings his niece, his little niece comes out of the car, and she's got hedge trimmers, and she basically you can see in the bottom right corner, she's gonna cut the guy's face, I'm like no, because this is like the point where I'm like, is it gonna like cut his face off? Like, please don't do this. It's been wholesome so far. And they cut it, and he's like, and the guy's like, he's like, we're fine, mister. Let's say no, whatever. We're fine. I'll go, well, you've been so generous, we'll even ask for a pay cut. The guy's like, I want to get cut next. So I'm surprised he let the guy live, probably because he realized he needs the goon. Not
Does
much,
need him.
maybe.
Yeah, but this was
Well,
an
a
intimidation
reminder.
factor. He was never.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just him asserting his dominance to the dogs. I'm the alpha. You're the omega. Shut up. Get back.
So we see Huey come back home, as his dad said his mom would. His mom waited up for him, and he's kind of like he's yawning, and he sees her. He's just and then and there's a flashback to when he came home before, like back in there. And yes, Huey had longer hair back then. And he's talking about his mother. No, he's like, yeah, my mom. It's like if she cared about me, she wouldn't have left me on the hospital steps in a cardboard box. and she's like, she can just go to hell as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, and she says like, well, don't be quick to judge her. Maybe she couldn't cope. Be a good boy and bring us over the rest of the dishes, will you? Yeah. So overall, you can see he's still a good boy, and he said he's really having a hard time ever since he came back here. He thought it'd be like a place for him to just hide, relax, reset his life, but there's so many memories being brought up that he forgot about.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that I'm reflecting back on this issue, man, I'm seeing a lot of the brilliance in the book that I didn't see quite initially that I just love. Um,
You can change
w-
countries, but you can't run away
yeah.
for yourself.
One of the things that's striking me, I've had this theory, I'm not sure everyone buys into, but that the Butcher is a little bit analogous to Bruce Wayne, to like Batman. And we've seen Homelander sort of as the Superman and the whole kind of the Dark Knight rivalry, like the Dark Knight Returns rivalry type thing. It seems there's a little bit of that where, you know, there's two factors of how you can portray Batman and Superman. You can portray them as world finest, where they're, oh hey, we're buddies, and we, or you can portray them as like Batman doesn't fully trust Superman. The Zack Snyder take, which was the Frank Miller take. The sort of, there's always something there. um and this is kind of heightened that, in my opinion, where Homelander truly is the evil that maybe the Zack Snyder Batman suspected Superman of being. So and it seems that Butcher is a man of resources. He's not necessarily a man of power, even though he does have the V. um Anyways, that's just kind of been my take here, but I'm reading this book and I'm like, you know what Huey is? Huey is the real Clark Kent. He's like already like the budding investigative reporter type thing. He's not a reporter per se, but that similar instincts of like what's going on here and solving the crime. Even though his buddies like don't take it seriously, there's like oh whatever, like you know,
I,
there's
I
a
thought
blow
he
up
was too.
doll. Who cares? Like they're just worried about making jokes. They don't take life seriously. But Huey, things matter. Everything matters to Huey, and he can't let it go. And then the analog of his parents, they're like Mom and Pa Kent. They're adoptive parents, just like Mom and Pa Kent were. Right? He's not exactly like Superman in the same way, but a lot of like how we see like why Superman is who he is, why does he have the moral compass that he does, at least I do. I credit that to his upbringing. That Mom and Pa Kent were like the perfect, wholesome parents to raise him right. And we're seeing Huey. Why does Huey have his moral compass? Because he's got similar parents. These parents are good people. Even when Huey is, we see him in his teenage phase where he's just mad and is like, how can my mom leave me? Blah blah blah. His foster or his adoptive mom is like, oh, don't be too quick to judge. We see her like staying up late to wait for him, even though he's a grown man. Right? He doesn't even live at home anymore.
She works.
He's been living in another
Yeah,
country this whole time. But as soon as he comes home to visit and he goes out to see his boys, she's waiting up for him. She's that kind of mom. Like it's just you said at the beginning, like the wholesomeness. I feel like
yeah.
the mother and father are a huge part of the wholesomeness of this book, and I love them to death. Like I'm like, oh, I wish I would have had a family like this. Um, and I just seeing this makes me understand Huey so much better, and the relationship between like him and Butcher, and I just really love that. I love that we got that dynamic where Butcher had the opposite kind of life as Huey. It turned him into this
Brought up a
hard,
horrible burg. Where see
yeah,
he got the
uh,
loving, enduring thing where Butcher got like the opposite. He got he was be well as far as the comic book. We can't remember. I can't remember if they said or not. I know the show, but
I don't know the
uh,
exact details of Butcher in the comic books, correct,
yeah, but
but we can
yeah,
presume that he had a horrible, hard upbringing that's turned him into the hard man that he is.
yeah.
And Huey is still kind of that naive, kind of innocent. And we see like scenes here when he was a kid. he went through that phase that most male kids go through, that
Rebellious.
rebellious, where you're trying to assert yourself, and you kind of have that angstiness and whatever. But it never was really true for Huey. It was a lot of just him trying to sort out who he was, as
Oh,
we'll see later in the book. Um,
it issue 3 has Billy Bob Thornton.
but this was, again, a lot of this, especially every Garth Ennis book, I don't realize what I'm reading until I've finished it, and then I go back and reflect and go, oh, this scene now, okay, I get this out of this scene, I get this out of that scene.
That's what I was
um
saying. Is most people write these Garth Ennis books of him having a cape here, and he's just a perversive guy. No, he actually tells legitimate stories, and there's a reason why he does things. You know, when you're world building, he adds that and he goes back on it. He talks, he refers to it. Basically, like people are praising Cates today. Oh, Cates did this, and he's bringing it back. And this and Hulk now. Remember they did in Thanos. Like this is what Ennis was doing with his boys. He world build, and he basically would go back and like, remember a couple years ago, and he talked about that. Well, now you're getting the follow up on that.
yeah, there's
And
a lot of magic in here. I mean, it's true, he does hate capes, but that doesn't mean he can't write other things. And obviously, he's writing what he knows. And the boys should not be written off as just a hate letter to capes. It's not at all.
it's not,
It's very satirical, but and what I love about it is it does have the human heart. And what I love about cape stories is the human heart. It's fun to see that told from the lens of a superhero book, but you don't have to have a superhero book to tell a story about a human heart.
it's
Uh,
actually man. It's good versus evil. It just happened to be have capes as evil.
in a
You don't even
way.
have to have capes in this book. Like I said, the whole book is like in fact it revolves around capes. You could get rid of the capes element, and you could totally tell the same story, but I don't think it would be as effective because when you have people who are that evil and get away with the stuff and do the things they do, it's like it almost seems hopeless. And like I said, like I love putting this, you see, be like capes to me would be like today's. We're saying, oh, the big corporate media shows, like it's a possibility, and you have the boys here who are there to basically expose them and keep them in line. Veritas. But
Well, that's
uh,
the thing that MM kind of exposes, right? Like that was the
yeah,
official story, but we're learning
yeah,
that
yeah,
there's more to it. That
yeah.
for Butcher, this is personal. It's like,
Yes, yes. So she went from Veritas to basically getting revenge.
yeah,
James O'Keefe has a personal vendetta. It's
yeah. I just love
uh,
this frame here where with Huey, um, on panel, what is it, panel 3 here on the left. He just him just that his expression of just remembering his mom when he was growing up, and like he's just running around like teenage rebel, and she just ignores it, just doesn't feed into his thing, and just she's
yeah.
just got that loving, fraternal nurturing that great mothers have. um and it's so wonderful to me. This is beautiful. Like man, and I don't want to get off on a massive tangent or something, but when I hear people talk about like womanhood or this or that, and misogyny in today's society, I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Women are the most important creatures on the planet. Like, yes, men take the positions of the point man, so they kind of, like, if they're in a band, they're like the lead singer. They get a lot of the glory because they're the ones in front making. But the women are the soul. Like they're the ones that every one of us, were born from a woman. And a good mother is the most important job in the world to me. Like the
This whole town right here, like it just reminds you of, like Justified. If you watch Justified, it goes back to a
yeah,
bum town, in Kentucky, Ireland County, whereas all it is everybody knows that it's all crime, everybody knows each other, and he's just like, even though he's from there, he's coming back and he has to deal with all the crap, and try to get by. So it kind of, I was I was like, dude, I'm gonna go watch Justified after reading this because it's a lot of similarities, you
there
know.
are. It's a different of what I'm talking about at the moment.
Yeah, yeah,
I just love that Huey's reminiscing, like, because here's the thing, like, I identify a lot with Huey. This book really sings to me, and a lot of these other books. The more I get Huey's story, I'm like, the more and more I'm like, we talked about this on the last show where he breaks up with Annie and stuff, and how he was so like so had so much vitriol and anger, and he was just saying like this horrible shit to her, like, and I'm like, I've lived through that. Like I've been in that, and then you like grow up and you go, "Oh, I was such a dumb shit." Like you can't take any of that back. And for whatever reason, like you're going through it, being in his head, I'm like, even then I knew I was doing something stupid, but I was so caught up in my own self-righteous anger that I just didn't stop myself. Like it's just so weird. And so I can understand a lot of what Huey's doing, and I feel like Garth Ennis really lived through some shit. Like he really seems to understand human condition in a lot of ways, and it would be fascinating to talk to him, honestly. But Huey, like reminiscing, like his years, because here we're gonna see. Well, I'll talk more about when we get to it. I don't want to get too much in the weeds.
I'll
We're gonna
just say,
get more into issues.
hopefully his dialect is as bad as in the comic book here with these people. All right, Aunt Mary. Aunt Mary was a very depressed individual. Uh, little Huey experienced something he wasn't supposed to. All I know is that she's bleeding and it's coming on her legs. He's walking into the bathroom as a kid. After and his dad walks in, he's hiding and stuff, and then he walks in, he sees like he goes to the sink, he sees like, oh, blood here by the toilet stuff and all that stuff. What is this? And then he's like, and he's like, I've never heard my dad speak that way before. I've always been a pleasant guy. Him yelling at her, it's like, you're gonna frighten the kids up. Uh, and then I heard Paul yell and Huey, don't look. Just the moment I looked, 17 feet long. The doctor said he measured it. Basically, yeah, it's a tapeworm. Because I'm gonna ask you, it's like, what? She had miscarriage? No, it's a tapeworm. That's gross. If it really was that thing,
I don't know what would be grosser.
miscarriage. If she took a knife and just miscarriage herself, or she's trying to cut herself, because it wasn't from her wrists, but
Well, no, I
there's a
mean
kid. There's a kid in
the
the horror
knife. The
movies.
knife
Tapeworm.
was the knife
Yeah.
was. I think the dad. There's someone behind him
Oh,
has the knife, right? So, but I mean, if you just went and looked in a toilet and you saw like a miscarriage,
yeah,
or if you saw a tapeworm, I mean, the
yeah.
tapeworm that we see in this is like this is not how tapeworms really are, but
No, no. This looks more like those who watched Ragnarok. The serpent. The what's his name had was told out of
I
a
mean, this
tapeworm.
is I like that this done this way though, because probably to like Huey's
Mine.
young
Yeah.
mind, it was like a monster, right? Like it was.
He had
So
no idea what it was. Yeah, at the
yeah,
time.
so the artist is drawing it in the way that like the child's mind sees it, like the world is. So
This, yeah,
as an adult, we
th-
would just be like, oh, it's a worm. Like we would, but like I'm saying, like children see everything like bigger and larger and
yeah.
more exaggerated, and um,
Home Sweet Home with the monster in the toilet. I'll never use a toilet ever again.
so again, this was another thematically in line with what I was talking about. Though he talks about things like he never saw his dad like that. He never saw, he said my dad was always strong and warm, and he's like, but this is the first time he ever saw like nervous and lost, like like his dad didn't know what to do, you know, and that
Right.
was like he never, and he talks about like he was never the same again. Like Huey was never the same again after that.
Yep. And he talks more about his childhood with the guy, and just yeah. You have a kid? Yeah, sure. Like, with his mom, he's looking all, and yeah. And they must say jings a lot. No, it must be shit. As it's the word fuck. I don't know, but jings is a word he uses a lot of time for swear. Everybody uses for swearing. Apparently, Scotland.
I don't know if it's a
Somebody,
swear word. I'm not
or I
Scottish,
don't
but
know.
it
Somebody Google it.
it seems more like the way I'm interpreting how it's used. It seems more like someone saying equivalent of like wow. You're going like, like Jings, like, oh my goodness, or something. That's
Have
how
to
it
look it
seems
up.
to be used. Yeah, let the weaponize the chat. T- Someone find out what Jings is translates. But yeah, this is the Huey going to the store. I guess this is showing like his healing process because he's talking to the painter guy about this whole story, and basically like he didn't talk for a while, and then eventually he said something like he wanted to kick Cat. So kind of illustrating that children, they do heal when they have trauma. Um, and then the painter guy's asking him about the trauma and like, you have a lot of violence in your life and everything like that. And then Huey's like, we see a flashback scene and he's like, yeah, there's some violence in my life. Um, you want to continue or are you looking up Jing still?
I'm looking up Jings. One of the most common Scots word to be used, and the purpose is Tay is also used a lot. Can be mirrored the words to Tato. Over the years, language has become. Just tell me the freaking meaning, man. Because I've heard of stank, but Jings, I guess, is
All right, well, you're looking it up.
Okay, so basically, he uses words as like cripes or for Christ's sakes, that's what Jings is. Yeah. Anyway, so overall, he's talking to the guy, and he's talking more. He talks about his life as far as, and the guy basically, calls him out on things. It's like, but Huey says, "Oh, I don't like this stuff," and it's like, well, maybe that's just the way they are. He's your friends, maybe, and then he said, like, you don't, maybe, and just said, like, he says, like, you're looking all wrong. Like you might what you know and what you think, no one else knows. Basically, it's like, but
Don't forget the key scene here too, where the guy hints at something. He talks about like, that if you've been a victim of violence, you don't have to suffer in silence. And he's like, oh Christ, you
yeah,
make it sound like I've been. And he has to
yeah.
stop himself, and he instantly recalls
Good
his
soldier,
uh
good
his
soldier.
violation from Black Noir. Um,
Yeah.
and this is something that Huey does not talk about.
Yes, ever. So then they talk a little more, and then he would change the subject. He's like, oh, it's like, uh, um, I think he's talking about his parents too. And just enjoy. He's like, they're the most nicest, most decent folk you can ever hope to meet, and I feel like a bastard complaining nothing to them. That's why he talks to this guy instead. It goes so you know yeah. So they picks, they shows him this, and he's like, it shows the sea lion, I guess. And then we get a story about the boat. His dad decided to basically work on the boat again after the conversation earlier. He's like, you know what? He said it's a shame sitting there, and he talked. Remember the flashback, the first time they used the boat, and he's assuming it, and basically while he's going there doing stuff, swimming in there, his dad would throw down coins down there to make a basic game. He's like, hey, did you see that? Or he's like, yeah, there's like what do you say? He says, I forgot what he said. He said, bursting with golds and silver gems down there. Like when
Yeah, he tells him that like in the
yeah,
Spanish galleons used to like
yeah,
were
yeah.
sunk and there was gold and treasure. And he tells Huey, he's like, maybe you can go find some. And he's like, do you think I got time? He's like, oh, sure. And when he's not looking, he like drops a couple coins
Yeah.
in the water, so knowing that Huey would find them. And
Yep.
of course, he's like, he does.
Like I said, it's a nice, wholesome part of his image of his upbringing, and like I say, like I just really love this whole story, like how it's more wholesome it is, and it's not the vulgar, not the normal we used to. So it's like when as we talk about this, Ash, I'm like dreading reading the next issue with the normal series. It's like how opposite it's gonna be. But overall, even this way, he comes home, he's talking to his dad here and stuff. His mom comes up, and then she sees, as his moms always do, see dirt in her face. So they got spit in the handkerchief, and they got to wipe it. And he's just like, "Wow, I'm not a child anymore. I can go wash up normally. I'm an adult." And he gets annoyed by the little things because she still babies him. And he's just at this point, he has a lot of anger still in him. He's still upset with everything happening with Annie, and he's upset what's going on. No matter where he goes, he's just taking out on his friends. Now
Well,
he,
he's also upset about himself.
yeah,
This has a lot to do with Huey's self-image, and he realizes he's like a softie, right? Like this is like he's been complaining about his friends. We've seen in the story where he's complaining about how like he came back to town, he realizes his friends just talk shit about him all the time, and he's really annoyed. And he's like remembers like how the boys they just kind of abuse, like
yeah.
kind of abuse him, but they talk harshly to him or whatever, and he feels like he's the butt of the joke, and he's getting a bit of like a victim complex.
So
And
I want to, yeah.
go ahead.
I was gonna say at the bottom right there, the photo here, it's Nikki Kennedy, the girl he liked back then. Which as soon as I saw this girl, I saw the haircut on fence. I'm like, oh no, please don't. Is this connected to the person we just saw before? And like, it's like, because remember, everything has a point. Every character, every person. So we'll find out. But I think is at the last page. Or is another page after this? But like I said, he's basically getting along. We're getting. Oh yeah, we should probably mention this. This is the priest when even he's younger. That's right here. Like I say, this guy is drawn so absurd. I mean, we've had some bigger guys, a guy in a dress up there, drag, but this guy looks very cartoonish for whatever reason. I'm just confused here.
I think he's meant to like he's got some sort of like face
Leprechaun?
disfigurement.
Oh,
Like he looks like a person. I don't know, like Bell's palsy syndrome, where like like half your face is um paralyzed.
I thought it was just a leprechaun.
No, no. I just think that this artist
Yeah,
isn't the best at making
yeah.
things look real. Um, yeah,
They
here
go, yeah, they go.
that first panel there gets a little bit probably the most accurate
Ugh,
depiction. He's
freaky.
just a guy who's like, yeah, I think he's just meant to be like disfigured and ugly and repulsive, and he's also like off his rocker, and he's just like the crazy town priest that everyone just tolerates because he's a priest.
Well, look on the next panel though. You see his baby face and then his ugly face, and then you see him and their eyes are all distorted like that. Like what? I'm like, are they on drugs? Am I on drugs? Looks like Ronnie Roscoe.
Yeah, I think he's just meant to be like he's a loony.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, and like I was like, yeah, and see, not much change around here, Yui. And then we get to see up here the woman up here. I guess and did they ever give her? He just said his niece. I don't know if they ever said her name in the beginning. Did they?
I don't remember if they gave her a name. But
But
yeah, it's the
what threw
crime
me off
boss and his niece.
What threw me off is that she has the same hairstyle as the girl we just saw in the photo, but her
Oh,
hair just
right.
but she doesn't have the gray in it though. Is back when she did as a kid.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same person.
It would be hilarious if it turned out to be. Um. So yeah, it comes in and they see the guy starts talking about basically the guy this is the prick. The evil guy who wants revenge on Huey. Comes in there and he gives him the beer and he's like, and he's like, "There's ice in here. I don't want ice in there." So he takes out this nasty finger. He's like, "What next? You gotta stick your dick, toss your dick in there?" As he could spit in it. It's like this. I love how he just basically talks down and puts him in his place, and they're just cracking up laughing.
Well,
And
the
like,
bartender, like the boss is like, I want a scotch and I want it neat and stuff. And the bartender's just sucking up to him, knowing who he is, and he's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be neat and everything, but is such an incompetent boob that even doesn't know what neat means. He was like, no, you dumb shit. It's like no ice. So instead of getting a new one, he reaches in with his grubby fingers and pulls the ice out,
yeah,
and it's just
yeah.
like, and it's to a crime boss, like of all the people to do this to, and then Huey and his buddies happen to be at the bar at the same time and they're watching it. Go ahead.
So then they're talking about the girl. They're actually making fun of her, and I think they actually were saying about how they wouldn't want to. Huey says something. He's like, because it's like trying to look in the thing
They're
is zoomed
making like a
out. Trying to,
lesbian strap-on
yeah,
joke about her.
yeah,
They're just making
yeah,
crass guy jokes.
yeah, yes.
It's
And
not
they like
really
that.
super plot relevant.
No, like I said, and I just they said, well, Huey actually says something. He says something that actually they don't expect because Huey's changed. He's like, oh, stop. If we're gonna be getting into lesbians and strap-ons and all, I'm fucking leaving right now. And they're like, It's like it's you don't very fucking lines you don't hear very fucking often. You know. Huey's Huey's grown up. He swears more than he used to when I guess when he's younger. So they're kind of pointing out he's changed a little bit too. All right, and he comes back and surprise, Annie's here, and
Yep,
that's how it
big
leaves him.
surprise. He
Yeah.
wasn't ready for this. Yeah, I was kind of shocked too as a reader. Like I'm very much 100% on Annie's side in this whole thing. I think probably most readers are too.
You know
But
what?
this was a
Well,
little bit of a psycho move. Like when I saw this, I was like, "Oh, Annie, this might not have been the best thing to do."
well,
Um,
she want to explain and get a chance to explain. Yeah, it is kind of a psycho move, but also remember he lied to her. He
we
didn't tell her
did.
everything.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true. Like, and again, I'm saying it from like Annie's point of view, though. She doesn't know what the readers know, right?
no.
And so I'm like, this is a very believable. Like, I've been with women like that would do this, and like, again, this isn't like just coming to his parents' house like
Well,
across the city. This is like
the
she
next
flew
issue
to
she just went.
Scotland.
Next day she does point out because she doesn't remember he said like, "Oh, a friend showed me," and they only and she calls him out in that park. She says,
Yeah, yeah.
you're not
Well,
telling
yeah.
me everything."
Again, without knowing where the story's going after this issue, I'm just saying when
Yeah,
I
yeah.
turned the page, I was like, "Whoa, Annie, come on, girl, what are you doing? You got to give this guy some space. Like, I get you want to explain yourself, but dude, you went to his parents, you tracked him down, like this." It'd be like, "Yeeks!" It's like,
I love yeah. So I love that little shadow of his mom. They don't show her part of the table. It's like so ominous.
yeah.
It's his mom. Huey lied to us. He has a girl. it's like,
No, I don't think that that's what they were trying to say.
I know. It's like
Um, yeah, but this artist doesn't. He doesn't render things as well. Like sometimes the story is a bit confusing because the art doesn't necessarily. I have to always constantly interpret. Like, wait, is the artist? What emotion is the artist showing here? Like, there was a couple times where I was like, I'm not. This doesn't seem to fit where the narrative is going.
well,
Um,
I agree because the art was kind of weird too because there was a part when he's talking to the old guy talking about the birds. They're doing birds. Huey's eyes go his he has white pupils and black eyes like it reverses,
yeah, this
from
artist
normal.
that they do that a lot. That's a stylistic choice.
No, yes. But here he has no it hides all the eyes. Before though, they actually looked like the demons at Supernatural. But all their eyes black. And they're in the broad daylight. There was no shading. I was like the shading went bad. It's like somebody messed up. You know.
Yeah, I think
Overall,
when you're drawing scenes that require body language to communicate what's going on, if the artist isn't really good at drawing the body language, it can cause confusion. And I think that's one thing that the regular artist, Derek Robertson, I think is his name, it does a lot
yeah,
better.
yeah. So overall, this was a big blow to as far as like a big shocker reveal. Unless you're here the first uh, uh 5 minutes when I told you about this, but
Right. Yeah.
overall though, like I said, uh, I do you're learning more. You're learning so much about Huey. Like I said, this is like it's Huey's backstory. And now we learn all this up. What's this gonna mean now? Because this whole issue, he's basically having a therapist,
Yeah.
someone he
This
could
is
talk to. I mean,
this
like
is the
it's
equivalent
basically
of like sitting on the couch, like the therapist couch scene. If you've ever seen like a movie like that or TV show where the
uh,
character's on the psychiatrist couch, this is
you
what
know
these
when
scenes are the equivalent of.
you would have been great though when the bad guys first saw him talking to the guy, the painter. If there was no painter there, he's just talking
Oh,
to himself.
right. Yeah, um I love the whole scene with the dad.
Yeah,
I love the taking the boat out.
going in there.
Um
Yeah.
it's funny because this book, when I was reading it, part of me was like, man, this is like really slow book. There's no real act. Like, what's going on? But on reflection, I'm like, there's so much, excuse me, so much of Huey's character like that we now like understand. And I think this one follows through again on that theme that I was talking about, where it's kind of showing how like Huey, he grew up as like, how do I say, like the kid who gets picked on, or like not the tough
Yeah.
kid, right? And I was kind of
He's
one of
not.
those kids too.
Yeah.
Like I was not like the tough kid or whatever. And when
You
you're
weren't the
as you get
bully.
older, as you become as a teenager and you're becoming a man, and other boys are going through those hormonal stages, and some of them are becoming like really aggressive or whatever. If you are not tough, it starts to really stand out, and it starts causing insecurity issues and different things. And I think that Huey is really going through that, and you see this in some of these conversations with the painter guy and stuff about like, does it bother you that you're like that you're soft, or whatever, like, or that and I think that Huey rejects his parents in a way because they're like so good and they're so nice to him, and he just wants, like, he's almost craving something
Them to
to
mess
like
up. Yeah.
rebel against, and there's nothing to rebel against because they're perfect. And like, you can see here he's getting all like pissed off because his mom's taking care of him, and his dad's just like smoking his pipe and like, oh, Huey, just let her do it. She just loves
Even
you.
even the very beginning, they show his parents at the dinner time. She's like, "Don't you like that?" He's like, "Oh, I risk raising the wrath of the you hand. I'll go outside." And like it's
Yeah.
just like they're so lovey dovey.
Yeah, he can't stand that. And the sad thing is though, like, that's so good. Like, people that don't have this, like all of like his friends are messed up because they don't have a good life, right?
And
Like, they're
knowing
weirdos because
I
they're
was
weirdos
this
because they
knowing
come from broken background stuff. Like, and now his adult friends, like Butcher, is messed up because he comes from a messed up. Like, Huey doesn't appreciate the things he has, and I feel that that's really true in a lot of people. When people have something really good, they don't value it. They don't
yeah.
understand it. And I think
I'm
this is
waiting
a
for
growth phase for him.
I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop though because everyone is so nice, so wholesome, and being the boys. Whereas in New York, everyone's
Right.
basically a piece of crap except for Annie. I'm waiting for like there's got to be someone in here that's just a piece of shit, a horrible person. Although I mean, we've seen two people, but I mean, like that's it. Like nobody else, none of his friends are like I mean, like they're innocent, like they make fun of him, but not like like a horrible way. More like we do with you, Ash, and like, we're Engelty and stuff. We all just kind of razz each other. Uh, so I'm waiting for someone to be like complete dick in this, and so far it's been Huey. Huey's been the jerk, even though
Yes.
yeah. So it's interesting because like it's like we're wait. Where's the villain? Where's the villain? It's Huey. Huey is the villain in this so far.
I wouldn't go so far as to say
Well,
he's the villain.
I'm not saying like the rest of them in a sense. I'm just saying out of all the nice people here, he's the angry, bitter old man. Just upset.
He's
Look at it, and especially with her now. He's scouring. He's just like, and so obviously we see the cover here. We're getting an origin story. If not, it'd be clickbait cover. But overall, we know that
uh
Soups, yeah, we know that Soups. So, like, my question is, was she part of that other team growing up, the X-Men team?
no, she wasn't.
Well, well, we don't know.
Um yeah, she tells her story.
In here,
Um
yes, yes, but they don't know. Get into that. But going off this cover, though, not knowing about Starlight, other than what we talked about before, you really don't know her upbringing. So, and this is the time for her. She's like, even though he doesn't want to listen, she goes, wants to tell him about it. And it's like, you know all the answers, but you don't, you know. And then he's just being so distant, and just being a jerk, And finally, occasionally, he says like, "What do you want?" And it's like, it's just like, let's go to the next page. She just basically wants to know. She's like, I hate how it happened, how you found out and stuff, and just like, I want to be clear that the last thing we said to each other was you said horrible things. Actually, he's like, I meant every bloody word. And he's just a complete dick to her. Like this, even if understand he's the victim because he saw her what she did with this, but he doesn't know the whole story, and that's why she's here. So she's like, it's like, yeah. So like, I think you owe that much at least, so he's like, "I know the truth." He's like, "You know some of it. Come on. Tell me the rest, that you can be you can be the reason I came here." It's like, so he's like, "Whatever," and she's like saying, he's like, "You told me you love me, it has to mean something, we see each other, and he's like, it means we were basically F and daff, we are not even been together that long, hardly even each other, know each other really." Okay, like she's like, "Well, let's table that, or that's true." It's like, why don't we just get to know each other a little bit more better? It's like you keep glaring at the horizon, and I'll just start talking. So basically, we're getting a story here, and how when she was born, she didn't know the baby. She blinded her own parents. Powers kicked in. Now, Vought came in, swooped in, and and you can see how Huey's kind of cracking a little bit as she tells her story. And just her parents just sold her. He's like, "Oh, your parents just sold you away." He's like, "Yep." You know,
He has a flashback to him signing his own contract
yeah, yep,
when Robin
yep.
was it Robin? Was that her name?
Robin was, yeah,
Yeah, when she
his
died
boyfriend was.
and he
Yep,
signed the
yep. And you can see the reason he doesn't want to talk because he's feeling even more shite
Yep.
because there's something he didn't tell her. One of the reasons why he's so disgruntled with her.
Yep.
You know, uh, right.
So basically
So
Vought just
yeah,
she just
yeah,
tells a story about how Vought came
yeah.
in and took over things and raised her.
And she basically were just they kept us locked away in and for testing. And you see right there, that's the female. Remember,
Oh, that's
kept
not the
them
female,
all.
that's her.
No, no, no. Listen, the female. It's like the female. Remember, she was kept in the
Like the
cage.
female, right.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
because in this version, like not like the TV show, but this is one of the ways it varies from the comic here. Apparently, when they're kids, like that don't have control of their power, they just literally sedate them for like years until they're
yeah,
like old enough kids that they can be reasoned with. And then it's like, okay, then we'll start training. So imagine that, like the first 7 years of your life, you just live drugged out of your mind.
yep, yep.
Oh my goodness. Like that was like shattering to me when she's telling this. I was like, what?
Oh, yes. It's like, yeah, it's like, I was extremely lucky little girl indeed because I was very good and did what I was told. Then I could be a superhero. And like I said, they'd hold these pageants every once a year, like Batsuno. And then there's a lot riding on it, like lots of, I guess, entertaining prologue. You can imagine the benefits of having a corporate sponsored super kid. And so this one girl, she went on there, she did, Annie obviously passed, but this other girl uses her powers, and well, she disintegrates. She
Oh, they
burns
don't
out.
notice that she makes a comment here about like
Yeah,
how a lot of times we didn't really even understand who what your powers were, where like the
yeah,
extent
yeah,
of them. And so they basically reach a certain age and they go through like a panel interview to see how like worthy they are. So like Vought and this girl like she's using her powers, but they're like, well, we don't see anything. We don't understand what that is. We whatever. She's crying because of course she's been told like all these things of like how she's gonna be be chosen or whatever. And her hands are clearly like cause destruction. So she when he puts her hands to her face or whatever, like it just
yeah,
burns
yeah.
her eyes out. And it's like the trauma of like
Screaming,
of
screaming,
Annie having to watch
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. Her parents wouldn't touch her. They were too busy screaming to touch, and me, you know, uh, I could see her there. So Curly, one of the VOT people went, asked me shouting code something, and then into a walkie-talkie, and then the other guys came in. It was just like they just descended on her. It's just like, oh,
Imagine this. This is
man,
like a 10-year-old girl. She's just and all she knows is like she's trying to please her money grubbing foster parents, right? Like look at
yeah,
this first panel. Look at
guy that
the
got,
top left. Look at
yeah,
his face. Like he's just like, like um and I
he's
think
wearing
this is a moment
yeah,
of empathy for
yeah,
Huey. Like you mentioned, like the softening of his heart because
yeah.
she's telling him this story and like Huey's surrounded by nothing but the most loving parents that anyone could ever ask for,
Well,
right?
this also
That
reminds Huey of those kids that were assaulted and stuff, and he felt bad for them. The kids, all stuff. No, the
Probably some extent, but
Yeah.
right now for this story, like I think Huey's surrounded because remember Huey's adopted too, so that's something that they share. But where his parents were the most loving possible, even though he was adopted, that is the perfect, most loving parents. He's learning that Annie, she basically lost her parents because of her own powers and was raised by these money grubbing foster parents that only
Yep.
raised
Yep.
her to make money off her.
Yep.
And just he's like seeing like how horrible her upbringing was, and he's again rightly feeling like a dipshit. Like, um, I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah. So continue on. We got the guys talking basically on there, and then man, you just really don't realize how big this woman is. I'm thinking like Garth Ennis, like what's with the giant woman? I've never seen a woman that huge. It's like what the heck?
She's massive,
It's like
yeah.
I know it's crazy. It's like how it's the Hulk size. And you see the guys with the guys here. Remember the guy who basically had the head trimmer on? He's all stitched up now. And yeah. I forgot what I don't think they really say anything important at all. But basically getting down to business, basically no more games, Uh you know. But oh, they're talking about supers, yeah. But the V, so the compound V.
The guys are
Because
they're basically questioning the boss because they're
yeah,
even though they're criminals, are like, yeah, like this is what's happening to that shit we're distributing. Like
yeah, yeah.
people are
One
freaking out with powers and killing themselves and other
look at
people and stuff.
the guy with the little body and the head, big head.
Yeah.
Is the watch on. I was like, this is like Men in Black. It was yeah, it's just constant this chaos, and this is like it just
Yeah,
see
basically what's
we had
happening is like these
yeah,
these people are coked out of their minds, and then all of a
yep,
sudden powers kick in. And
yep,
they just you can imagine the chaos that it ensues.
yep. So and he basically tells them, it's like it's like we're gonna do it whatever you want to. Either you can, this is where it's going on. It's like I don't give a shit.
He's a drug dealer. He's like
Yeah, yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it was a few people this happens to. Like there's always going to be people that can't handle the drugs or they take too much, and it's not our concern. We're just going to keep moving product.
And then we see the same mountain goat from the very first issue, the first panel.
But more importantly though, look at the last two panels on that left page. That's an important.
Uh,
So
oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. That's the painter guy.
the
Yeah,
painter guy walks into the bar and hits him on like they kind of hit shoulders. And he's like, "Oh, sorry, watch where you're going." He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be my fault." And he's like, "Yeah, I should fucking think so."
I didn't see that when I saw that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't.
that so this is one of those subtle things that Garth puts in there. It's like, "Oh, what's that all about?" And it'll be later.
I was
So
too busy focusing more on Annie's story.
right,
It's
yeah,
like-
no, no, I totally. It's easy to miss. All right, so continuing on to the goat.
I was just saying it's funny because that's a goat from the very first issue, the first panel. There was a goat. He's looking at the land. You saw one
Right.
goat. So there's
Well,
only one goat in Scotland.
it's
Apparently,
Scotland. We gotta
it's surrounded by water.
we gotta pay attention to stereotypes.
Yes, yes, yes. So far, I'm so glad there's no one having sex with any animals.
So far.
Being the boys. Yeah, so far. All right, so basically talking more about stuff, and she's just yeah. Then she talks about how she joined the Young Americans, and which is a weird experience for her and stuff, and just more on just her more of her story,
She talks about how they like just threw her in this group and they're like, "Okay,
yeah,
here's an apartment. See you later.
yeah,
You figure it out."
yeah.
They didn't give
Here's
them
the
any
rental.
training, nothing.
Oh, yeah, and but it's basically they didn't run missions. It's basically there's they said none of these people are they were just idiots. They don't know how to use their powers. They're noob stuff, which he already knows about
Right.
soups, but he won't let on. Uh, and so they go on this mission, and we see Fox News is there, CNN, and then I forgot the two other helicopters are supposed to be, but they basically they had her there so that she could light up stuff, basically draw attention. And he's like, because he says like, well, so how come Soups never do anything good? And he's like, well, he's like, we did. but it's all about the publicity and making money, profit, because that's all Vought wants us to do is make a profit. You know, it'd be a
Right.
different thing.
She also
So
talks about how like that the Vought doesn't want the soups because he asks that legitimate question. It's like, why don't you
yeah,
like do
you
some
watch the
real
other side.
good? Like you could like carry people to the hospital because you can fly, or you can help firemen kick in doors. Like you could
They don't
use your
want,
powers,
yeah,
but they don't. Vought doesn't want. That's the last thing Vought wants is the soups being used with the government. Like,
yeah, on the federal
um,
side, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
basically because they lose control over them.
So, yeah. So they talk about how like a lot of the stuff they did was like away from the main crisis so that but then they would get the cameras
Yeah,
to so
Indie
they
Comic
could.
Jones, welcome to the show. All right, so and yeah, so and I love how she points out. He's like, he says like, mental people do good relief and lots of more photo ops. Is like, Huey, how do you not recognize me? And he's like, I don't know. Well, I mean, how how there's folks that just never get into sports. He just never watch the news, or just I guess it
Right, well,
sounded like she was. Yeah,
she from her perspective, she's a celebrity, and so
yeah,
she has a perspective that everyone is kind of like into
yeah,
celebrities, right?
yeah.
It's and Huey's trying to explain to her like not everyone's into soups.
But
Like,
I love her comment though. She says, "That's why I love you," but
well,
she
she's about
pauses
to,
and
yeah, she cuts
yeah,
off.
yeah,
That's why never mind.
yeah.
Ah,
So
that
that
hit me like a
yeah,
bag of bricks too, man.
yeah,
This
right,
whole
yeah.
book's hitting me.
With Huey, it's like I'm just thinking that Huey is just a dick. The more this goes on, uh, so more about how she got into seven, and it's like when I first got there, I didn't this is like kind of cool, a great opportunity, and then it's like it's what I wanted all my life. I mean, less scrap attention. I never had this focus on this moment, and then at the moment when it came, and the truth of this slammed into me like in a brick wall. It's like, and I says I saw what I really in order to I'd really have to do something in order to make this team. It's like, well, I guess I was ready to go with live with one last thing. And he's like, stop. He doesn't want to hear about it. And I love this. She just gets on his freaking case. The next page. It's like you know, uh, so basically she says, I said, are you going to tell me how you really saw that footage? He's like, I told you. He's like, it's like, no, I know what you told me. Someone emails you 5 minutes of a surveillance camera on the base of the world's premier super team. One they themselves don't even know is there. He's like, what? It's like, yeah. She calls him on his bullshit. It's like, he knows. He's like, why? There's more that you're not telling me about this. And I love how she just goes off on him and freaks him out, knocks him over. And I've been waiting for this because the way he's been treating her this whole entire issue, even before the last issue in 47, when he found out,
Yeah.
I love how she just vents and gets it off and just puts him in his place.
I don't think she knocks him over though. I think he trips over that rock.
No, but I'm saying that metaphorically,
All right, like
because he's frightened, he's scared. He's like, oh crap, and
I mentioned that because I think it's really crucial for this scene to work that she
yeah,
never goes out of line,
yeah.
right? Like in
She
the last
she
volume, Huey does go out of line.
she's
Here,
honest for
she
everything.
gives him a piece of her mind, but she never like goes over the like she doesn't go out of bounds. She she's harsh and firm with him, but never in a way that's like abusive or
No,
something she
but she
would want
does.
to take back. This is all
But I
very
love.
righteous.
She talks about when the dick's in her mouth and stuff and sucking and like those things. She's like, no, I don't hear. He's like, because that's what a girl like me should do, isn't it? That's what a bitch and a whore should do. And like and like just call. Yeah, it's like wow, it's funny. You were so brave to say it last time. No, but where's that? Where's your set of balls this time? It's almost like you rehearsed it. You know, it was fake. And that's the I was he's like whatever happened, I had no right to say that that shit to you. Like I was absolutely fucking awful of me, and I love how he just apologized. He's like, well, she says like that's the funny thing, Huey. I'm not sure you are. So I remember you could hardly get the words out. It was like you were just an actor reading a bad script. Like you didn't really believe any of it. He's like, but I did say it. And he's like, yeah, yeah, you said it. You said it all right. But can you make it stick? No.
Yeah, calling him out
So
on
like I
his
said,
shit.
that's the ending is my favorite part of this whole entire issue.
Yeah, I love Starlight, man. Like I love how uh
Sweet and innocent to this like bipolar.
no, I don't ever take her as bipolar.
No, I'm just
I
saying
was
in
in,
that last panel though, it was like she's innocent and stuff, and then she finally has enough of it. She just can't deal with it anymore, so she
I
basically
love
calls
that
him up.
Garth Ennis writes her so feminine, but like with strength.
Yeah,
And everything that I read from her just feels so authentic. Like I've had these like arguments, not exactly obviously, but so much of the dialogue, I'm just like, oh my goodness, like I feel like Garth like knew my life. Like I was like, so this is ringing true. I'm like, obviously, my personal experiences with women aren't 100% unique. I think men and women are have a lot of standard things between us. And he just writes her in such a way that just feels so authentic to me as a female. Um, and I just have so much respect for her as a character too, because she has a lot of reasons to be like, screw you, Huey. Like just to be like,
leave him.
just leave him, be bitter, have a vendetta against or whatever. Like, but she doesn't. She sticks through this shit. This is a woman that really loves him. Like she is taking the abuse that she does not deserve, but she's doing it in a very like righteous way. Like this is it's like it doesn't matter. Like she knows I'm going to take this abuse because I love you and it's not worth it to me to say the things that I want to say or feel, because that what's that going to serve? Like and that's something I feel is very it's just very mature. It's also very loving. Like we at the end of the day, we when we're hurt, we want to like lash out and make other people feel what we're feeling. But when it's all over, we look back when we always regret it. Like we never really want to hurt people,
Yeah, she'd call
and
names at all in a
yeah,
rant.
and we didn't really want to hurt people, and and it's if you could be sober in the moment, you can understand. It's like it's better to not say anything because I don't want to regret it later. And for her to show that sort of maturity, I think is just it's really admirable. It makes her to be like a very likable character in my eyes. And for Huey to be giving her all this shit that she doesn't deserve, and for her to stick with him, and the fact that she's also like a 10, right? Like way out of Huey's league,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
we skipped over in the beginning when with the parents, where the
His
dad
dad
was
said that.
like
Yeah, yeah.
making fun of him about like, well, Huey, like maybe she's not gonna wait around for your dumbass.
And this is
Um,
like I said, Huey has a tendency even before all this, even throughout the book, he has tended to be a hermit when he chickens out.
yeah,
We've seen, yeah. So and I love that he met somebody that actually just basically will calm out on that bullshit. And that's like I said, I did like the dynamic they had in the show too. On certain scenes, certain scenes where Annie would actually them, he'd start maturing, and then you know she had generally cared about him and stuff, and just him being stupid. Like I love how they are able to capture how they are in the comic book so far, from what I've read. That's in the show that what we've watched so far, those seasons.
yeah. I
Like,
feel like this version of Annie is better than the TV show version, though.
well,
Like
a little bit,
the TV show
but
version I like, but there is moments of pettiness that she displays where here this is an Annie that there is no pettiness. She
no.
like I said, she's taken this abuse. Now, how far will that go? I don't know. And when she learns that Huey's working for the boys, and then when she flashes back, because that's the thing that I keep cringing on, where I'm like, oh my gosh, eventually she's gonna learn this, Huey. Eventually, you're gonna have to eat this plate of shit that you're building, where she's gonna find out that this whole time when you were giving her all this shit, you actually knew about Soups. You actually were like taking Soups
Brad,
down. You were
Brad
and you're
orgasm.
yeah, you were hiding all this from her, and then when she had this problem, you gave her all this shit, dude. That's gonna make anyone flip, like, and she's so patient here. Huey, like you're just digging yourself the deepest grave, like, you
Yeah,
know,
right.
you should.
I'm just curious what's gonna happen when he finally does come clean to tell the truth. Is that gonna be like so?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I fear for him, man. It's like just this is why you just come clean. Like even if you can't come clean right away, when she does something that pisses you off, you got to be forgiving, man. You got to be forgiving if you're going to expect forgiveness. And a lot of people, they don't think like that. They don't think about how they're going to need forgiveness down the road because deep down inside, we're all effed up individuals. We all mess up big time.
I, my
Um,
biggest takeaway from this whole entire comic book: did she take a plane or did she fly down there? did,
I
did she
don't
fly to
know.
Scotland?
I don't know if that's important,
I'm just curious
but
because you're super.
five.
Remember?
Yeah, she's a soup.
All right. He's like, yeah. At the end of the, basically allows there's a room for her to stay in and can there. And she's like, she's gonna get. They're kind of like, she's like, I was looking at it last night. He says, "We Huey," the poem right here, and stuff, she's like, "Oh, I was looking at it last night." And he's like, "Oh, it's a load of gentleman, shite, sentimental shite. My mom likes it because it reminds her of, well, me obviously. I really heard 1,000 times that I can't stand it. She's like, I think I love. She's like, she kind of lays into. I think it's kind of sweet. He's like, yeah, no further comment. Tough guy. And she's like, currently, I love that the demeanor change now. Now they're getting cutesy again
Well,
a little
she
bit.
is.
Well, she's trying to,
He's not liking it because he's still feeling indignant, right? He's still feeling
yeah,
like I
yeah,
need
yeah.
I need my emotions satisfied. I'm not gonna be being all nicey cutesy again with you. Like
And
it's like
yeah,
we do that. We stick in our anger because we feel like we need it to be satisfied somehow. And if we just
but
like
yeah,
if we just like push it aside and be like, okay, it's all back to forgiving. Like we don't feel
and
like
this,
justice was done.
and like I said, this just shows right here. She can see the bullshit.
Yeah.
She knows, yeah, she knows that he's gonna need a little time, but eventually he'll basically like realize that what he's doing is stupid.
Well, and she's reminding him too, like she's like, because he's like, all that. She's like, she's such a sweetie. They're both really great, Huey. Um, I can see why you came back here. This place is such a sanctuary for you. She can see that clearly. She can see the
Yeah.
value of like, oh, this is such a great, wonderful place. Because again, like I was saying earlier, the people that don't have this understand how valuable it is.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
Huey
yeah.
doesn't see this as a sanctuary. He sees this kind of almost like a prison. He's like,
You're lucky. Yeah, she pointed out
yeah.
you're kind of
Like
lucky.
these loving parents are just smothering me all the time. They're cutesy. They're
Ash-
emasculating me.
After
You,
hearing her story, yeah, and
yeah.
then towards the end of this, he's saying like she's gonna go like, well, I'm just gonna throw on some clothes on. And he's like, oh crap! He's like, I don't want to see her naked. He leaves quickly because he's caving. He's emotionally caving. Because obviously,
She's like,
we
you don't
know,
have to leave just because I'm changing. And but he couldn't
and
stay
she's
there because that would be admitting that things are
yeah, back
okay
to normal.
between them.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he
And
doesn't feel like he can't let it go. He's got to like hold
now,
on to that grudge.
now when I the very last panel, she goes, huh? I I I took that as when he said this, the little fight, the little thing in there, he left. I took it more as a scoff, which is more than a huh. Because that's the way I read it, But I guess it's meant to be where she's kind of questioning, maybe where maybe she's doubting. But I thought it'd been more like where she knows he's caving would have been like him just leaving. She's kind of the scoffs because she didn't get her way. But
I don't know if it's because she
anyway,
didn't get her way. I don't think she was like trying to
well, no,
seduce him.
no, 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 But I mean, obviously, she wants things back to normal. Wouldn't any woman want back things back normal? If you're in a
I almost
relationship.
take it kind of like this is one of those panels where the art, the body language, I'm not 100% certain. I kind
Yeah.
of almost take it like a sigh, like, like a little bit of like exasperation that she's trying to make progress with
Uh,
Huey and he's not having it.
yeah.
And it's like,
Like, yeah.
like,
Like
okay, we
that's
still got more work to do.
so it shouldn't be HUA. It should be UH or UGH, whatever you call it.
No, HUH is.
It's more like a question mark to me when someone says like, "Huh."
Well, a question mark would be different if it would be like, huh? Again,
Yeah, it's like I said, the art doesn't match up with the text.
I think it'd be better if it's like my interpretation. I would have put in like sigh,
Yeah.
maybe, but
All right. Moving on. Dad's working on the boat still. And yeah, I'm gonna take Annie out and show her the place around. And like, I was like, oh, maybe I will. It's like, no, this is the scene where he says like she's kind of out of your league. It wasn't the last issue, it was this issue.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and here comes the woman folk on here, like, yep, yeah, yeah. He's like, I'm always here for you, son. So going on to the next page. And I love the very bottom, the kind of some pleasantary stuff. She's and the mother's talking about, oh, you should have seen him as like he's a kid and like stuff he did, he couldn't turn him away. It's like she's like, oh, I bet and then he's like, and I love it like when they're walking, it's like didn't take you long that did it, basically, and she's like, I'm just being nice because basically his parents like her. Now that, and you see him kind of flirting a little bit there, but then he goes back to being his normal self. He's like he doesn't want to hide his emotions. And then remember the birds again? She's like, look at all the seagulls. He's like, no, they're fulmars. Like what?
Then he
Like I
starts
said,
educating her, like,
yeah, I know. Like she's the littlest things come back. It's like stupid birds. And he's like, and you're trying to get through. And she's like, she's like, but he still can't get past it. The image, he's like, I saw it, because you did it, and I saw it, and that means, there's just no future for us. And she's like, why not? Because I'll never be able to get it out of my mind. That's why. And like, it's just like, well, so it's what I did, not why I did it. Basically, calling him on his bullshit again. Because if it was a guy with three girls and he wanted to get on the super team, or for any other reason, you wouldn't have any problem at all. It's like you'd probably even be jealous. He's like, if it was anyone else doing it, like I just say be on a super team, they can go and fucking themselves, and the story, it's like, like, oh, I'm sorry. He's like, kind of got angry. And he's like, if you see every reason they wrote to be superheroes, you don't have to apologize for that. I know I don't want to be one even where, she talks about that. He's like, I really did mean it when I talked about it before, you know, and he's like, yeah, I think whatever else happens, to stop being soup would be a good idea. She's like, why do you say that? He's like, because every what does it say?
not
Not
everybody
everybody
loves them.
loves them. Yeah. Anyway, so
Says there's
but
some folk who don't like them at all.
yeah, but overall, yeah, like I said, the whole conversation, like she says, like I fell in love with you, dick. I love how she's not going. Oh no, calling her name now.
Well, she
Names.
says to him, like, what makes
Yeah,
this the hardest is that I'm being honest with you, and I can tell that you're not. There's something you're keeping from me, and if that
yeah,
brings him, and then he gets immediately defensive, which of course,
yeah,
it's like up, right over the target. So when you
yeah.
receive flack, you're over the target. Um, and he's like, "What? Why is it you want me anyway? I mean, you could have anyone, absolutely anyone. What can the bloody hell, you be doing with me?" And this is where Huey's
Yeah.
insecurities start getting. He's like, I don't even understand why you're with me, and he's like, I fell in love with you, dick.
Yeah.
And I know you love me too, or part of you does. And I hate. I mean, I really, really fucking hate that all the great stuff that we had between us is going to be wasted just because of some stupid sex shit. And he's like, ugh.
She's like, for the record, the weird stuff we did, and they do with what happened, So he calls mom. Remember, you're like, you were watching a girl, I was giving you a blowjob while you're watching all else, some porno. It's like, just how stupid it is and irrational it is. Then get be upset about that.
And so we get to the crux of it, where Huey's just like, I don't think I'll ever be able to get past it. So you can see he's kind of breaking down. He's no longer really angry, and he's just being honest that it's this this thing. Like he knows what she did, and he can't see her as this perfect, like virginal, pure, flower anymore. Which
It's,
to be
to
fair,
me,
I think is
it's on
something that a lot of men think about. Like women,
yeah.
women do not value this enough in modern society.
Well, the other
That
thing is that he's projecting his
he is,
desires on someone and, without even knowing the person.
he is,
It's
and
on him.
he's overboard. I'm not taking his side, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying I understand the psychology that men don't want uh how do I say, like they don't want wilted flowers. Like there's a reason why there's the stereotype of like men want virgins and things like that. It really is we there's an innate thing inside that a man wants like a pure unsoiled woman. Now in modern society that's an unreasonable expectation, and Huey is kind of being a stereotype of the unreasonable expectation. What he expects out of her is too much. Like he's never going to get his ideal that he's holding, whatever he thinks he's holding out for, right? If he we know as a reader, if he lets Annie go, who's he gonna get? Like,
Yeah,
is he gonna
as
go
Riker
back to
says,
that girl
yeah,
that we saw earlier? That with the picture, what was her name? Forgot her name.
Nikki.
Nikki, right? I'm sure she's been slips, slept with 50 dudes or whatever. Like,
And yeah,
it's
Riker brings
it
to that point. He said nobody wants to wants to know that they marry somebody with a high body count,
perfect.
or even
Exactly. You nailed it. Body count is a big deal.
yeah,
And so Huey has seen video image of her sucking off 3 men. And that's a difficult thing to see, like the woman you love and you saw
yeah.
her as this pure angel, and all of a sudden. So I get what he's saying. I'm not taking sides with it. I'm just saying
No, I understand. Yeah, it's in a normal situation, yes, but the problem is that he is done some serious stuff. The fact he's lying to her about everything else, and he's trying to justify saying, "Well, what I do, even though I'm not telling her, isn't that much bad worse than what she's done." But he's also torn about it too because he comes off a hypocrite by lying to her and stuff.
yes, he is a hypocrite, but we tend to often embrace hypocrisy through this messed up idea that our sins are different than other people's sins. We can say things like, "Oh, you did this thing which is bad. I did this other thing that's bad, but it's not the same thing." Like, and so Huey didn't suck, he didn't like go screw a bunch of women, like, or whatever. So in his eyes, he's not as like guilty as her because his sins are different sins. And that's that weird effed up way that we kind of become hypocrites, that we go, I did something different, so it's not the same, and it's not rational. But I get it, but I think that's kind of what's at play here. And we get to this idea where it's like, well, what are we going to do? And it's like, we're fucked. This is basically, and that's why I think this is kind of the crux of it, because you can see he was broken down. He's no longer emotional, like, get the F away from me. But now he's just like, I can't get past this. I'm fucked. Like he kind of wants to. He's starting to, and I think this is a good sign that you will get past it, but he's still holding on to, again, I think it's victim mentality. I think it's
I
this
almost think
idea.
I think it must be worse not seeing the video and actually in your imagination do worse. But also,
Um, could be,
but also, I think about the fact he did see the video and he's wondering what else did she do.
could
So I
be.
can see why he's messed up. But Huey needs to get over himself. He needs a good shrink.
Well, this is why I think this is why I love Annie so much too. And I think this is, by the way, like relationship advice for anyone that's listening. Confession is so important. I think what Annie did when she was like, okay, you just sit there and brood and I'll just tell you my story, I'll just sit here and talk and you can just listen. And she just goes through and
Conversation.
explains,
Yes.
right? She's like, I know you don't want to talk or whatever, I'm just going to say it. And so she put all her cards on the table and confessed. Now Huey can still tell her to go take a hike and whatever, it put her vulnerable, but now it forced Huey to be in a position of like, oh, well, you've been now completely honest with me, and I've seen all the skeletons in your closet. It's a lot harder to hold anger at people who are really open and honest with you, especially
Yeah.
since
And that's,
most of us that have any self awareness realize that we need forgiveness too. Like, hey, we've done some messed up shit, And when someone can confess and be vulnerable, it opens the door for us to confess and be vulnerable because they did it first. And that's why I
Judge,
say,
yeah, judge ye before you judge someone else.
sure. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, but
and that's like I said, yeah, and I agree with you. And we'll put a nail on this after we're done. We're gonna go
yeah,
talk about this forever.
sorry.
I want to get to the next scene. That's okay. But I'll just say one last point. It's like one last thing about this: be open, be honest, and don't be a dick. You may not agree with the other person, but if you at least try, if you don't give honest effort to try things working out, you're only screwing yourself over. If there's actually if you actually ever did love the person, and it goes both for both people, not just you, but the other person as well.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it doesn't always work in the perfect ending. It's the comic book, so we might get a good ending, or we might get a bad ending. We might just get a realistic ending where love sucks, but you can work at it. Sometimes it works out for the best, you know.
Well, I think if two people really do love
Really
each
love each
other,
other.
that you
They'll
you
work.
find a way
You
through
can,
it. And that's why I like
yeah, yeah.
Starlight so much here because she's not in the wrong, right? Huey's totally in the wrong, but she's willing to submit and be like, "I'll take your shit because the relationship's more important than my own self-righteousness. It's more important that we can find a way to fix this than for me to be like I'm right." And I think if people can get to that point themselves, if you're in a relationship and both of you are in that way that the relationship's more important than me being right, then your relationship will work because that's when you love someone. But when you get to the point where like I'm mad and I have to be right, this is what Huey's doing. Like he has to be right, like, and he wants her to feel his pain. You're putting yourself before your partner, and then that's where you're going to cause division. And thankfully, he's got a great woman who's willing to take this shit, but only for so long, right? So he better get himself in order. All right. So Crazy Priest comes along, and I don't know if this is supposed to just be comic relief or what, but I lose you.
Oh,
Oh, there you are.
I don't know. I don't. Okay, I'm still here. I was just waiting for you to get done with your rant.
Sorry.
It's okay.
This is a
Uh,
meaningful part of the book for me. So go ahead.
well, it's for everybody. If you're not affected by it emotionally, then you are just a cold-hearted person. It's you're a
Hear
robot.
that, audience? Venkman says you're cold-hearted. I didn't say that. He did.
Yeah, yeah. I don't kiss my arse. I don't
But
care.
mostly just Breen.
Well, yeah. So truth hurts. All right. So the crazy priest is basically bothering the guy he's been talking to, and now he finally gets to meet her. And yeah, it's just like he's like, and are you worried about the stuff for the? Come on, you have to steal to face the world and all its harshness, Huey. Bravo. And it's like our last conversation you were talking, and she's like, wait, conversation. Hugh's been telling me all his woes, Annie. Although I must say I've been rather remiss in not mentioning you before. Stroke of luck, I seem to have remembered my flask for once. So she had a little conversation, get to know each other. Uh, you know, this basically just kind of like shooting the shit a little bit, and then we get to hear more about he's thinking back to basically taking on this person, basically, and this I guess this like is remembering his past, and then it's just and killing. She's like killing. He's like, well, we're not actually killing him. I mean, I did like ending his life, and just beating the fuck out of him. It's like, what's with the attraction you see in that? It's like I don't know. I was like, I got to admit, it's bloody handy. We were friendly. You think of we were paid this mental price you mentioned. No, I can't read anything. It's so small because you're so little. It's but like I said, overall, I said it's this Huey basically talking more with this guy again. I can't remember if there's anything really important in this.
It's basically kind of there is reflecting on the fact that he's that about Butcher,
Yeah,
um, and just
more about the boys.
Yeah, he was talking. He basically, he does that thing where it's like, oh, I had this, where you're talking about your life, but you try to disassociate it. It's like, oh, I had a friend that did this thing, but it's really kind of you. He tells about this story that's kind of been traumatized him, about how
Yeah.
Butcher like killed, but he makes up a variation that it didn't. Um,
Yeah.
and so he's just, like he's just working out these traumas. Um,
So and you see how Annie kind of picked up. Annie already knows that she's not telling everything. So when he said killing, it's like, and it's. I wonder if she caught it as being a clue. All right, so then they basically they found more drugs and they're gonna bust up. And here comes, well, the big, the big one. Yeah, and just they get the big fight out, and then they're all held at gunpoint. The guy's like, "Oh, like, yeah." I was like, "Well, fuck." Well, it's like, what did that just turn out to be? And he's like, "Oh," and like, "Oh, Mister Doe," and like, and remember, because Huey's got compound V in him. Because earlier in this, I think we passed it up. Huey kicked a can. He was pissed off, walking to go meet up with his friend, the mask, and he kicked the can, and his friend saw it. He's like, "Holy shit!" Because the can went flying forever in the sky. Like if Superman kicked the can, it's gone. So I'm wondering here, like, there's a little cliffhanger right here for those until we get the next issue. You know, uh, Huey gets shot, but obviously we know Huey can't die, right?
and he,
I don't know. To
I don't
be
know.
concluded.
Hey, I'll be right back again. Talk about the book. Talk about your thoughts about this issue. I'll be right back.
Uh, Overall, uh, this I said this issue's been kind of crazy, ups and downs. Learning more about Huey, just becoming more realizing that that he needs basically a lot of self. I guess you could say a lot of self reflection. That's pretty much this whole entire arc of this whole entire series. You get to learn more about Annie, more about Huey. Uh, all coming back to basically when they remember the story when they talk about how the kids when they're younger broke up the drug thing, and now they stump on it again. And I like you see in upper left corner, you see like is Big Bobby's like girl fight. Uh, he said, I wonder, like, like, because now Huey's walking around this by friends. I mean, is Annie gonna come into the say of the day, say something funny while he's gone? It's like, well, it's just like Ash's channel. It's always gone. It's just like Ash. He's leaving. Ash is never here. No. When have I told you that Ash really isn't a real person? I just, use a voice changer. You know, I log in through my phone, so could be that. Like I said, Rhaegar, have you ever bothered to read this? I know and this goes for anybody else in the chat. Is anybody else actually sat the time to read through the boys, even any of the issues, or is like or Garth Ennis not your person to like you don't like his writing? You're not you just can't get into it because you don't like the grime, you don't like the stuff. Because personally, I've been a fan of Garth Ennis since I read his Welcome Back Frank, which I did a review on that basically a couple years ago on Jimmy 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 Quirks, Comic Quirks channel with Eric. And ever since that, I was like, I couldn't believe it. Like, oh, like this guy had like a dark sense of humor, you know. But it's funny. It's got some light humor into it as well. Good versus evil. Sometimes good is kind of blended in with evil. So it's kind of gray. But yeah. Oh, you haven't watched the show yet? All right. I won't really. I'm trying not to spoil much for the show, really. Um, Overall, though, I'll just say this: I watched the show first. I'm reading the comic now. I've read issues here and there, but never really a full story because I wanted to look because I was looking at previews or just the interior art stuff. Everyone in this world. Oh, so you probably already had it spoiled then for the most part. The show. I'll just say this thing about the three best things about this show, and it's not really a spoiler. It's just that The guy who does Homelander is awesome at it. Carl Urban as Butcher is great. And in this says that in Simon, Simon Pegg comes back to play Huey's father, and they and I'll say this, they do change up from what you see here with his parents. You know, that's one big change. Yeah, and that's kind of me with spoilers. I mean, if I don't want to look, I want to watch something. I kind of stay off the internet. I don't go on YouTube. If someone's, like, but sometimes, yeah, people, if especially if someone's talking about one thing on their channel, and then you need to turn in like 15 minutes into it, it's like, oh, that wasn't the title. But overall, though, like I said, I love every character that basically Garth Ennis does here because, like I said, they're not just like oh background character and then they're gone. You never see them again. They actually have personalities. They have little backstories too. And like I said, he has a habit of making is what good writers do. Everything you see mentioned here, one little way comes back and and it has to do with the story. Maybe not a big part, but just a little part. Like I said, like the seagulls. Like he learned about that and he tried to be all smooth talking to Annie. Like, oh, correcting like, you're wrong. It's like, they're called Fulmars, whatever. It's like, it's just like that's kind of funny. But uh, Jennifer Blood is another series I read by him by Garth Ennis, and it's kind of the same humor with this. Not as much crass, not as I don't like all a bunch of nudity and stuff. I mean, there's some nudity, but like so because like he wrote the first. It's a revenge story. He wrote the first like I think I'm trying to think how many issues it was, but the first volume, and then what's really great is you had Stephen Grant, the Punisher creator from over at Marvel, did volume two, and he kept the same tone. So it's like I said, Jennifer Blood is one of those stories, like it's cheesecake, yeah, because it's a girl, but she's like a mom, like with two kids and like and a yuppie husband who goes out at night and just murders her uncles for revenge for what they did to her father and stuff and other things, and just while trying to live two different lives. As you see Huey here, like Huey's trying to live, two different lives with he's trying to keep the secret with Annie, but also work for the boys. And you see, and same with Annie did the same way. So some of the plots are kind of similar. The humor is one thing that Garth Ennis excels at, but you said he will always give you, I guess like a light in the dark. Because obviously, who wants to read a book where it's just completely depressing? People are just dying, and there's no like light at the end of the tunnel. Um, Hopefully, Ash hasn't seen the light of the tunnel, and he's come back soon. He's getting up there in age. Uh, but overall, like I said, like it's been a fun story going through. This is the story. Now I'm kicking myself because like like I said, I left comic books like right around 2013, right when this comic book series started. I quit comic books because I got sick with Marvel did with One More Day and all that stuff, and they just kept ruining their characters. Like I love the whole with Thor, you know, with him and Donald Blake, where Donald Blake was a good guy and stuff, and they shared like the void, and then they decided to basically like, oh, he's just a fake character, and I was just like, everything I liked about Marvel was just going to shit, comic books wise and stuff. So I kind of dipped out. I wasn't really reading DC at the time too. I was really a Marvel person. So now that I'm older now, it's like I'm kicking myself. Like this is a series I would have loved to just like own every single issue, just collecting them. But now they're like it's a pain in the butt to collect them. Like so, if I do collect them, I'm gonna try to get a compendium or a hardcover. I think there's a hardcover deluxe. I think Ash was saying before stream or even on stream. But yeah, um, oh, he lets me talk forever. I guess maybe I should just be quiet this whole entire time. We just have dead air. But any questions at all, Rager, or anybody else who might be alive in the chat who's listening at work, maybe, or fell asleep with their phone on? Skip, are you still there? No, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just has the tab open. I noticed that too. Sometimes people just leave the tabs open and they have it playing, which is cool too. you know. But he says Rhaegar says I noped out after Onslaught Saga. I read that. That was kind of that was late '90s. Was that '98 or was that like what year do you remember? Trying to remember because like yeah, because you came back after World War Hulk and Planet Hulk happened. World War Hulk was like one of my like favorite Hulk stories. Planet Hulk was like I didn't care for Scar, you know. But World War Hulk, it was cool. Like like it's like him coming back and like especially like uh, I'm slightly here. You know what, Skip? Ash keeps going on bio breaks. He says he's not drinking alcohol. He must be really has a very old bladder. You know, I kind of feel bad for the guy, man. Like, imagine like him just trying to go to bed this time and then just he has to pee every 5 minutes. Oof. Don't want to get old. No. Instead of calling him Ash on comics, we'll call him Ash on toilet. Second time in the middle of a live stream. I'm amazed that he's even still running the stuff. But so Skipitosh, what are you reading? Because obviously you're not listening. You're kind of listening here a little bit, unless you're falling asleep. I know you wait to the last part. Don't do much of the Mexican food he's bragging about. You know, sometimes I wonder because I should start timing him when he says like, "Oh, take over for a minute," and like let's see how many minutes go by. Um, Late '90s into 2000s, I'd say that made me know about Heroes Reborn, all the people that died against Sansa suddenly came back to life because Franklin Landers is a god. Yeah, you know, I did like the female Bucky part thing. I mean, Elseworlds kind of like, but other than that, though, it's like, yeah, the story is like if Magneto and Charles Xavier merged into one thing. I was just like, really? Uh, yeah, Ash on pot. Well, not I guess he is California, but not that pot. Reading articles tonight. No comics all day. Really? Oh, I got like 18 of them this week because like there's a couple new issues, number ones, and plus some one shots I'm picking up overall. Articles. Uh, Planetary by Warren Ellis. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You can't read any by Warren Ellis. He's been canceled. Sorry, sir. And welcome back to Ash on Pot.
Oh, man, sorry about that. Um,
Mexican food.
I don't know. Something is not going right with me. So show must go
We can
on.
we
So
can tell as I talk for 8 minutes probably. I
oh my
don't know.
goodness, you're an expert. I appreciate you covering for me. So
I was telling Ray Garrett, I was like, I should just do 8 minutes of dead air.
8 minutes of dead air. Thanks. That
It's like because then people can realize, hey, we're used to this. All right. They were
this is
talking
not a
about different.
regular thing. This is I mean, I didn't want to cancel the show if I wasn't feeling well.
Well,
Because
no, of course it is a regular thing. It's just getting old. That's all. That's all it is.
no, it's not a it's not a regular thing.
It's
I
old
don't
man
feel
bladder.
well, and if I would have canceled the show, I know I would have never heard the end of it from you. So,
Well, if you would have canceled the show, I probably would have went to bed. So you wouldn't have heard until tomorrow morning at least. No, we're
anyways,
talking about comic books and stuff, and like and Rager opted out the onslaught and the Heroes Reborn stuff. So I kind of dipped out after basically one more day. I said this is a series I would have loved to collect. You know, every
one
single
more day.
issue. But no, I owned that and I burned it.
That was the last thing you said before series you'd like to collect. I was like, what?
No, no, no. It's this series is what I would have wanted to collect. Boys,
Oh
all
yeah,
the issues. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
I totally
Like
regret missing
I
out on this.
same here. I kicked myself. I jumped out right around 2013. I kind of left, right after Siege. I read Fear itself, whatever it was, and I just left. I just got sick of with things going. I wasn't a DC Comics person. I wasn't really paying attention to indies. I poo-pooed indies. I saw Walking Dead. And I was like, "What is this art? This art's horrible." I was like, "Damn it! I should have picked it up." Like I literally, I was like, Eric, I had number one in my hand. I put it back on the shelf. All right.
I
So
didn't know what
enough.
this was. I mean, I wasn't
Yeah,
really buying comics when this came out anyway, but I think this would have
yeah.
been a book I would have passed up. I would have been like, "What the hell is this? The Boys? That sounds dumb. I don't know." I would have skipped it and then been like I am, regretting and being like, "Oh, so good." But around, I mean, the 2000s, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I regret. I wish I would have been on the Walking Dead bandwagon. I wish I would have been on the Invincible, and then the
Did he?
Boys. Like there would have been a lot of cool books to collect back then.
I was a Marvel snob. I poo-pooed everything else. I was like, well, if Marvel's not doing ruining Spider-Man, why do I want to go to DC? Screw that crap.
I used to be that way.
So now I'm like 37 years old. Damn it, I could have had these.
Yeah. All right.
So
So, I guess you had plenty of time to talk about your uh,
my
thoughts on
my
this issue.
yeah, like I said, it's just like the humor, this whole thing is about self-reflection for Huey. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop because right now Annie was angry, but now Annie, understands. She's coping with it, and she's just waiting
I gotta
because
repeat it.
yeah.
So,
I
I was just
I'm just, so that's my little 5 minutes, like 2 second summary. So
um. Did you talk about the one thing that on this particular scene that I got here was that his phone went missing. Um. So that's kind of a little bit of plot point that'll
y-
come up
yeah,
later.
yeah, yeah. The guy
Um.
took his phone.
Yeah. So
Didn't mention
I
that.
pretty much talked about all that I wanted to when I was talking about the whole Annie stuff and
Mhm.
them coming, breaking down his emotions and I, there's other things that happen. I think you covered it all. We could see like the plot elements and that help serve the story. So on to the final issue of Highland Last Laddie,
Real
issue
quickly,
6.
Raker, my side complex was the last time Bobby Drake was straight. There you go. Look, Zach, a T Rex. He's probably still sleeping.
Yeah, as I'm sure Zach is sleeping.
It's like that is good. The whole world's out to get him. Dinosaurs, tanks, Attila the Hut, John Dillinger. I don't know what the heck. And then remember the last paper said, is he gonna get shot? No, because DT Detergent Boy jumps in front at the last minute. Even though Huey has Compound V in him, but I don't know if Compound V would save his life being shot. But of course they don't know this. His buddy is now dead. But then so is did they ever say her name yet?
No,
No,
I don't
but
remember if they did.
no, I don't think they did at all. But she gets yeah, yeah.
So yeah, so he jumps in the way. This is the thing, like that we saw in the previous issue. I can't remember if we covered it, but the big reveal was that Det was working with the mob.
Oh, I did not. Yeah, I did not. Yeah.
That was so I want to make sure we do cover that because when Huey comes around, it's like, oh, what's going on? And it's the past is echoing itself. They're reinvestigating, like something's going on, and he's like, oh, and he's with Bobby, and they're like, oh, Det,
Well, you know
he's
what?
in
The
on it.
jacket, yeah, the face mask covering his scars. Is that who it is? The guy with the scars?
It's Det,
Yeah, that is the guy with the scars. He got the face cut off, almost cut
that
off.
the face mask.
No, no,
No,
yeah. I'm just saying. No, he's not.
no,
He's not. Okay, he wasn't the other guy. He's wearing a face mask now.
no. This is Det, his pal from youth.
I guess I understand that. I'm saying he's not the Tweedledee and Tweedledum. He's not the one.
No, no,
The guy
no.
that's
It's
almost
no,
his
no.
face cut
Those are
off.
separate guys. The
Okay, that's. I want to make sure. I want to
yeah,
make
yeah,
sure.
yeah. No,
Okay, because
and I'm not sure if it's Det or it's Deet. Maybe it's pronounced Deet.
well, it was dead for or whatever. It's short for detergent.
Right. That's
DT.
why I'm saying
Yeah.
because most people I think say detergent.
I don't know. It's a dumb name, regardless. What do you call it?
Well, we don't. Yeah. So yeah. So that's the whole thing. Was like, oh man, like so because they're gonna call the cops and stuff, and like, but Det's involved, and then the gangster just pulls out a gun and shoots Huey, and that's where we're left off. And then
Yeah, he said he
so,
was VM that he can't. Yeah, so
but immediately from
jumped up.
the next issue is we see Deet or whatever jump in front of Huey. So we know Deet's not bad. Like he's taking a bullet for his friend. I mean, there's pretty much no better sign of love that you can do than take a bullet for
Rhaegar
someone.
says, "Look what they did to my boy.
Look what they
Make
did
him
to my
pay."
boy. Yeah, and so the Tweedledee and Tweedledum are there. They're like, "Fuck me,"
Yeah, now
um,
they said that.
and it's like, "Uncle Joe, look!" And that we see Big Bertha with the garden shears. She's like, "The police!" And then from somewhere out of nowhere, someone hits her behind with a rock.
Bottle.
Um, look, he's holding the bottle, but that picture that panel
I
looks like a
know.
rock.
I know. It's a
He might
rock.
he might have both here. So
It's just a badly drawn rock. That's all. Yeah.
we see we see Painter guy has got himself involved in this whole thing. What's he doing?
Any
And
money for Operation China? They said they get rid of my disease. Yeah, Pong. He's called Pong.
yeah,
Yeah,
Deet, you should have.
that's why. Yeah, that's why he did it though.
You've been shot, you daft bastard. What the hell were you doing? Needed money for operation in China. They said I'd get rid of my Pong. So I'm guessing that's his. I don't know. I didn't know what Pong was.
Neither do I.
When I first read that, I was like, dude, is he trans also? He's getting rid of his Pong his
No,
thing?
no,
Like,
leprosy or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know. If anyone in the chat can
I'll,
tell us what Pong is,
all we know
um,
is that he says the disease when he was little. He stinks like they always come to church because he always stunk really bad. So he might have some body or odor disease or something like that. Where constantly you sweat easily. I don't know.
anyways,
This is where
Huey
Huey
is
goes,
pissed.
and here comes Mr. Bird. Mark.
Yeah,
I
so
told you.
we get the death scene. Deet, oh no, Deet, don't mate. And then Tweedledee and Tweedledum are like, we give up, we give up. And the crime boss is like, who? And we see Huey coming down. You're claimed, you fucking cunt. He's pissed. Huey is he just shot his friend. And come and get me then. Wait, what? What's going on? And yeah,
He's near the nest.
and this is the Fulmar.
Kill me!
What? Oh man. And he's like,
it's
kill me.
remember it's like stomach acid, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Kill
Oh
me.
yeah,
And Huey
Rhaegar,
just
I thought
looking
that
at
too.
him.
Rhaegar, I thought that too, but perhaps he's a leper.
Maybe. I don't know what Pong, yeah, that might be a term, used across the pond that we just aren't familiar with here. Please. Armed, please freeze. Don't you
Remember them
move.
last
Don't
time?
fucking
Yeah.
move. Hands. And then we just see Huey reach into his pocket. Take your hands out of you. And he shows them something. Looks like ID or something. And they all just
Badge,
look.
yeah.
And they recognize, they're like, oh. Phone the home office, Tommy, quick as you can. But what's he doing here? Nothing, as a matter of fact. In a minute, you guys are going to realize you imagined me. And this is Huey going right back to, his position
His
of the
job.
boys.
Yep.
Just,
Yep.
um, and yeah, so he gets get out of jail free card. And we get to go
Yep.
right into the epilogue. Huey shows up at the hospital where Bobby is recuperating. And
And here's a big slapper. You know what slapper is? Slapper's another name for a whore or slag. Coming at me with a pair of hedge clippers. And yeah. I can't remember if anything else happened now. But yeah. So they're visiting him. Is that so next page? Yeah. Did she really did she cut yourself? He's like snipped it right off. They're gonna try and sew it back on for me, but I thought, wait a minute. I've been meaning to get it done for ages. It's like kind of pretty sick
Yeah,
shade.
so we find out that yeah, she cut off his
Yeah.
penis with the shears. Thanks, Garth, for not showing that. Appreciate it.
I'm so glad too. I was like, oh. I love at the end though. It's like just just kind of like this. Uh, they just kind of reconcile, get a little closing thing, and then he's saying, "It's like I was like, oh, you cunt, you fucking cunt, boy, take
Yeah,
care of."
because Huey confesses, and this is
Yeah,
remember I was talking about
yeah,
confession. So he doesn't confess anything huge, but he basically because earlier when they showed him Nikki, Bobby's like, "Did you ever like shag her?" And he's like, "That's for me to know and you guys to find out," which is generally usually a no. Um, but it's Huey not wanting to admit that he didn't, But now he's like, you know what? I never actually did shag her, and then Bobby's like, really? Because Deet did. He's like, what? You're telling me that Nikki went with? And then he's like, ah, ha, ha, I had you fooled. Like, you fell for it. And he's like, ah, you cunt.
yeah. Yeah, what's the thing where the two lesbians rub their fannies together? Scissors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see a
It's
little
like
bit of
yeah,
reconciling between Huey and Annie. Um, and he's just kind of, reconciling about his friends and telling her about them. And then this part came out of nowhere for me,
yep,
and it
yep.
hit me like a freight train.
The dog.
So Huey opens up this story. Let me see if I can get this right. He's like, I know, she's like, I had no idea this was such a hornet's nest. Um, and he's like, oh, they're exaggerating, but there was this one thing. He's like, there was this wee dog, right? It's the worst thing I ever did in my whole life. Here, at any rate, it's like when you're a kid. Sometimes ideas just come to you and nothing to stop them from taking hold. Like morality sort of further away. It's something grown-ups taught you. So it's not always there when to get in your way. And if you've mates with you, they can make you bloody lethal. And then, so we see like, you're gay. No, you're gay. You're both a couple of boofties, eh? And there's this little dog and he's just stranded on this little rock and on I guess it's a pond. And he's just scared or whatever. And they're like, "Oh, how did he get stuck out there?" And the kids, mischievous kids. And this is something that I caught. Like, remember when I had you read that Superman issue and about how kids we were talking about how kids can like they just lack empathy. They're not necessarily evil, but they just
Yep.
can do cruel acts because they don't understand the consequences. It's almost like when machines we see like sci-fi stories of machines killing people. It's not because the machines are evil. They just don't actually have a positive moral compass. Um, and So they're like, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" And the dog's just stranded there, and they think at first they're just gonna have a fun, and they're like throwing rocks at the dog, but not to hurt the dog, but just like splash and get the dog wet. And the dog's like, "Yarp, yarp, ah," and they're like, "Ha, having fun and laughing, just like you would expect, like teen boys or preteen boys." It's like then it was like some sort of hysteria took over, but at the same time, you could see the thing was developing like the stones were getting closer and closer, and we weren't just trying to soak them anymore. We never said anything out loud, but we were creeping towards something. No just bad or naughty, something forbidden. I suppose you could have called it evil. And then one, I guess, like hits the dog in the head and yelps, and that's when it snaps little wee Huey out of it. He's like, "No!" I should say, by the way, that we never done anything like this before. We all like dogs. I'd have had one of my own if my ma had not been allergic. But it was there, and we could, and that was just what sort of spread through us. No, no, and so wee Huey runs out, and then his friend's like, "Huey, I nearly got you. No, no, I'm sorry." And he goes and rescues the dog. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." And he's crying. He's like, "Huey, come out of there. He's got a wee tag, and his name's Hamish," which is important because that was the secret identity that Huey adopted. Remember when he went?
Yep, yep.
Uh, um, now we know where he got his that name, and he lives at 17 Irving Street. That's in Miletown. My auntie lives there. Let him go. He'll go back himself. No, I'm taking him home. And so he walks across the pond, and he's like, Huey, didn't be stupid. It's miles away, Huey." I didn't care. I was going to take him home no matter what. My mind was whirling with what I had done. There was only one thing I knew for certain. I had to fix this because if I didn't, the world would never be right again. And so this is where we get the pictures of the dinosaurs and stuff because we were talking about before how a child sees the world differently. This is all like metaphorical. Like Huey sees monsters. It's not really. I don't think he really saw dinosaur stuff, but like the world's a scary place to a child.
Yeah, because you're walking
Um,
by yourself and they
yeah,
go
you're
and
walking
get
by. It's
you.
like I walked, and it seemed like forever. And I think this is the art trying to portray like what in his
Anxieties.
mind he was facing. Yeah, his anxieties. Um, and when I did get there, how I done it was a mystery. Like he went through like a battlefield. Like this, that's what it's the equivalent for the child, right? Like, and I really love that Garth writes it this way. Janet, it's Hamish. He's wandered off again, and a wee laddie's brought him home. There you are, son. That's awfully good of you. Thanks now. And she just gives him a coin, and he looks at the dog, and then I never saw the wee dog again. That's it? What? And she's just like containing herself. Oh, Huey, that's your deepest dark secret? The worst thing you've ever done? Huey, all little kids are psychos. You gave into it once. Big deal. But the wee dog. Yes, you hurt a dog. But leaving aside the fact that it was a dog, it doesn't matter. You put things right. She's rolling her eyes. You pulled it out of the water. You made sure it was okay. You carried it all the way home. You're talking like this was the defining moment of your life. Like it makes this place into a David Lynch movie. You've no idea what it was like. You didn't see his wee face. Listen, God, I wish I knew you knew how lucky you are. Lucky to have parents as great as the ones you do, to be who you are. When you were talking to that guy Viggers, all that stuff about being a tough guy or being more like this friend of yours who beat somebody up, you don't have it in you to be like that, Huey. You had too nice of an upbringing. Your mom and dad were too good to you. And I wish you could see that you're not less of a man or some sort of inferior person just because you can't be harsh and hard and cold. I mean, what sort of tough guy are you? You aren't even good at being mean to women. And so that's the end of that scene, and that hit me like a ton of bricks, man. Just I don't know. There
Yeah.
was I I just related to that as a kid. I could go off for a long time, and I'll spare people on
Well,
that, but
yeah. I mean, yeah. Luckily, no one died because I'm going back to like My Girl, where the kid gets stung by bees after you whacked it. You know, look, like I said, and then Edgar plays like I did not. This is sad. I didn't expect scenes like this in the comic when I first heard about it. You know, like I said, this is not your typical boys like side story. You know,
no. But this
no, it just shows that Garth Ennis is not all just about dark violence, sex, and like violence. You know,
right.
it shows
No,
that
I
this
don't think
guy.
he's about that anyway. I think when
No,
he
no, no.
portrays it, he never like glorifies it, right? It's
And that's
always there
and
to
that
yeah,
was
go
my
ahead.
point, though, as I mentioned while you're gone in your 15-minute bathroom
I'm
break.
sorry, man.
I mentioned like I even with the Jennifer Blood stuff and the Welcome Back Frank, there's always a light. There's always something. I know there's a lot of darkness, but he always puts he balances it out. Sure that the hero tends to go a little bit into gray area, but then they realize their mistakes and stuff. They never go downright just we're evil. They kill evil. Like and that's
Right.
I
I
love
mean,
his take. Yeah, I like his take on the Punisher. Same thing. He could
he
go downright evil, the Punisher, but he chooses not to be because the Punisher doesn't want to be what the people he's taking out, even though he's
right.
delusional. In a sense.
What I like
Uh,
about Garth is he's not afraid to show the evil that's in
yeah,
the
humanity.
world. He
He
doesn't
doesn't sugarcoat.
glorify in it though, right?
No.
And that's what keeps me loving the boys here is Huey and Annie keep me. Same with the show. Like I tuned out of the show. I got halfway through the first season. I was like, I can't watch this anymore. It's too dark and grim. And I love dark, grim stuff. And I was like, I need some beacon of light. Like I don't want just a bunch
I
of.
need Jesus. I can't watch this anymore.
I just need something. And so here you can see like and I love I like the comics differently than the show because the comics aren't so dark. There is darkness in it, but it's more tongue in cheek, so it doesn't feel the show is a lot more serious, so
Yeah.
the darkness feels darker. But um, yeah, here is a just great portrayal of Huey. Is like he's a good guy, like deep down inside, like he's got this moral compass. He perceives himself worse than he is, and in some truth, he wants to be like he looks at Butcher like as an older brother type figure, and he's trying to be like he looks at these other people like Butcher, like his other friends, and he's like, why am I not more like them? He feels like an outcast by being good.
And she points out, I love how she points out, it's like, you don't have to be like them because that's what makes you special and like it sets you apart from everyone else. Everyone else is pretty much boring because they are where they are. Your strength is basically being the shining in a light in the darkness.
Yeah. And so, I mean, this hit me like a bag
Superman.
of bricks because I'm not
Superman,
trying to
remember?
call myself a saint or anything, and I didn't grow up with two perfect parents like Huey, but I was a pretty decent kid, I think, and I went through like a revelatory change in my childhood between my sophomore and junior years, where I just completely abandoned all my old friends. Like I was just like realizing I was hanging out with losers and people that were just influencing me bad. A lot of people like were doing drugs. I was going to parties every weekend. I was just trying to fit in with the crowd, right? Which is normal. Like kids, I think to some extent all want to fit in at some level. And I just had a wake up moment where I was like, these people are not good for me. Like they don't care about me. They're just, and I don't want to be like them. And I was lucky enough to meet like a good, like another good kid, like a good person. And I was like, yes. And I just immediately was like it was almost like a rescue, like a lifeline or whatever. I was like,
Mhm.
cool. I'm bailing on everything else, and it changed my life. Um, but I'm only trying to say is I like relate to Huey being this kid who is trying to fit in and trying to be like the world, and you don't want to be like that. And Annie being another good soul sees he's like this is not a bad thing. Like you should not be seeing this as wrong. Like why are you running from the thing that you should be doing? you know, um, and Huey still's not 100% doesn't see it. Like he still needs work.
But
Um,
more importantly, Huey gets his phone back from his dad, and there's a piece of paper attached to it, and it says Mallory. Remember, we thought that Mallory was dead. We know what's happened to his grandchildren, but well, I know that Mallory was a former member on the boys team. So this whole entire time, he's been talking to Mallory, former member of the boys,
yep. Dun
which
dun dun.
yeah, really scares the crap out of Huey when he sees the name.
Yeah, because Huey knows the name. Yeah. So yeah,
So was Mallory sent there, or he just happened to come across him?
good question. I'm sure we'll find out. Now the ton of bricks part hit me even harder on this next part where Huey's finally leaving and he's leaving with Annie, which is a good sign. They're at a bus stop, and mom's crying because you know her boy is leaving again, and we're just having like the sweet goodbyes, and they tell Annie she's welcome anytime, and uh, they're just it's just basic goodbyes. And what hit me here was no dialogue. The right hand page where the bus drives away. We see mom crying, dad just stand there, and then all of a sudden Huey's crying. And then we see crazy preacher preaching to the
The
cows,
cows. I
which
know.
was good. At first I was like, "What the hell is this?" But honestly,
I thought it was a monkey at
when I
first.
analyze this page, it works so well to break up because the emotion is so heavy here. Um, we see.
Yeah.
Let me get it. Yeah, so we see, mom's crying, and then Huey starting to tear up, whatever. Annie's just looking at him. A little bit of levity here. Don't make it too melodramatic. And then
Yeah.
Huey just breaks down. And this is the thing about the art that bothered me, because at this point I was like, is Huey? When I first, I was like, is Huey just like trying not to laugh? And I was like, I'm not getting this
I,
joke. But
I
then
didn't
we get
get
to the
that. I got
next
him crying.
page.
Yeah.
The next page confirms what's going on. All I'm saying, yeah, at first I was like, I'm not sure if he's, yeah, what? So here, okay, so he's bawling. He's like, oh God, they were never anything but good to me. Why can't I just tell them I love them? Oh, Huey, they. And then I'm so sorry, Annie. I'm so sorry for everything I said to you. I'm so sorry for what I did. I'm so sorry. I'm. Shh. It's going to be okay. Come here. And she just holds him. And damn,
Yes.
dude, Huey was touched by God. Like, seriously, to have parents like he's got, and then to get this woman that he's got, like, you're just like, ah. It's so touching and like feel good, but also it hit me like a bag of bricks, because, as I've alluded to, my personal life, my story didn't end like this. I wish my story ended like this. Um,
You're starting to with the Fumar.
yeah,
Where
yeah.
whatever it's called, Fumar, what it was.
The full, I think they're called
Fum-
full Mars. Yeah,
Fulmars, yeah.
yeah. But
Acid.
just seeing Huey, yeah. I mean, because look, I have, without the risk of just being too personal on thing, like, I have my own issues with my parents that I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
um, and just Huey, he just can't get out, and it finally hits a breaking point, and Annie has been slowly working on him throughout this whole story, being patient, never stepping out of line, just being there, like a just consistent, and finally Huey breaks down. It's too much, and she's right there, and yeah, it just hit me. um, this is emotional. This is
Yeah.
the most emotional for me of all the boys
Yeah.
comics.
Yeah. Rager was telling me, yes, he still hasn't even watched the show yet.
Show is
So
very different, Rhaegar.
it is. There are some similarities, but I do like the way they did. Like I said, that's one thing I like about. I'm torn because the MC movies are like, you're so different. Maybe if they were better, they weren't so woke or so disgustingly written poor, I'd like them more. Like, but I do like it when you can read something, you love the book, but you also do change it for the movie or TV series, but keep it somewhat good. Like, not faithful, but but it still is like you keep the character same. And the boys does that. The boys keeps, for the most part, the characters are the same. There's a few minor tweaks on them, but they're pretty much respectful to the
Similar. They
show.
they took
Yeah,
like
yeah. Like
well, as I'm
I was,
reading the comics now, I feel like the comics are getting closer to what the show is.
I feel
The
like
the
because I feel like I said, I feel like the whole with Annie not knowing about his side is much shorter in the show than it is in the comic book.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the
for
big
sure.
difference. But other than that, though, I mean, she's so to me, it's kind of the so. She seems a little bit more innocent here because she doesn't know. But I mean, maybe that'll change once she finds out.
Yeah, the show. Now that I've read a lot more of the boys, the comic does feel like it's getting closer to the way the show is. It's almost like
Yeah,
the show, maybe when they adapted it, decided
the
to
cutouts are an
just
issue.
start in the second half of
Yep.
the comics, and adapt where the comics ultimately went to, instead of
Mhm.
all the buildup that Garth did, like the first five
Yeah, of
volumes we
course.
read.
Of course.
It, you
Yeah,
know, that it felt so much different. Like all the stuff with like the G-Men. There's no G-Men in the show.
no, no
There's no, what was the super duper, like none of
team.
that's in the
Yeah,
show. There's so much that's just was different. Like, and the
like
idea
of
that
all.
the
Yeah,
boys are like they're there to manage the heroes type of thing. That was the comics, was a lot
th-
more of that. Like, we're just here to
this.
make sure
Yeah,
the in the
this wasn't in the show either. They adapted Herogasm for the final season, or not the final season, but the last season. But overall, this wasn't in the show. Like I said, his mom is not in the show. The dad is there, but it's the dad's completely different. But
Yeah, and
and you,
so now
oh,
we're learning, with Huey in this volume, learning Butcher is got like a personal vendetta. That's more in line with the show because the show was like
yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
personal from episode one, you know, and then the
It was
comics weren't.
more,
So
yeah, yeah. It was more of, like I said, like this is basically Huey learning. He's working with the boys, does a few more side missions, and he's learned about, and then like, but we still don't know any about Butcher and who Butcher is, and where the show is just kind of like we're gonna cut that in half, and start where we're going for where Butcher. We find out that Butcher said something, it's the Huey on the bench, it's like they changed it a little bit. Mainly
so
because they
one
didn't
thing,
want to drag it out. I'll just say this. I think the reason they cut it out because they didn't realize how many seasons they were gonna have.
sure, yeah. One thing I would say, Rhaegar, and anyone else with similar views, I would say don't use the comic as a reference point. I watched the show first, so I had
Mhm.
no preconceptions, and it really helped because when I jumped onto the comic books, I was like, "Whoa, this is radically different." And I feel like I may have been disappointed coming in with expectations of like, "Oh, you guys have did this." I would constantly would have been comparing. But
Where I
when I
disagree, I like this just as much as I like the show.
well, I do too,
Yeah,
but I think it's because I watched the show first and I just let the show tell me the story that it had without I don't know what Huey's supposed to be like. I don't know what Butcher's supposed to be like. I don't know. I'm taking it as they're giving it to me. And I loved it, which is what made me get into the comic books. And then I got in the comic books like, whoa, this is way different. But I really like it. And so I was actually really happy because I was like, I got two different boys. I get my cake and eat it too. Um, maybe that doesn't
yeah.
affect everyone the same way, but I
The
would
show to me, I would say to say the show is kind of like getting like you get one piece or two pieces of the cake, and then when you read the comic book, it's like there is the rest of the piece of the cake that you wanted to eat that weren't there.
they make some big differences in the show.
Yeah,
And some people, if you're really tied to the source material, sometimes people can get upset and be like, they changed this thing and that bothers me, right? Like with
that's how you
Black
don't read
Panther, like
books.
like how they changed or they changed Namor in Black Panther. That's gonna piss a lot of people off.
No,
Or how they changed Spider-Man in the MCU. Well, there's a lot of people who are like,
no,
this
they changed
Spider-Man's
Superman.
dumb.
I mean everything.
Yeah. So
DC too.
I would just say like the boys is a similar deal.
I already know what to expect to hit with the tone of the show, but I'm interested in how the comics depicts the characters as a reference points. Well, because I'm not invested in the boys as much as the boys as I am in say Marvel or Star Wars, I am inclined to be more forgiving.
That's a fair
Basically, yeah,
statement.
because you're not, yeah, like I said, like I going to this, I knew the show, but like I didn't know what to expect from this. But I also know from reading other Garth Ennis books, like I said, Jennifer Blood, Welcome Back Frank, in the Punisher Max series, kind of idea I was gonna go in for, but like I wasn't sure what they're gonna, as far as the book is gonna contain. I had a somewhat idea as far as the Tony likes to do, because he has like I said, he has the way he does his books and his similarities of as far as the tone, and just the dark humor. Like I said, like Garth Ennis never really makes it where it doesn't glorify everything. You know, oh, you still there?
Here. That screen went black.
Your leg and went black, and all I see is the mouse, your hand pointer. So, all right, so but yeah, overall, like I said, I was happy to be able to read this book. Now when I've read it completely all together, probably not because there's so much I'm reading. But I mean, like Ash, thanking Ash for doing this, reading this with me because I never really went through and actually would have this like just realized how great this comic book is. Because as much as I love Walking Dead with Kirkman, I like this too. You still there?
I'm still here. I'm just trying to fix the streaming thing in the Discord.
Okay.
You can keep going.
Okay. Okay. So I said overall, I said I'm really appreciative as far as the fact being able to do this. I got it basically given that nudge to basically like get off my ass and just start reading through this. Um.
Yeah, I
Hey,
would say the
look.
same. It helps for me too, like to motivate me to start
Hold on.
reading.
I got rid of this porn bot on your channel. Boom.
Oh, I got porn bots. You know you made
Yeah,
it
I
big
know,
when you get the porn bots.
right? They're like, this guy's a channel. Get him.
It's weird how you're seeing the stuff that I'm not seeing.
I'm on the chat
Yeah,
on my
I'm on
phone.
live chat, but oh well.
It just
As
popped
long
up
as,
for me
as
because I'm
long
a
as you're seeing
moderator.
it.
Yeah. Oh, it just popped up. I got rid of it.
So I would say too with the boys, for me, like I'm one of those people. I subscribe to the idea that good is good, right? Like perfect example for me is excuse me, Nolan's Batman. Radical differences to the Batman mythology. Um, but they're such good movies in my opinion that I don't mind the changes. Um, when they're not such good movies, the changes really stand out like a sore thumb. You're like, what the hell are you doing? Um, but the boys, I don't mind it because it's like the decisions they make are different, but they do a good job with it, and you can tell like, oh, this decision makes sense for the story that they're telling. Um, and so I just don't mind it. I think where I get bothered is when it just seems like arbitrary and nonsensical. Like, why did you do this? Like, it doesn't. Like I actually don't hate Namor in the new movie. I hate the decision to make him whatever that stupid society Detective Tron whatever. I can't even remember what they called themselves. It should have just been Atlanteans. It makes zero sense
I
that they're
haven't
not
seen the movie.
Atlanteans.
Yeah.
Um, so okay, so you did this, but why? If you would have made in the movie, you go, oh, okay, this makes sense. It's different than the comics, but for the MCU, like okay, I'll buy into that. Fine. Um, but yeah. Anyways, yeah,
Yeah. So
it's a spin-off of Mayan. They have a name, but I forget what it was. So much of that, ugh, like the
Aztec,
name
I
of
don't
their
know.
city, the name that they called him, like everything. I just was all forgettable because it was like all these foreign words that, yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that they did it because Aquaman already did Atlantis and they didn't want to be thought of as ripping it off. But
Well, technically they ripped each other off. Yeah, in the comic books. So
Namor came first, so I would have just, if I were Disney, I would have just been like, "Suck it, we did it." They,
yeah. Well, we don't want them either one of them coming. Anyway, so overall, getting back on topic, I said this is the volume 8 for the boys. If you haven't been following us or haven't been listening or even just even read the comic book, you're getting a lot of spoilers here, but also I don't I would never say that we actually do these reviews much justice as you would if you're reading yourself. Because we do skip over some things. We're only human. Um I would definitely go check this out. And like I said, check out other Garth Ennis works too. Um overall,
yeah, for sure.
it's a he said he's a phenomenal writer. It's one of the few writers that I actually do follow around. I mean, no matter what book he's doing, I'll pick it up because I just love his work.
What in your
Um,
opinion, if you had to pick like one best thing that you've read from Garth Ennis, what would you say is your
oh man,
number one?
there's so much that I love. They're equally just as fun. Uh Short miniseries, Punisher, Welcome Back, Frank.
That's the top thing
Overall,
you've read by him.
they're so close together, but I had to choose one when I just read over and over again. And because it's mainly because it's short, because it's not like a big thing. Because he's like I said, he did
It
Jennifer
could be
Blood
just a little
first
mini
time.
series. It can be
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Just
This little mini series, and it said it is the Punisher Max. Basically the Welcome Back Frank. And it just deals with basically Punisher cleaning house, and I just the hijinks and all this mobster like wants you to kill the Punisher, and he basically leaves her to the polar bears at the zoo. They have a fight out at the zoo, and he leaves her. You just see her as she goes on. She's losing more and more limbs throughout as the series as she goes on. It's just ridiculous. And they even introduced the Russian part.
The Welcome Back Frank is
Yeah.
fun. I wouldn't.
It's just
I think
yeah.
I like the boys. Like every volume of the boys, I think I like more than.
Now that I'm reading it though, but I still get that part of me because I'm biased because I read it first. But I just
That
love
always.
yeah
And it's definitely a
yeah
fun book. I recommend um, Welcome Back Frank. I just think that for me, Welcome Back Frank is not as deep. Like it's not trying to be as meaningful. It's just trying to be a fun Punisher story, to which it succeeds. But I like the boys because I feel like there's so much more depth, like in every story. So that's why those hit me. But my number one pick would be a book called Sarah that he did
oh
for,
yeah the girls
I
the
think it
World
was
War
called
Two
T. I think it's TKO Comics.
yeah yep
I want to
Tomahawk
say,
Out comics yeah
yeah, and it's a 6 issue series. You can get it as a collected issue, and oh man, and it's got Steve Epting art, and it's some of the best Steve Epting art I've ever seen. It's just beautiful in every single way. Like it's something I would love to have a deluxe hardcover of. Um,
and
it's just yeah,
Welcome Back Frank has two cops, two detectives. One's a woman who's a tough as nails. Just kind of like Renee tell you. They got this other guy, Detective Soap. He's pretty much like Monkey in this series, like in the boys. He's just a pushover. He's like and I just love they're the same. You're seeing from their point of view as it's going on. They're falling up to like all the chaos stuff, and he's just like it's cool seeing a different angle from the Punisher. From usually everything's from the Punisher's point of view, but you're seeing it from these two cops' point of view. So kind of like what Brubaker did with Gotham Central, I believe. Is from the cops' point of view versus Batman. But overall, check out this series. Just take our word for it. Do it for yourself. If you love this, you love sentimental, um, light in the middle of darkness, comedy. Um, just love an author who doesn't sugarcoat shit for you. Garth Ennis is the person you want to read stuff by.
yeah.
But
He's super strong on the dark humor. If you like black humor, he's really good on that. And as you know, we talked about tonight ad nauseum, just he just understands humanity, and like if you like stories that get into the human condition, um, that's what's drawing me. That's my favorite thing about his writing is that I actually want to go and check out more of his war books because he writes war comics. Um,
yeah, he has that Iron and Eagle or book that's out now, World War II book.
yeah, and then there's like I guess he did a comic series called Battlefields.
Yep.
So, and I'm normally not a war comic kind of guy, but
No.
his writing is so good, and war stories make for such human drama. So, I feel like it's
Oh
a
yeah.
perfect place for Garth to flex his muscles.
I think that's why a lot of people liked Sergeant Rock, and then his company, and then you had Nick Fury and Silent Commandos or Marvel. And just like I said, it's just like war comics are you get the heartfelt stuff like you're kind of getting here too. The boys are at war, and that's the one thing that Butcher's been trying to get across to Huey. We're at war. This isn't just no skip in the park thing, It's like and now we know why Butcher's so animate. Like we're at war. This isn't a game because he has his vendetta, and he just Butcher sees red. We don't know why, but whenever he sees a seven, he sees red. And I'm hoping these next issues, especially 48, um, which has the Dark Knight, Returns cover in it, with Butcher kicking Batman off the roof.
we're getting close to Butcher, like learning his story
Yep.
because we've gotten everyone's backstory so far now,
What butchers? And this was like
except for Butcher's.
this was the tip of the bucket. I think the next few issues will be about Butcher. If not, real soon. But overall, I think we've pretty much kicked this pony to death or threw too many rocks at this dog.
Too many rocks at this dog.
Yeah, let's go to the next segment.
I'm just going to show a preview of the. So next Monday, this is what you're going to be reading. So if you want to join along, that is, so you're not getting spoiled. Uh, check it out. I have no idea what happens, but I'm assuming Butcher's on the cover, so we're going to learn more about the Butcher, I hope.
You see a Batman falling to his death.
Well,
Love
I'm
it.
trying to. Do you know who that is? Like, can you tell by the silhouette?
It's supposed to be Batman and it's supposed to be Butcher on top left. But
I
I
don't think
think
that's
I
Batman. Doesn't look like Batman.
look at the gloves.
They don't look like Batman's gloves.
Yeah.
Batman
Obviously
has
they
like.
can't. I understand that, but do you think they can really get away with it and actually do an actual
Sure. Well,
legitimate
I guess what I'm
Batman?
asking though is this actually a character in the boys' universe, or is this just a
No, oh
silly?
no, it's a silly thing. It's I don't it's nothing to do with the
I don't
boys
know because
universe.
remember the alien cover actually was a real part of the story.
Well, this guy has a stuff, he has a tattered cape that looks that way. Is it
Oh,
Homelander with spikes? No. Is it
well,
Black Noir?
get you some comics, read them, and we'll be back on Monday to find out what is really happening. All right, so you were
Also,
alluding to move on to
yes.
something specific.
One last question for the boys next issue. Do you think we'll learn more about Mallory?
No, not next issue.
They're gonna make us wait another couple arcs.
My guess is the way Garth plays it is he likes to give you a little bit of a delay, like so. I think next issue will be about something else, and then he'll come back and revisit it in the future. That's my guess.
Oof. Something is killing the children. Look down below. It's Dark Young Crisis Young Justice. That's what's killing the children.
All
Funny
right,
how that
so
lands
we're
it.
moving on to a little tradition here where we
We
try to
talk
help
about
you avoid
bad books.
tripping on mines in the minefield.
We
So
we
we
don't want you
show,
to spend your money on turds,
yeah,
basically.
don't spend money on turns. So we're gonna see is there any really, and we know that lots of books are bads. We're not trying to hit the run of the mill bads. We're trying to hit the really stinkers. Um,
Megan Fitzmarshman's Dark Crisis Young Justice right away right there. It is just they are not holding back. You know, it's gonna get to the point where some people are speculating, that they're gonna keep retconning Tim more and more and more. So I forgot this is Tim Drake. This isn't Dick Grayson. This is Tim Drake there, or not? Yeah. So
wasn't Tim always Young
I never read Young
Justice?
Justice.
Oh,
I
me
thought it was
neither.
Dick Grayson. Yeah.
I only read the Bendis Young Justice and then I hated it.
But
So
but they did show up though in crossover with Stargirl towards the end there. But overall, this is written by a woman who hates the comic book industry and wants to further ruin Young Justice. Because look, kids, nostalgia. They're back in the '90s again, or are they? They're wearing their '90s getup.
what a waste of amazing cover.
True.
Look at how cool that is.
Is it an angry young Republican? No. But
Yeah.
like I said, it's like because a lot of people love Connor Kent and the leather jacket and all stuff because that's right at post crisis, and it's funny how they're drawing everybody like post crisis DC on that cover there, their
Well, it's the
costumes.
90s, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's
Doing
'90s,
the
but
90s tribute.
but but regardless though, you go to the main cover, Bart's still in the same costume, Connor's still in the same costume in the book, so is Cassie.
Should anyone be surprised that
Granny
The
Goodness,
the
or is it
villain looks like Trump.
looks like an angry old woman with blonde hair?
Orange skin. No, it looks like another dude. That's
Is it a dude?
that's
I have
Mitzelplick's kid, Mickey Mitzelplick.
oh oh okay.
I mean, they just should have put "Make America Great Again" on his little bandana. I mean,
So
just
that
I don't
was
know
a
the
yeah.
orange man. Every time I see it, I'm and
So that
knowing Megan Fitzmartin, you just know that it's she just she just hates comic book fans. Um,
she hates guys in general. She wants to butcher everybody's characters before. She's doing what Bendis didn't do. Bendis changed some things for a book that was no longer, but Bendis overall changed everything. This is like a slap to basically, or just a kick to the balls for anybody who actually likes Young Justice. I read a bit of Young Justice. I know a lot of people love Young Justice, but they just made CC King into a total bitch. This is what happens when you hire someone who hates the comic industry but also hates men, and wants to be their self insert into the comic book characters. This is what I've always not preached against, not really say preach, but warned against. DC needs to get rid of writers that basically do not follow what the characters were. You know, if you're just coming in, you don't know anything about the comic books, you should not be hired to write anything. Because as clear as day, Megan Fitzmartin does not know anything about the DC universe, other than what she maybe watches Young Justice, the cartoon series. Even then, I don't think she even watched that.
Rhaegar says Mitzelplick can have kids. Yes,
Yeah,
anything can happen in DC Comics
we well
nowadays.
we did know that he had a wife. You know, back in the post crisis era.
So this apparently is what the character looks like. Mickey Mitzelplick. This looks like a blonde-haired dude.
Yeah, this looks
But then
like
when we look at the cover, we go, your skin looks remarkably orange.
it just looks like he's by George Bell. He's older.
Well, inking has nothing to do with color.
Inky makes him look older. George Bell was famous for back in the early days for the Fantastic Four. Whenever
I'm
he'd
not talking
ink
about
them,
his age. I'm talking about his color. He's orange.
it's just the coloring. It
No
has
one
something to
else
do
is
with
orange.
yeah. What do you mean? Bart looks orange too.
No, he doesn't. He's
look
super
at the face.
pink.
Look at Robin's face. He's got orange on his face too, on his arms
No,
too.
pink. That's flesh tone.
I I think that you just can't differentiate between colors.
If I couldn't differentiate between colors, they wouldn't look the same. They wouldn't look different to me. They would look the
Well,
same.
they did, like I said, they said I don't see anything wrong with the character. I think you just have TDS, bro. Have to bring Trump into this.
I'm just saying he's orange.
He's on orange.
If he was any more orange, I would
He's
mistake him
he's
for Starfire's
orange.
race.
Orange is down below his shirt. That's on orange. Orange is his shirt. The face looks nothing like the shirt. It's on orange.
I'm
It's
seeing a
shading.
bunch of faces around. Look at Superboy's face next to him. Not orange. His face orange.
Shading, bro.
Shading. It's color. Anyways, we'll move on. People can see for themselves. They can decide what colors it looks like.
Would you still think it's Trump if she was not a big liberal and she was actually like making the comic book great?
If this was actually back in the 90s, I would not think it's Trump. No, because I would. But the fact that she is a total anti-Trumper, total hates comic book fans,
But she's not the
and
artist though. Cover artist is Max Dunbar.
that's true. But no, this cover artist is
Knock.
Todd Knock.
Yeah.
But he's also not the colorist. I don't know. I don't know who did the color. Anyways,
Luis Guerrero.
I'm, it,
Overall,
it's
basically, if
definitely evocative. This is definitely a thing where if I were the editor, even if it's not supposed to be like that, you kind of make a call and say, wait a second, if it's not supposed to be like that, why are we making it look like that? That's That's what I'm getting at.
Overall, it's a Todd Knock cover wasted on a crappy writer and a crappy book,
Yep.
and it's just like, hey, we have the characters here, but let's make them the worst versions of the characters. They're not even the characters. They look like them, but they're the cheap knockoffs. This is the evil Justice League. This
The
is
good
the
thing
one that
is,
basically. I was just saying, if the real Justice League came out at the very end of this and be like, "Holy shit!" It's like the evil Psycho Rangers and Power Rangers.
the good thing is this. It's the final issue.
Is it though? Because she's still writing. She's still writing Robin right now. She'll bring him in there.
It says 6 of 6.
That means nothing. They start miniseries all. They start a new miniseries all the time, bro. And plus,
Well, it's the
She's
final.
doing ongoing. She's doing an ongoing with Robin.
I'm not saying it's her final issue that she's ever writing. I'm saying this
No,
series is over.
for those. Well, I don't, it's never really over because those characters will carry over into other stuff. But
People like these characters. It's
yeah,
this book
her.
that sucks.
I know, but I'm saying she's writing Robin right now. Tim Drake. She could bring her own these people all here, these characters, Connor, Impulse, all of them into her book
Of
with Robin right
course.
now,
Well, that
and just continue the story.
yes. I was just trying to find a silver lining.
There's no silver lining. Uh, Last Night Standing. What is that? Who's writing that? That's a Dark Crisis book. Hmm.
Um, where are you saying it?
Down below beneath Catwoman Punchline. Yellow book. Like to deceased.
The yellow.
Bat Batman Last Night's World. Simon Spurrier. Megan Fitzmartin.
Hey, Megan Fitzmartin. Ooh.
Look at Dan Jurgens' art being wasted again.
Again, another cool cover,
Dan
right? You look
Jurgen
at this
is.
and go, "Oh,
Oh no!
this looks like
Oh,
a book I want to read."
you know what she's doing? She's doing the Zatanna backup. Told you. Never ends. Jurgens is doing the art, and she's doing the horrible story. I feel bad for Jurgens. He's got to put
Oh.
up with that crap. But
So we know
guess what?
avoid all the Megan Fitzmartin books. Here's a book you guys should all avoid. Gold Goblin. Now, you're probably
Oh,
looking at it and going, "Of course. Why would I buy a book called Gold Goblin anyway?" Because it's obvious to any comic book fan how stupid this is. They could take the Green Goblin. It was dumb when they tried to make him the Red Goblin. It's even dumber that they're trying to make him now the Gold Goblin. Just look at how stupid that that
I will say this though: the Red Goblin had a Carnage symbiote, and he was kind of more badass. He could do more
yeah,
things. He was more.
yeah, cool. Sure.
But this is just downright like if ABC's executives stepped in and started, you know what? We're gonna take this character and totally change everything you love about him because we know better. Yeah, that's what this
Just look
is.
at how stupid the glider looks.
You know, it's why is it on the Goblin? It's the same. It's still Norman. Norman is a good guy.
Yeah, it's
And
not
there's
another goblin. This is the same goblin. They just changed his name.
Norman is
Why?
finally good after all the people
Because
he murdered. Still
because
good.
see this big number 1? That's why you got to buy it. You got to get the number 1s. Also, because this is the new thing, we got to turn villains into good guys because in leftist media, they identify with the villains and they
Ooh,
demonize.
Ed McGinnis is doing a variant. Wow. Which
Ed
one is he doing?
McGinnis is doing a variant. Here's your
Oh,
Ed
right there.
McGinnis variant right here. Enjoy that utter crap.
Nice concept art, though, at least.
Yeah, but it's
But
not
it,
for a
but
cover. Like you
but
put
not for
this on
Gold
as a
Goblin.
you
I
put
wish it
this as
wasn't
a
called Gold
pinup
Goblin.
inside.
I wish this wasn't called God Goblin. I wish it was actually an independent book. It was a different hero. Because it looks so 80s, doesn't it? Kind of
Looks
looks like
stupid.
Silverhawks.
It looks terrible.
It
But I'm
looks like
saying
Silverhawks.
if you're gonna put this concept art, which I appreciate, I like design stuff, put it inside the book as like a pinup page. Like
True.
here, like don't this is not a cover worthy art.
I'm just saying. Based on his designs right there, I would love this to be not Goblin and just be a totally different character outside of Marvel.
I don't know. I
Because
think the design looks terrible. I mean,
it looks like, come on, they had Jason the Wheelers back in the day in the 80s. It looks like an 80s comic book
yeah, a lot
character.
of those designs were terrible. Here's the Chichetto variant. Chichetto actually makes him look not quite as terrible.
All he needs is a sword on his back. He's Ronin. Silver Ronin. The Gold
This
Ronin.
looks it just looks so Power Ranger-y.
Doesn't it? That's what I mean. It looks like a Power Rangers slash kind of like a 80s thing.
Here's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other Chichetto variant.
Now, here's my question. If he no longer Green Goblin was a villain, why would you still call yourself a goblin? You don't want anybody to know it's you.
Right? Yeah,
A
why would you
goblin's a symbol of evil.
if you're gonna change your ways, why call you like another goblin? Just be something completely radically different, right? Like
Yes.
when Doc Ock changed his ways, he was Superior Spider-Man. Like
Yep.
he wasn't like I don't know what
Superior
I don't know how
Octopus.
to change Doctor
I,
Octopus.
I, I- I'm Superior Octopus. Or
Superior
like
Octopus, like yeah. So anyways, this just looks like a total train wreck. But if the stupidity on its face was not enough to deter you, let me remind you that this is Christopher Cantwell, also known as Christopher
Now,
Can't
I love
Well.
how Rigger and you guys are both lauding concept art as a cover. That's what Blade Runner did with all their books. They had concept covers.
No, they didn't.
They're variants.
No,
Yeah,
those were
yeah.
variants
They're
by.
still covers.
Hold on, they were, but they were by the one of the greatest what they're called futurist artists of our time. And Blade Runner, the movies took their art from Sid Mead's designs. So I actually got all the Sid Mead art covers because I'm a Sid Mead fan. And
So what you're
Blade
saying
Runner,
if Sid Mead so what you're saying is Sid Mead came in and did concept art for this book, you'd buy it.
no, because Sid Mead, Blade Runner, the film franchise, like everything about is all because of Sid Mead's design. So it's kind of like buying an Alien book and having Geiger art on it. Geiger was the artist that inspired the designs of the Alien. So if you put Geiger art like that would be like, oh yeah, I'll buy this because there's a connection there by a world renowned artist. That's a totally different thing than hey, here's some napkin sketches I did to like do some concepts of this character.
Sorry,
Um,
I like concept artists, whether by Sid or whoever. Because sometimes they're better than the actual comic book covers.
you're telling me that's better than look at
The actual
this.
cover,
This is
that's better than
terrible.
the actual cover. That's better than the actual cover. Because you know why? I'd erase the Gold Goblin and I'd create my own cover. Like I said, if this was not the Gold Goblin and this had nothing to do with Marvel, I'd still pick up that cover. It's a cool cover.
I wouldn't.
I would. And then I'd go get the artists to sign it.
Ugh. Why aren't you buying like Radiant Black and all Radiant Red and all those? Like that's what this looks like.
Nah. As much as I appreciate Power Ranger stuff, I don't go out and buy Power Rangers comic books.
Well, that's what this character looks like. That's what I'm saying.
Not really Power Rangers. It looks more like an 80s thing. But then again, it could be if it was
Oh, you
80s
mean
and
like the
wasn't
Power Rangers?
Power Rangers was not 80s. Power Rangers
Yes, they
was
were.
basic kind of no. Power Rangers was mid 90s to late 90s, and they used as far as the stuff was actually from 90s Japan stuff, different shows.
I think you should check in on that because that's not very
I,
accurate.
I I I think that you're old and need to go take another bathroom trip, sir. All right. Another book you should avoid is called Samurai Doggy.
Now you're just trying to make things personal.
I'm trying to think what else because Blade, I'd avoid that. Anything Blade with Marvel, avoid.
Well, let's not be too presumptuous. Let's take a look. Oh,
It's
that's
Mark
Mark
Russell.
Russell. This
That's
is
what
going to be the most emasculated Blade you've ever read.
hey, if they got Christopher Priest, he'd look like Michael B. Jordan. I do.
Like
I'll just say
Mark
though,
Russell is so it's
it's
gonna
like
just
no look, look quickly. Go down. Look at
oh
the cover
okay.
they're using. The main cover. Who is that actor in the background?
Oh, it's
That's
Wesley
Wesley
Snipes.
Snipes. Exactly. The person they will not cast for the movies, but they'll always go for Wesley Snipes in the comic book covers
Well,
because
Wesley Snipes getting
he,
old.
Wesley Snipes is what made Blade cool.
It is true. You're 100%
Yes.
right on that. But at the same time, Wesley Snipes getting old. So
Blade technically is he just ages slower, that's all. But Wesley Snipes can
y-
still move, do stunts.
no, no.
Now
Let's
they
stop
keep it.
casting people older than me
Let's stop
in as
casting young
superheroes.
people and then never doing it with them, and we end the
What do you
series
mean never
within
doing
two
anything?
movies.
Well, they made a whole trilogy of Blade films.
I'm saying, let's stop casting young people. And I'm tired of because they want to do a 10-year project, or whatever. Like Tom Holland is the only character right now, the young actor. They've taken Spider-Man, turned him into basically a teenager again. You know, I just say I don't want to keep doing that. Like that's cool. They want to do it with that. That's cool. I like to see a character. I want Batman Beyond. I'll never get Batman Beyond if we keep going with
You
younger
want
Batman.
Batman Beyond, and you're gonna cast some like 45-year-old dude in as Terry McGinnis.
Nope. No. I'll get Dylan O'Brien.
I mean, but that's what you're talking about here. Like that's what I'm
Dylan,
saying.
Dylan, Dylan,
You need to start casting superheroes in the comic books or should be in their 20s.
Superman should not be in his 20s. Sorry.
Okay, maybe not Superman.
Batman should not be in his 20s
And
either. Unless you're doing a Batman Year One story, and that's a one-shot thing.
it depends on when you're telling. I mean, both of these guys have been around for over 80 years. So we've actually seen them age in the comic books, and they've been older for such a long time in the comic books that older age has become iconic. But in
Connor,
most cases, they should be in their 20s. Like even Batman, when they did what was it, the New 52, Batman
yep.
and Superman were D8, well, not DH because it was technically kind of a new thing, but they were rebooted as being in their mid 20s.
Raker says most legacy characters should be in their 50s,
Especially
especially if
if
they're
they are
made like
from the 60s. What? Why would legacy characters be in there? Like, you want Rob? Wait, Robin's not a legacy character.
well,
You
no,
want
no. It says he's saying realistically they'd be in their 50s right now if
you want
they.
Wally West to be 50s? Like I don't.
No, I'm saying if they all aged like normal people, you know,
No, but yeah, but
you
he's
know,
saying legacy characters.
yeah, legacy characters because
So that would be
majority
someone
of
like Wally West.
Wally West was yeah,
He's a legacy character, right? Yeah.
along with
So
Barry.
Barry was like a reboot. I don't really
Barry
consider.
and then they retconned it and yeah, made him into a legacy character because the Flash is a golden
Correct.
age character.
They yeah, DC. Because DC can't leave things in the grave.
Oh, in the grave. Ooh, that's
They
horrible.
rebooted Green Lantern. They rebooted the Flash with new
Why wasn't Batman
origins.
rebooted? Because Batman is from the golden age, and they reboot him
Because
too.
Batman wasn't dumb and people bought Batman comics.
Batman wasn't dumb. He just had
Come
little
on,
boys sleeping
no
together though.
one cared about what's his name? I can't forget the original Green Lantern's name, right?
Imperial guy, so and thanks for joining us. Says that Nightwing legit looks like a Teen Titans Go Robin and just cosplaying as his future self. LL. It does. It's the cover is just hilarious. Top left corner, the Nightwing. It looks like a Teen Titans Go cover. Like he's just cosplaying as his future self. Look at all the chibi little guys. Who's his cover? He's a cover artist. That's Bruno Rendondo. I think he's been doing the covers lately.
He's
I
been
don't know
doing
if
the
he's
interior art as well.
yeah,
Um,
but
but I
Daniel's doing the
guess he's
interior.
got to fill in. Yeah, they've been doing this.
Oh, this is Nightmite. That's what it is.
so they've been doing this sort of like, I don't know what you would call this art style, but this sort of,
Brady Bunch
I don't know if it's
humor is
postmodern. It's just, it's not comic art. It's I don't know, maybe postmodern might be the style of
it
art.
looks like it looks like stylus art, like Tumblr art, I guess.
Um, Ever since Tom Taylor
Took over.
took over with Bruno Redondo. So in one hand, I kind of admire it because Bruno has given this book like a consistent look, and some people have really been praising it. Now, I'm not a fan of Tom Taylor. I won't read anything that he does.
Oh, but
But
I do like that. I do like this MP real post that it or yeah, the whole Nightwing, the original cover, the chibi art is it's kind of funny. But now that I realize it's all about Night Mike, because yes, for those who don't know, Batman originally had his own, just like Superman had his own imp from the fifth dimension.
this is the gayest
Batmite
one.
was so now they introduce Nightmite, who is Nightwing's fifth dimension like biggest fan, for the fifth dimension, all being causing all these different basic problems for him. He says, yeah, so that's right. The meddling Nightmite booped himself in the fifth dimension after reading the seven stickers and hitchhiked his way to into our Nightwing series. Trust us, you're not going to want miss this one. The problem was is like this wouldn't be that much if this was like a side story. If this meant to be like a kiddies book, I wouldn't really, mind. I just don't like Tom Taylor. Tom Taylor just does not know how to write DC books unless they're Elseworlds, because Elseworlds he can't ruin anything. This he likes to basically like it.
That's what Tom Taylor does.
He
Um,
just he does
To-
self insert a lot.
I'm not sure about that. I think what Tom Taylor does is destruction. And
Rusty, this is the League Comic Geeks.
so Tom Taylor writes. That's what his writing mo is. He does destruction of characters. Now, when you're in the main continuity, that's really bad because people want their characters to be what they like, and coming in and destroying them is
You
usually a
change, yeah.
recipe for disaster. That's why people hate Tom King. That's why they hate Bendis. That's why they hate Jason Aaron, and now Tom Taylor. But in his Elseworlds books, look at what he does. When you look at um gosh, what was it? The
Injustice
Injustice.
was great,
He just destroyed all the characters. Like he could make Superman evil, and all. So
but it was
you
okay because it did not affect the main continuity. That's the one we ask. If you wanted to take a different direction, do an Elseworld story.
well
Like
for sure that yes. But what I'm
like Tim
saying is,
Drake. Like I said, you want to have Tim Drake be gay? Elseworlds.
let me
You want to
finish
make
if you don't
big
mind.
change? No, because you talk over to me all the time, bro.
No, I
Let's
don't.
go.
I stop I stop my own talking to let you interrupt me. Um,
I thank you
so
for that. So continue. Don't stop.
you bastard. So um, gosh, see, this is the problem. I'm old and I lose my train of thought. Um,
Yes. No, Tom Taylor.
in
Why? Why?
his
Yeah.
mo is he only knows how to write destruction. So even if you look at his Elseworlds, all he does is destroy. He writes the what was it, the zombie,
Well,
the book that he did, Deceased, destroying all
yeah.
the characters. Like, and so people say, well, it's okay, you can do it. It's like, yes, that's true, you can. But what I'm saying, he's a one trick pony. That's all he does all the time, no matter what. Is he takes an existing property and just goes, I'm going to completely destroy this property. Now, if he can make it so that the intent, but like Deceased, for example, like look, it's all glory. Like they're supposed to be destroyed. That's the whole point. They're okay. Then it can kind of work, and people I believe are tricked. But I think once you see enough of him, you just realize that's all he knows how to do is take the existing ideas, of someone else's idea, and tear it down.
One of the reasons that a lot of people really don't like it because he said his goal mission when he got hold of basically Jonathan Kent after Bendis, another guy who aged up the character for his own book, which he knew would ruin anybody else's character in the main book, series. They aged him up, and then Tom Terry says in the interview, he's like, "Oh, my main one goal here is basically to make Jonathan Kent gay." He said that in an interview, and a lot of people were upset about it. It's like, really, you don't care about the character. You just want to do it for virtual brownie points. Virtue signaling. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean by people. They do not care about the characters. They're only here to basically, hey, look what I did. And then because these people do have no respect for the fans who have been reading this, people who love these versions of these characters. Like I said, if you really want to do this, and do it in Elseworlds. The fact that DC allows this shows that DC does not give two shits about the people who buy their comic books. Uh, okay, so they want it. So my problem is that if they want, that's the way they want to do this stuff, then they should not be upset when people criticize it. Then, you know, it's a two-way street. You give it. Your whole goal as a DC writer, or any writer book, and this is an interview we had on the Geeky Puppet Show with the Chuck Dixon. He said your whole goal is basically to be, if you're a writer, you're a fan of what you're doing, and what your main goal is basically to please the fans. Not, and he points out, Twitter is not your fans. Twitter is the weirdos that hang out there who just want to argue and talk politics and call you names if you disagree with them. They're the ones who cannot cope. Your fans are the people who are actually buying the books, the sales, and you pay attention to the sales. When something happens, and it says, because they said there's so many ideas they wanted to do. Like they said, one idea they wanted to do back in the '90s, and so many people were upset about this. I guess the writers that wanted to do this, they wanted to make basically have Superman have amnesia and then move to Gotham and pretend to be Batman for a whole freaking year. And as soon as the main editor heard this, he told him, "Shut the hell up! The worst idea ever." And I think these people who are at the DC right now just purely they don't care. The editors is we all know it's a namesake title. You're just like I said. Elon Musk fired a bunch of people. He said like every coder person working there had like 10 different managers. Why? It takes one person. You should not have 10 people watching over one person. And that's what basically DC's become. But I'm getting off my soapbox here. I'm just going to say it's one of the reasons why DC and Marvel are pushing me into reading independent books, and I thank them for that because I never would have checked them out. And as people who, it's the worst thing you could hear if you are running a comic book or any company, is that your readers are thanking you for making them check out other stuff that's not yours. That's why manga, when they adapted an anime, it's exact word for word, and everything because they love the work. You don't see manga said manga does not they don't adhere to the Western stuff because they see what the Western people do and they laugh because they know that it's not going to sell. They said like they'd rather make money, and that's what capitalism is, and that's why you see these people who hate capitalism. They hate people who are does about making money. They hate them. But all right, sorry, bound in Pearl Harbor, what's left of it. So
I didn't want to
overall,
interrupt you. I
and
was letting
I'll
you
just
talk.
say this, Ash, this is the best cover ever. I love the glasses.
I hate this cover.
See,
But
title
I wanted to put it up there for Zach, who I know is not here, but
Office Sex.
I know he hates Barbara being with Nightwing, which I think she should be. And
I
I
think
hate that I
I
hate
think
this cover
yeah,
because this is one of my favorite artists in the business. This is Jorge Jimenez. But does anything stand out to you about this cover? I'm just
that she's
curious.
walking.
No, no, she's not really walking, but
She's also doing a thwip.
um, I'm wondering
Overall,
if anyone in the audience, if anything stands out. Something really
Fable,
stands out to me, and this is
there's cleavage.
it's a noticeable trend that I'm seeing in modern comics of the past couple years, and that
That
is, go ahead.
neither of them are looking at each other.
No,
It's a sexual cover with clothes on.
no, I don't mind that. I don't. The pose is fine. Look at Dick's face. This is a common trend that I'm noticing where they're making men look a lot more like boys, and they're doing it in a very like kind of almost an effeminate way. And they really the most common thing that they do is they make the cheeks all rosy, and they've really been doing this to young like Jonathan Kent um and Gay Robin. Tim Drake. Ever since they came out as being gay, they've been drawn totally different to be looking like just so effeminate, like boys, young boys, and this look of Nightwing, it just bothers me. I like Barbara. I like that she put her glasses on his face and they're having fun. I don't mind any of that. I like the sexy pose, but I just hate this whole like let's make Dick look a lot more like a 12-year-old boy, and make his little cheeks all rosy, and it just it gives me this creepy vibe, and I can't. Whoops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Uh,
Hey now.
hey now, I was going to talk a little bit about Black Panther potentially, but you haven't seen it, so I'll table that. But yeah, so this is Nightwing 100's alternate cover. You can spend $8 in a couple of months here getting that.
Uh,
Here's an amazing cover.
that's great.
This would look great if I went to a Comic-Con and like just had a like an artist do like a sketch for me. Like that would be I'd be like, "Oh, this is awesome." But as a comic cover, no.
It's a special variant. You probably have to pay like $100 for.
Right. Just no. Oh, here's a Jamal Campbell wraparound.
Over the years, got different costumes from beginning to the end.
This is probably the one I would get. I like Jamal Campbell. He's one of the
That's
better
your
artists.
poster. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
maybe there was a Jim Lee cardstock variant.
Look at the
So
Titans. Hey guys, I'll take a selfie. The
oh,
Babstar.
I hate the selfie pics. Oh, so much.
But look who's snuggling up against him. Starfire.
Yeah,
No
I
Barbara.
don't know why Zach thinks that looks human, but he does.
She looks hot compared to Barbara, who is basically just doesn't. She hates the fact that he's got an allowance and she doesn't. Batgirl 50. I mean, when you
That
got
is
Donna
not
Troy or she looks. Look at she has orange hair and she has or orange face and then she has green eyes. She still looks
glowing
human.
green eyes. It's not like
She
just
still looks human. Apart from that,
she's
replace
got
those.
she has human features. She doesn't look human.
She looks human to me, bro.
For the very point that she's drawn like this specifically to look like an alien. That's the whole point when she has orange skin and green eyes is so
So
that
put sunglasses in her. We've seen people dress up in movies with green skin, look like Gamora.
looks like it. You just
Also,
hate you just
you're in a comic book world. You're a
you just hate
speciest now.
you just hate gingers.
She is a ginger.
No. Aliens
Barbara's
aren't
not a ginger.
gingers.
Barbara's never been a ginger.
What are
Barbara's a
you talking
brunette.
about? She's never been a ginger. She's always been a ginger.
She's a wannabe ginger.
Whatever. Ginger hater.
No, I love Ginger and Marianne, and you know, I just don't like Barbara Gordon because she's a woman. She seduced Dick while to be married to Starfire. Why? Because a writer didn't like the fact that he had been with Starfire for the past like 10 or 12 years or whatever the series and in Titans and all.
God bless
And
that writer. Who was that
yeah,
writer?
right.
I want to thank him.
That writer was probably a self-insert bitch. Just didn't like it, so I can't handle it. And had Barbara become a homewrecker. He went for the handicapped girl in the wheelchair who can't feel anything. And cheated on Starfire.
Oh, you're an ableist
I'm sorry.
and a ginger hater.
She's she's a homewrecker on wheels.
Good for
Also,
her.
what is Oracle? Is she Batgirl or is she Oracle? Because she's always Oracle. She's never fighting crime as Batgirl, even though she has her legs back.
She's Batgirl. What are you talking about?
No, she's not.
She's been Batgirl for
Stephanie
a
Brown.
while.
Stephanie Brown is Batgirl.
No, she's one of the Batgirls.
She's not Batgirl anymore. She doesn't go out as Batgirl.
Dude, there's a comic called Batgirls where there's 3 of them. in it.
It's and every time she's in Detective Comics, she's Oracle. So what is she? And in Batgirl, she's always at the chair, just like in Birds of Prey. She's not all running around as Batgirl.
Well,
Only since
you're
Tom
taking
Taylor.
stupid editorial and writing decisions in modern DC and blaming Batgirl. It's not her fault. Go back and read Chuck Dixon Batgirl. You'll fall
Which
in love with her
Batgirl?
again.
Which Batgirl? Because Helena Bertinelli was Batgirl for a while too. Don't know Land.
Not in Chuck. I'm talking Chuck Dixon's Batgirl. That's what I
I'm
said.
talking No
That's a
Man's
pretty
Land
cool cover.
Batgirl.
See, you don't want to read Chuck Dixon's Batgirl because then you'd have to like it, and you're just being obstinate now. You're being like
Look at this. Whoa, look at this.
you're being like Wee Huey.
Did you see this? Did you see this? Riker says she looks human. We're not turn a chance to repopulate with her if
Of
real.
course, everyone that has the hots for aliens wants to say how they look human, so that's fine. You can
I
have
would
your
not throw people. I would not. Yeah, I would
you can have
not
your
throw her off.
feelings. I'm not in your head.
No,
That's
I'm.
your
Let me.
personal.
Rhaegar. I would not throw her off a cliff. I would roll her off a cliff. Big difference. I'd be a gentleman. Just give her a polite shove, and then make out with Starfire as she falls to her death.
All right. Are
Kinda.
there any other mines to avoid?
Oh well. Cat's the last Cantwell. I would say avoid. That's probably Tom King again.
No.
Or what's Gary Duggan?
This is the one of 8 one bad days. So apparently
But Tom King wrote.
this should have been
Yeah,
called Batman 8 Bad Days because
the 12, 12 Days of Batman.
there's 8 number 1 issues all called One Bad Day, and they're all different days. Like I don't, whatever. But this one is Gary Duggan, and
This is
Gary
the
Duggan.
awesome Hodgepodge writer, right?
No, Oxbox was Jonathan Hickman.
Oh, I didn't realize that Hickman created the X-Men. I thought that was Gary Duggan that's doing this.
What are you talking about?
Here, if you're kind of current X-Men over here, check out Marvel. Check out Gary Duggan.
Yeah, but the Hoxpox is you're. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're not making. You're like the preacher now, the crazy preacher preaching to the cows.
Well,
So
now you
Gary
just hate
Duggan
old
doing
guys.
Batman. We're going to have jokes because that's all Gary Duggan knows how to do. Is he writes everything like it's Deadpool, um, and so I. The sad thing is Mateo Scalera is one of the best artists in the business right now, and they're just pairing this. But save your $8 because so far, my understanding is none of these have been any good, and a lot of people have been wasting $8. And Gary Duggan is one of the worst of the people that are lined up to write these books.
I
So
want to say that the Two-Face was actually pretty good.
who wrote that one?
Shocker. Rigo Tamaki.
Oh.
Even Evil Black Cat like
You
it.
just have a thing for Tamaki.
I'm sorry, but Evil Black Cat, who's a big Chuck Dixon writer and loves Alan Davis and all his guys, liked the book.
Rusty says he likes how the site is set up. Yeah, this is the site I use. By the way, so I guess I'll plug League of Comic Geeks right now.
Well,
So
yeah.
it's called
Go
League
ahead.
of Comic Geeks. Um, you can just type it in the search bar; it'll pop right up. I use
I
this
told the
for
name.
all my
Yeah.
comic book pool stuff. There's an app for it on the mobile. The Apple app doesn't work so well, so when I'm using if I'm using on iOS, I just pull it up on a website anyway, and it just has a mobile site version, so it works the same. But it does lots of different things. This is just the main dashboard when you log in, and it tells you like you can have your collection on here, how many books you've read, or what have you, or new books coming out this week, what your polls are. You have like a social feed, so you can follow people and they rate comics or talk about comics. There's a pull list feature, so when you can subscribe to books, and then it'll tell you like every week like what's coming out, so I can see like, okay, this week these books are supposed to come out and should be at the store. Next week it'll be these books, the next week it'll be these books, And so you can kind of plan to know what to expect at the comic book store. There's a My Comics section, which you can't fully see on the screen right now. The left hand side of the screen is cut off, so you can't see the bar that I'm clicking on. But so, so on the left hand side, just imagine a bunch of buttons. I'm clicking on a My Comics. So this
It
you can
basically,
input like your collection, and it's real easy if you're collecting books and you put them on your pull list. It'll kind of just automatically add stuff in here. So you can upload, or you can manually add, or it'll just automatically do as you collect. So you can kind of keep your inventory. The next button down is a browse feature, so you can kind of like look through different publishers to, like, I guess, find books and stuff. I don't really use this
well,
one this
well,
very much.
I use browse feature. That's how I found a lot of my crime noir books that I went out indie books I bought back issues because I was looking
So
for a certain book.
how did you use this to find them?
I use browse, and I
But
went
but
down
how did
to
but like what steps did you
scroll,
do?
scroll down. I clicked on buy. Well, if I clicked on Boom Studios
Okay.
or click on Boom Studios, go down, and and it shows every single book here. In their currently they have right now. Uh, but I think there's I think it's like I think this is not all of them. Go up. I think you can go. See, that's browse all. There you go. I went through every single page there was
I
alphabetical
see.
order, and that's why I
Okay.
went. I spent like 2 hours going through every single one because I was trying to remember this book I bought. I couldn't remember the name was. And along the way, I found books that I liked, and there's a little button under each one. You go in a book, you click on it. There's a thing called it's the very last button. It's called the wish list. What you can do is books you want to buy, and basically when you go onto your thing, it says like your like I'm trying to figure out how you get the wish
Okay,
list.
I'll get to the wish list. I haven't got to that part
Yeah,
yet. So,
yeah,
okay,
but
so
yeah, like I said, it was really cool because you can browse through each brand this way, each thing, and then I found books I did not know exist, and I went to my comic book store and I looked through the back issues and I was finding them for like $1. So it's really cool.
yeah, so the next thing after browse, like I said, I don't really use this. I use other ways to discover books. So this page isn't, but obviously Bankman likes it, so it could work for
Uh,
you.
it
The
does
next,
physical books, but they do show the digital books can come out each week though as well. I'm sorry, I was asking you questions.
oh yeah,
So
it shows physical and digital,
yeah,
um, and also hardcovers, soft covers. It's not just floppies.
yeah,
But
mangas too.
I'll get to that too. The next button is the new comics button, and that's what we were just looking through. And the new comics page is really cool because it shows you, which you guys can't see because I have the page kind of cropped, but at the very top it has the date, and I can click on it, and it'll give me like a drop down, and I can select like next week or whatever. So if you want to know like, hey, what books are coming out next week, usually I like look a month ahead, um, and just see, because these days books come out and I'm like, I'm not aware. And sometimes if they're really small print runs, I can't just go to the store and expect it to be there, right? If Batman comes out, there's going to be plenty. But a lot of these indie books, it's like if I didn't know about it and tell my store to order me one, I may not get one. So knowing what's coming out, helps. And the way that the list sorts is it sorts it by individual like users of the site, what they add to their pull list, so it goes by the order. So you can kind of, it's interesting to look at because in this case for this week, we know that Nightwing is the most popularly subscribed book by users of this site. And so it just it goes down. So if we scroll down to the bottom of the page, it's we call it the dregs, but like it's going to be books that are just like no one's really subscribing to. Um, and I like that. I think it's kind of informative. I find it very curious to see like what the most popular. It's not. This is not actual comic sales, but it does indicate what people are enjoying and pulling. Then next below that is stores. This is another thing I don't use very really at all because I have a store. And stores, there's retailer tools, but stores have to participate. My stores don't participate, so it doesn't help me. I don't know what the retailer tools are. I'm not a store, but if I were, I think looks like okay, pull this software for modern comic book store. So if you're a comic book store and you're interested in, if I were a comic book store, I would totally be interested in checking this out because I love the fact that I can add stuff to my pull list, and if this synced up with my pull list at the store, that would be badass. So if anyone's listening, it's tied into that. The last is your community tab, which um, when you it has a bunch of sub feed or sub things on it. You can pull up like your feed, which will show up almost like a Twitter feed, but it just shows like comic reviews. Um, there's community posts, comic discussions, comic reviews, community lists, and my bookmarks. And so there's just different things. I really recommend checking this site out. It's really cool. You can follow me. I'm Ash1138. Bankman, what's your thing on here?
Book Frog.
Comic Book Frog. Skip and Tosh is on here as Skip and Tosh. Um, I think where,
Zach is under too.
yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Go into right there. My profile.
The community section is the part that needs the most work to me.
No, yeah, you gotta go to my profile. Click on that.
There we go.
Yeah, go and go over to I think it's more. The following.
Oh yeah. So Froggy,
You're not following.
you're ma Aries. So if you want to follow
MA Aries,
Froggy,
yeah. Marvel's
that's how you
Avengers
follow him.
Aries. That's what's left.
Um, yeah, it skips. I don't follow very many people. I gotta get Zach's info, but it's pretty cool.
You might.
And so then when you have like people you follow, you'll see like
I think
you
you
can click
follow.
on them if you
Yeah,
want. I mean, in the Skip writes stuff about comics. He rates them, and so it's kind of fun to see what people are talking about books. You can see he posts pics of his books. So it's kind of like Twitter, but it's purely comics. Like no one talks about anything but comics here. So if you hate Twitter because of all the other nonsense, but you like the concept of sharing stuff, this might be something for you. Um,
click. You want to get to Zach? Click on six following under Skip's name. It says six following,
oh
and
yeah,
both sides are cool right there. Second one, that's Zach.
follow
Follow Zach.
Bowtie. There we go. I'm now
There
following
you go.
Zach.
See, there you go.
I don't think I recognize anyone else.
Uh, that's those
Um,
people who he's following are Skip follows are people who are actually like artists or writers.
where do they
But
hide the wish list on the phone app? The wish list is real
oh
prominent.
oh oh maybe it is in a profile.
Oh, it's under my comics. There's a
And
top tabs and
it
there's a
says
more button. Nope, not more. Yeah, so there's a comics drop down and then there's wish
there it is.
list.
Yeah. So
And so you can put books on here. This is really cool. I like this too because I use it on my phone. My memory is so terrible these days. So a lot of times I go to the comic book store and I'm like, oh, I should check out the back issues, and then I completely draw a blank. I'm like, I have no idea what comics I'm looking
yeah,
for.
I just saw the whole collection of Coop Tats, Cootie Tats,
Utah.
Sleeper, cool, whatever.
Just trying to help you out.
Ed
So yeah,
Brubaker.
so
I saw the Ed Brubaker. Yeah. So I saw the
yeah,
Ed Brubaker book.
you can go through and add books. Um, I need to actually go through and erase some things. By the way, if anyone can find these two books, Mar Sergio Aragonés Massacres the Marvel Universe, and Sergio
$3
Aragonés
50 cents.
Stomps the Star Wars. I need I need those. I have the DC one. I want to get all three of these. Um, so yeah, this is cool stuff to just. It's a really cool tool. I use the wish list a lot. I use the I don't use the my comics too much. I use the new comic section and the pull list feature, and then you can kind of see like under each of these books, there's little buttons. I'm gonna find a book that I'm pulling. Yeah, here we
I
go. So
do
I'm
I
junk.
do like the I'll say this real quickly. The My Comics is a functional if you're gonna go buy a book, you can remember which book you don't have.
Yes. Yeah, if you keep up to date, I'm bad sometimes at adding comics to my comic thing, so I don't trust it. If you're up to
Yeah.
date on that and you can, then yes, you can very much use it. I use the wish list more so that I make sure I go, okay, I'm missing this book, add it to there. Um, but
You forgot to add Thunderbolts to your list.
no, I didn't. So under each book, there's a some little buttons. So if your comics in your pull list, you'll see like here, it's got a little green arrow showing that I'm pulling this issue. Um, and then
What a lag spikes.
I'll use my pull list as an example for, let me
Yeah.
go back because I haven't picked up books. Let me go back. So see, this is the part I'm bad at. Once you pick your books up, you can click on the add to collection. Um, that's not supposed to pop up. So you can click on the add to collection, see the little comic book box there. And so now it'll add to the My Comics page. Um, once you've read the book, you can, if you want, you can click read.
You can also click on the individual actual comic itself, and then it'll give you a chance to rate it.
Correct. And the last button is wish list. So if it was like, if you wanted to wish list it, you just click that button. Um, yeah. And you can click on click on the book and you can rate it. There's little stars. And then you can also scroll down and see what other people have talked about the book, um, other issues. So it's a neat little site. It's pretty well organized. And it really helps me just kind of browse comics and
It also
organize my
shows.
books.
Also, if you go back, it actually show that I rated that book, so it
Which
tells you
book?
if you're following me, the erratic one, the one you were just on. You have to go back, hit the back page, and go into
I
erratic.
was hitting back, but it's the
Oh,
my fault.
if you click on erratic again, click on that, scroll down, right above the writer view, very first, yeah. See, I'll get right
Oh
above. So
yeah,
you're
yeah.
there.
Sorry, yeah. So yeah, the people that you're following
You can
are
see what the
here, so
rating is.
I can see Froggy, and here's his stuff that he posted.
Yep.
I like your
It'll
little
comment.
banner. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
Is this your store? Is this the cheapy bin at your
I
store,
I I
or did
have
you just
no
find this
idea where.
online?
I think I just found it online.
That's a cool backdrop.
Yeah. I forgot I even had it because I never look at that. It's like, wait, did I take that, or is that just a normal thing that pops up? It's-
Oh, and another thing that's kind of neat too, like on each issue, there's like the overview, but you can also like mark it. So like if you're a hardcore collector, you can have like graded, like you can put like the value of the book. You can really put in like details about the book if you want.
but and then I
You
guess
can
like,
submit information because this site is all user driven. So like when
yeah.
you see like comics have like variant covers on, people submit that stuff. So if you have data about a book that's missing, it's kind of like wiki driven. You can submit that yourself. So that's kind of neat. Um, there used to be another feature that I'm not seeing right now,
There's a paid feature.
which tracks your subscriptions
Stores?
and stuff.
Oh, pull list.
Oh
The
yeah,
pull issues and subscriptions. Yeah.
subscriptions. So if you want, you can go to your subscriptions and you can see like every book you subscribe to, and it keeps them like forever, even if the book is over. That's why this list is so long. But the ones
I
that
love on
have this column over here are the ones that are still releasing.
I love on
So
the pull list though. It tells you, especially you can add it in. So say you get 20% of your store, you can add it into feature, and it basically calculates and estimates how much you're going to be spending per month or whatever, or per week.
yeah, that's the thing I was looking for.
It should be under my pull list. It's the first thing. Pull it. Pull. There you go. See.
Yeah, so here's a pull list stats. So like how much I spent this week, how much projected to spend next week, how much I've spent for the month, how many active subscriptions I have. Little cool little graph of like your spending tree. Um, and then this is kind
Look
of fun too. I like to look at once in a while. It's like it looks at your collection and shows you stats of like your most pulled writers, most pulled interior artists. So you can see like Scott Snyder's by far the guy I've collected the most. Um, Robert Kirkman's number two. Um, and so sometimes you don't even. It's not actually. Ed Brubaker would be my favorite, but I just haven't bought quite as much of his stuff. Um, some weird like Kate Perkins is my number nine. I don't even know who that is.
yeah, yeah, it's weird.
So some of these are weird. Sometimes like if you just get a shared credit, you're gonna if you've got a book that has someone who's just like partially involved, they're gonna count. So, but it's like your most pulled characters. It's just a little fun data I think to look at. Um, like here's my most subscribed publishers. I got a ton of these. Um, pulled formats.
My most pulled writers is Robert Kirkman. Still 65 issues I pulled. Charlie Adlard was 58 because he Walking Dead and all stuff. I've been collecting those uh, deluxe. But Daredevil too because it's Chip Zdarsky and Mark Tichetto, Jed McKay, Jeremy Adams, Tom Sinevsky, Josh Williamson, Donny Cates, Fred Van Lente, Matthew Rosenberg, and Joe Brusha are like our top 10 I've been pulling writers. Uh,
Here's a cool thing.
yeah,
Vankman was talking about this. You can edit the discount and tax, so you can go in and tell it like how much you get at your discount for your store, and then what your sales tax is. So it'll actually that's how it calculates really how much you're spending. But one of the things I used to do quite often, but I stopped doing this because it's so easy to pull up on my phone. But I used to actually print. So you can actually it has a print feature to show your pull list. So I would every week print this out and then take it to the store. So when I would just remember because I'm just bad at remembering things. So I would know, okay, I need to get this book, that book, and I could just check off while I was at the store to make sure I wasn't missing anything. Because if the store makes
yeah,
a mistake, I wouldn't know until I got home, and then it was just kind
because
of neat.
I
And
only
it'll actually show you how much you're gonna spend, and it's just a neat thing.
because my phone is Apple, so the app always acts up on it because they don't want to bother to update it or fix it, whatever or whatever. I would always just take photos of what I have. I'd screenshot on my phone, pull
Yeah.
list.
I
You know,
personally stopped doing this because I just when I walk in the store, I just pull up the app and I just go to this page and it shows me.
Mhm.
But yeah, there you go. That is League of Comic Geeks, and
They're
I
saying
totally recommend checking it out.
this week will be $68 I'm spending.
Whew,
Dude,
you'll
I
spend
know,
more than
right?
that.
This month alone, $265.
You spent more than that because you show up to the store and then you'll end up getting like two copies because you want a special
I
cover.
know, but I do add them though. I add them to my pull list, so
Um,
I'll have to
oh,
do
and
it.
then of course you can't see again because it's off screen. But there's a filter button which you can. So if you're like, I don't collect all these books, I just want to know. I'm a Marvel junkie. I just want to know what Marvel comics. So you can just select just Marvel, and then it's going to show you all the new comics, only Marvel. I'm kind of usually the opposite. I don't get Marvel or DC, so I select all, then I remove Marvel and DC. Um,
Yeah, it's
and then it
crazy.
just
I'm looking.
shows me every independent book.
I haven't looked at this in
Um,
a while. I'm looking at my subscribed publishers. I'm reading a bunch of DC and then a little bit of Marvel, but mainly DC and Dynamite is where I'm reading right now.
if you aren't into floppies, if you're a kind of person that's like, I wait for the trade on everything, then you can select just hardcovers and trades, and then boom, here you go. So we can look at and this is probably the next segment part we do on our segment anyway is like any cool looking trades coming out. RDV.
How much? I'm getting the that's a classic collection Spawn hardcover. If you want to get that, but down below,
Batman Spawn.
right down there, where they yell with the yellow and the white, are there. Young Justice. Is that now? Is that Bendis? It looks like
This
Bendis.
looks like the Peter David stuff.
Jimmy
Yeah,
Palmiotti.
Jimmy
There you
Palmiotti and
go.
Peter David.
There you go. You're safe to buy that. Instead of spending your money on that crappy Megan Fitzmartin, get this. And the only bad thing about this, you get Humberto Ramos. But other than that, it's a good story.
Remember that cool cover that you got with what I was showing in the Todd Knock art? This book
Mm-hmm.
you actually get Todd Knock drawing on the inside.
Yes.
Imagine that. Imagine when remember when comics had stuff on the inside? This is the one
Yes.
thing that annoys me about this site is it when you hit back, it goes back to it doesn't remember your selections, so you have to go in and reselect everything.
We also do this on the Geek Up Show. We look at trades.
Oh, did you start doing that now?
Yeah,
Damn you.
because we always did the 5 bad books, and we're done.
Damn you.
But there's a Land Eagle. That's the one we're talking about before the Garth Ennis book. That's the one that you should be checking out too as well. That's your World War II. Looks like there's I didn't read Buffy 97. I kind of skipped that, but
I'm interested in
Legend of Korra.
this We Live.
Yeah.
That series We Live sounded really cool and it was like Aftershock, so it was super low print run. And so you could never get these books because it instantly went up to like $100 for issue number 1. But now I can get the trade, and I've heard really good things.
It's still popping that Sci-Fi Wire was commenting about it.
That's a modern thing, but I like sci-fi stuff, imaginative sci-fi, and Aftershock's been doing some cool things. So I can now check it out, and it's only $24.99 for hardcover. That's not too bad. Oh, that's another thing you can see here on the details page. I forgot to mention. Not only does it show you the synopsis, but it gives you the ISBN and the distributor number, which is usually the diamond number. So if you're looking like to your store, like, hey, I want you to pre-order something, this will help you with them. You can just like write it down, say here, so they can find it in the computer system easy. Some stores are good, like the employees, like my store, I tell, well, there's one person I go through because I trust. I just say I want this, boom, she takes care of it all. But sometimes I'm like, here's the here's the stuff because they can't find anything.
My shop,
Um,
I go to my guy who runs it. I show him on my phone. Hey, I want to order this book. It's like, and he pulls out his phone, looks up on the app, finds it, and then orders one, adds it to his list. It's like the easiest transaction. I was like, okay, cool, and it pops up. So
oh, they're doing an omnibus for the Ultimates.
I saw that Brian Hitchard.
Yeah.
I just wish it was Frank instead of Mark. It'd be a much better story.
Oh, that's true, but Frank didn't do it, so we'll take Mark.
Had to get his brother. No.
Let's see if anything else is standing out to me.
In the class, not that's part 2. I don't want that. That's a soft one. I
Yeah,
want
this is a trade
the
paperback. It's
deluxe.
volume 12.
I like the deluxe hardcovers.
Yeah,
There's only
yeah.
really like only 4 of them. The Mighty Thor with Jane Foster, James Bond, Agent Inspector, Submariner. The quest begins. Mighty Marvel Masterworks. Another one. What do we else we got here? Submariner versus the Hulk. Look at that. There you go. That's the other. Okay, that's the variant. That's the Gene Colan variant.
Yeah, I'm not into the Silver Age stuff, but
I'm just
some
saying.
people definitely,
I'm just saying. Yeah,
for sure.
I would take Silver Age over a lot of stuff. But look down further down there. Look down
I'm
below
not
that.
saying it because it's bad. I'm just saying it doesn't
Go,
resonate with me.
go,
So,
go down one row right there. Then Dracula, Tomb of Dracula, right there. That's what you'd be picking up. Volume 2 hardcover. Marvel
yes,
Masterworks.
if you're into that, definitely pick it up.
That is awesome.
I'm not into it.
You just don't like the good books.
I've never really liked I've never
Look
liked
at
those kind of comics. Like Silver Age
What? Put black
horror
people on it?
with black people on it. Dracula's not black.
Latest.
Um,
Late appeared in
yeah, I'm very
Dracula.
much more of a Bronze Age kid, and even in that time, like I don't know, like Dracula comics, werewolf comics, like it just that sort of stuff. I'm not saying I can't be won over. Obviously, things have changed my mind, but I haven't encountered the stuff. I know like you really dig it. Breen loves this kind of stuff. It obviously has its crowd of people who totally dig it. So I'm not harshing it. I'm just saying it's never clicked with me. Um, oh look here, you can get the what I don't know what the DM edition is, but here's another version of that Dracula.
Yeah, it might be direct market.
Oh yeah, DM. That makes sense.
uh, 2000 AD, 100. Yeah, like if you want to, if you're a fan of the Ultimate Collection for all the 2000 AD stories, you have volume 136 of the hardcovers. Yeah, not really much out this week. I said those ones I'd be checking out would be Silver Age. Um, I'm not really a fan of the Ultimates. I like Brainwitch Heart. I just don't care for the story. But at least they're smart enough to do that kind of story in a alternate universe, not the main.
I want to get
Also,
these
there.
Usagi
Yeah.
Ojimbo trades. This is because IDW isn't publishing them anymore, and these are the reprint stories that they did. I didn't collect the floppies because I already had like I was like I'm not gonna rebuy these, but similar to what Walking Dead Deluxe is doing, the IDW was doing old school Usagi stories, but collecting the and coloring them. So I was like, I'll just buy them in trades. But now,
Well,
but
yeah.
now that IDW is going to stop publishing, these trades are not going to stay in print. Is I guess what I'm trying to get at. So I need to
Oh.
try to go find them. But
Looks like they decided to basically collect that book by Karen Gillan. Die. All
yeah,
28.
well, it was a popular series.
I read
Oh,
like
it's
the
a
first
deluxe
two issues.
hardcover. Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
if you're into the die books, like some people were, man, this seemed to, pun intended, die off. Like
I,
when this came out, couldn't stop talking about it.
yeah.
Um, 1 through 20, that's a thick boy.
So Batman
650
Batman
pages.
so Batman Spawn, that is basically collects Batman Spawn War Devil #1 and Spawn versus Batman #1. So you're getting some Frank Miller and some Chuck Dixon and Doug Mensch, Alan Grant, Claus, writing. Not only that, you get Claus Jansen, Kiko Taganashi, Greg Capullo, Todd McFarlane, you know. So you're getting some good stuff in that. And as I said, not really a big Spawn fan, but like I said, it's Frank Miller on this book. Chuck Dixon too, and Doug Mensch. Those top three alone, I know, recognize are great. Alan Grant, I think, is the other Batman writer that most people forget, but he's also one of the best too. I
All of
think
these are
Frank,
big names. Doug Mensch,
yeah,
Chuck Dixon, Alan Grant, Klaus
yeah,
Janson is an artist, but then of course Frank Miller. Um, yeah,
yeah.
this will be a cool book, man. If you're a Batman and or a Spawn fan,
It's 20
and
bucks. It collects 2 issues. It's hardcover.
yeah, $20 hardcover, 112 pages. Not super thick, but that's about five
It's too.
comics worth.
I mean, it's a hardcover, and it's only 20 bucks. Usually, hardcovers are 30 to 40 bucks, regardless of
Wow.
the page. And the fact that these are you're getting Chuck Dixon, you're getting Frank Miller, Doug Mensch. You don't know who Doug Mensch is. Doug Mensch wrote basically Moon Knight. Frank Miller, Batman Year One, Chuck Dixon, pretty much every Batman character in the '90s for DC carried over.
Now I will
Uh,
say this the Spawn Batman by Frank Miller was a little lackluster. It wasn't bad, but it was just average. Like Frank didn't recreate the magic of Batman Year One.
and
Um,
also this is a good way to catch up because they're releasing a sequel.
yep.
665 or 656 pages, he says Rusty.
This
Yep.
die book, man. This is impressive to me.
For a cover.
Well, first of all, this cover is going to be
Oh,
gorgeous
no.
because I know how Image does their hardcovers because I have several of them, and it may look like just boring
It actually has something
graphic
to do with
art,
the actual plot in the
but I
thing, yeah.
guarantee you when you see this in physical form, the way they this will be embossed and probably like foil, like those lines will be like it will look beautiful. I just know how Image does it. I have like the Descender hardcovers. I have the East of West
I
hardcovers. They're just
I broke yeah.
they're
I rec
phenomenally beautiful. But this one is 656 pages. Most of my books are like when I get these hardcovers are like 350 to 450. 600. This is a fat boy
yeah, yeah,
for
yeah, this is the
59.99.
yeah, the reason that I mean, I don't remember this why this is popular. This is the D&D game.
Yeah, but they're basically they
Only
enter
one comes
their
yeah,
they enter the world of their D&D game.
yeah,
Um,
only one comes back.
yeah, and
One
if you like Kyron Gillen, I mean, people love this book. I read the first 6 issues. I have the first 6 issues.
yeah, it ended in
It was
2020.
fine for me, but there's something about Karen Gillan's style of writing that doesn't totally appeal to me. That doesn't seem to wash over every other person. Other people like love that's like and don't. So I'm like, if you're not one of those people, then this might be the book for you. But this man, this is I wish I were a Die fan because this is going to be an awesome volume to have in your collection. I can just tell. And the
So,
art in
the
this book is gorgeous.
I'm looking at the guy on the comment down the section as down. He says it's basically think Jumanji plus D&D plus Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Man, this We Live. I want to read this so bad. um,
It played it 3 years.
well, there was a sequel, but I didn't get the sequel because I was like, I don't have the original.
Yeah, yeah. You should have got the sequel. Now you can't find the sequel now.
Now I can't find the sequel either. But I'm like, well, I'll be able to get when they do a trade of it. Eventually, they will. But yeah, 24.99 for a hardcover on this, not bad.
We went out of business. We can't print it.
Uh, um,
Yeah.
I don't see anything else that's really
Like I
standing out
said,
to
the
me.
classic ones you can't go wrong with that. The Submariner. Like I said,
Yeah, yeah, I
Dracula,
think you
Ultimate
know.
Dracula,
If you're a classics guy, these comics have been around for 50 years, 60.
Die,
You already know.
Spawn. Yeah.
You're
Steve
not like,
Canyon.
what?
Yeah,
They did a
yeah.
Dracula book? You're like,
Blade
old
was in
news.
Dracula, but Dracula's a white guy. Was Dracula his daddy? Did he bite him? Is that how he turned? No. If you yeah, I said like Hannibal King eventually comes out of that series. Like Eric said, it's kind of slow at the very beginning, and as soon as you get to the like I think it's like issue 8 is when Blade comes in. The whole series just explodes, and it's all beautiful art because I don't remember who the writer or the artist is there. Uh, but he basically said like the guy basically did all the romance art back in the day before he took over. Let me click on the name. See if I can get who the artist is. I want to say it's Gene Colan. Gene Colan was known for basically doing a lot of romance art. So he basically studied a lot of different people's face stuff, you know. And unlike, these other idiots who trace stuff, Gene Colan perfected the art and is able to just look at something without even having to trace it. You know, he can, and not only that, you get beautiful Gil Kane nose shots. John Ramirez does some work on this too as well. Roy Thomas is the writer. Gary Conway, Marv Wolfman, Len Wein, Gardner Fox, Tony Isabella, Steve Gerber.
It used to be
You know,
unacceptable to do tracing.
Rich Buckler
Now
doing
it's
art.
totally just common.
John Buscema, Mike Plug. Mike Plug, if you don't know who he is, Mike Plug did art for the Curse of Frankenstein, which was adapted from the kind of the horror Hammer, version. Like I said, I'm looking at this. It's like this is so cool. It's this collects where Tomb of Dracula numbers 12 through 22, Werewolf by Night number 15, and Giant Size Spider-Man number 1. Marv Wolfman and Gene Colan, teaming up. Awesome. Like, how could you not? Like I said, like it's so great. It's awesome. Invaders was last week. Zach went out and bought it.
Yep.
Dude, you got the one on the far left. I think you got that
Yeah,
one.
you got the
With
one on the
the
left. I haven't
yeah.
seen this one.
Oh,
This is the
I guess
Jack Kirby variant.
that looks weird. Where did Captain America come from? He just jumped out of nowhere. Buy war bonds. The
I
Maltese Falcon, Humphrey Bogart.
I have to admit to never. Oh, here's the main cover. I've never even seen this one.
Yep.
I have to admit that I've never been the biggest Jack Kirby fan. I know it's like sacrilege to mention, like everyone has to worship the
I
feet
was
of
here.
Jack Kirby.
Same here. I got a book of Jack Kirby stuff, still sealed. Never even opened it up. Got it as a present. I was like, oh, thanks. I'll just
Yeah,
hang on to it
I
because
think you got the right cover.
yeah,
I like this one best.
yep. Or Troy Thomas, Don Glut. No, like you said, like Jack Kirby, Lee Weeks is on there too.
They released a Doom omnibus that I was like, oh,
Gil Kane. Yeah, he's that. Yep.
these are a lot of those omnibuses are super expensive.
They are, but I look at this and I say to myself, Ash, like, I wonder, are they on in stock trades
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. They
for
will be until
cheaper?
they will be
He
until they
said
sell out.
Zach said Zach got that one cover for $90 on Amazon. Instead of paying 125 through basically through Diamond or whatever you call it or whatever they use. But then there's also the Mark Wade omnibus, which is basically more expensive than the other one. But I bet you in stock trades has untrustworthy. I wish to continue. I understand the risks. I wonder what they're going for now. Well, there they go. Deals of the week right on top.
Did I add
That's
it
your
to here or not?
no,
Uh,
I don't think so.
I think it's called Book of Doom.
Right there on the left. $77.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this. This is a different color. Different cover. It's not the cover I would want, but yeah.
Yeah, direct market. Yeah.
Yeah, 77.50 versus 125 cover price.
Look at that. That's crazy. And not only that, like some of these other books, I look at the small number of original soft trades you get, they're like I've seen some for like $8. Is insane.
1,300 pages. So much Doctor Doom. Yeah, I totally want that, but that's a lot of money to spend.
Eh,
I'm guessing Invaders was the same price. Yeah,
yep.
77.50.
Even cheaper than what Zach paid. It means I might buy it for cheaper. And I can
Just so you
choose
can
which
rub
one
it in
cover I
his
want.
face.
Yeah. uh my only question is some of these like you get these big books. Remember some of them have like they're supposed to come with sleeves, you know?
Yeah, the Marvel
Not
ones
every book
have slip covers.
sleeve. Yeah.
Dust covers, I guess is what they're called.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my
Paradiso.
wish list.
Look at Press
This is
Paradiso.
this
Ten
is the
dollars.
only place that I buy the big expensive hardcovers. I mean, you save money on soft covers too, but
The
when it's a
left's hardcover.
$10 book, it's you're saving a couple dollars. But when the book is like $50 cover price, um, like like this one low is on my list here. It's normally $49.99, but it's $28.99. That's a huge savings. Um,
I mean, like the deluxe hardcovers are oversized. They're awesome,
they're
and
so
then
gorgeous.
yeah, and like I said, why would you go for the soft covers that just bend and stuff? I would just go for the deluxe cover every single time. And then being an older reader, the
Well,
words are bigger.
sometimes the soft covers can be good. Like this Starman is on my list
Well, it's
because
cheaper too. Well, if you're gonna get a soft cover, get it. But why pay $60? Do half off.
right, because I was saying if this were hardcover, this would be $125 book, but it's $59.99 as a soft cover. And on in stock trade is only 34.9 for 1,448 pages. This
I
is
keep forgetting that. Yeah,
ginormous.
I keep getting the Robinsons confused. James Robinson and Derek Robinson. Yeah, so James Robinson is the one I was thinking of for Starman. Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, I can get the
I,
entire Starman series for
it's compendium.
$35
It's
essentially.
it's one compendium, the whole entire thing. I got this for I Love Comics, Ingleton. It was like one of those thesauruses, but like three of them put together. It had some weight on it. I was like, dude, you could just cut a hole in this and hide stuff, and then no one would even notice.
Oh, it's got to be so. I have the first two compendiums of The Walking Dead. Um, Let me just see here, and
And then
these
you
are
get free
1,200 pages, and these things are freaking like you can kill someone with these.
right now, right?
They're super heavy, like and so I mean that thing's over 200 pages bigger than these.
The criminal book I got too is like that too. Criminal, the deluxe hardcover. Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the standard image. The image has got its down pat. Their deluxe hardcovers are the best, in my opinion.
it, it
They
hurts.
they're the perfect like size dimensions. They're oversized, height and width, so you get a bigger page. And the thickness is like the omnibuses are like giant tomes. Like you need to read it on a table. But the image ones
Dude,
are only usually about an inch and a half thick. So
yeah.
they're kind of still readable, and they'll do multiple volumes. So like East of West is 3 volumes. Descender was 2 volumes. Um, the fact that they're putting that die into 1 volume that's why it's so huge. But it's only 656. That's less than half of what that Starman book is.
Like I said, I want to go pick up that and just the Prelude collection hard deluxe cardcover of for Firepower along with Criminal, and I nearly threw my back out because I was like, "Oh, ain't that bad? I'll pick up two at once." No. Oh,
Yep, you need a yeah, you need a lot of shelf space if you're gonna be
I'll just
buying.
say this: if I ever do go to move and I had to bring all my books out, compendiums out and stuff, I'm using a dolly.
Use movers.
I don't trust them to drop my book.
I'm all like I'm like going back through like week by week, like what did I miss? Like what came out? Um, all right. I think it's time to wrap up this show. Um, I still have work to do, so I stayed up way too late. Franklin,
Whose
you got
fault
any
is that?
last things you want to talk about?
My my final words for tonight. Thank you. Good night. Check out
Yeah,
the Geeky
that
Puppet
was the
Show.
opening words for Fetterman's debate. Coincidentally,
Well, that made more sense than Fenderman. Geeky Puppet Show tomorrow night. Top five comic books. Basically, Zach and I will take 5 books from each of our pull lists. We feel are gonna be the best books of the week. So, unlike Zach, or unlike here, I mean, we talk about the good books, where we point out the bad books.
yeah, that's part of the reason why we
Junkyard.
talk about the bad books is not to rain
Yeah.
on the Geeky Puppet Show's
Yes.
parade.
Yes. So
Um,
once again, Geeky Puppet Show. It's gonna be at 7 p.m. Central.
Now I won't be available for that, so I'll just give my top five. You can already see my pull list. 5 books. Here you go. If you want to know what the best books to pull, there you
But
go.
what order are they in, though?
Well, that you'll have to guess. Samurai Doggy's number one, I'm sure. Well, I don't know. Junkyard Joe was so good. So was Samurai Dog. So was Prodigy. The other two books, Chroma and Saga, I haven't read those. Like they're number one, so I have no idea. They could totally stink. I'm making gut hunch decisions on those. Samurai Doggy is a total winner. Prodigy is a winner. Junkyard Joe is a winner for sure,
The way
100%.
the way that I'd rate those, Chroma is 5, Doom Universe 4, Prodigy at 3, Junkyard Joy at 2, and Simmer Dog at 1. There you go.
That seems pretty accurate.
Because
Seems
you know the 3 that you know. The 2 that you don't know, I always put I don't because unless I really love the concept, the idea, I go with the devil I know. What I like. It's
yeah.
just that
Obviously, I can't be more. I mean, since I don't know these books, I can't be super excited about them yet. The ones I do know. So yeah, I mean that could change after reading them. But I suspect that order would probably be um,
because I have a broader taste, it makes it harder for me. I got 18 books I'm reading this week.
broader taste. It's all. How many of them are hot women, like
how,
kick-ass
how many
women
that
books?
I mean look, I'm gonna go to my pull list for this
18 out of
week.
18.
One of them is actually I'm getting the Jim Belen cover from Catwoman, T.D. Howard.
Oh,
But I want the '90s cover because it's Jim Belen coming back and redoing his art he did back in the early late '90s with
well,
Chuck
you need
Dixon.
something to make up for the fact that you're buying a Teeny Howard book.
I know it's like, oh, um, let's see, one I got Mortal Red Sonja, I got Belle, that's another one. Lady Zorro is a book I'm actually picking up, American mythology. Uh, man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you want to, I mean, Stargirl would be considered, but Stargirl is like, high school. But overall, so have you read Walking Dead story real quickly? Issue 50. If you don't know what that is, that was what happened last month.
I have
Do you
not
know what
read that
happened?
one.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
okay, you don't know. Okay, that was an issue that pissed off a lot of fans. That issue, and so because what happens, it just shows that Kirkman is not afraid to basically like when he takes somebody out in Walking Dead. He's most people are like, you know what? It's we're gonna kill them off screen, off screen, you don't see them. No, he pretty much he's like, I'm just gonna make you like wish you never read this book. Especially if you get attached to characters like he makes you do in Walking Dead. That's one of the reasons I like Kirkman. He makes you really like these characters. Imagine like Huey, someone close to him, dying in
Mm-hmm.
front of him. Like you would just go like, oh, he was like, oh, I love this character. We're friends, 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 and then like, oh, they get their head shot off.
But you
Look
kind
what?
of you have to do that in a horror book.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
one thing one
Like
thing I hate about horror, like I hate it when people do horror and then everyone lives. I'm like, that's not horror. That was just they had a bit of a scare.
I don't want
Like,
everyone dying either. 'Cause that's boring. It's like okay, everyone is dead. I want to be at least like 1 or 2 survivors, if
well,
even one.
maybe.
And then that, like I said,
I think
I like the.
it can work both ways to me, but horror should not be about happy endings. Like if you read or watch horror and you're like, I want to feel good, it's like you're in the wrong genre.
Well, no. Here's how I would say: if someone survived this, and then they are thrown into the loony house because they think that you're the one who killed everybody.
Yeah, that's a way to end it.
Yeah. But
You can
overall,
you can definitely do that.
for those who are fans of Resident Alien, the comic book, there's a new book finally out, coming out this week. The Book of Love by Dark Horse. Check it out.
All right. And you heard it here first, I guess. I don't know. I'm just getting
True
tired.
believers.
I can't even talk straight. Pick up Samurai Doggy,
Okay.
issue number 3. This is a really cool book. I'd say don't judge it by its cover. It looks really bizarro. I totally get it if you're looking and going, what the hell? Why would I?
If you like
And
Ninja
I
Turtles, Yojimbo, check this out.
yeah, if you're cool with imaginative like non-human worlds, um, type of
Where
and
robots of
then
smoke.
yeah, yeah, with robots, animals, yeah, but it's just a fun story, and the art is so cool. It's just yeah, I love it. I did a video on the first issue. I'm really hip on this story. I'm glad that I found it. I only bought it for shits and giggles because I love dogs and samurais, and I was like, hey, it's Samurai Doggy. I had no idea it was actually going to be a really good book. I'm a massive
Just
fan.
disagree. Bad eggs with horror is nihilism and postmodernism.
No, it's called horror. H.P. Lovecraft was writing like he wasn't nihilistic or postmodern. That doesn't make any sense. Come on, Rhaegar. Horror should be about inescapable doom. Like it should be like one of the perfect horror scenarios is Last Man on Earth. You're
Horrific
done.
situation.
You're
Yes.
you're the last man. Like you can't reproduce. You're eventually gonna die because we're mortal. It's a horrific story. Like you just holy shit. Like just the concept of that is horrifying. That's why I think zombies make such a great horror setting too, because it's like, okay, we live in a world that's populated by zombies. There's only a few humans left. Like, just what are you going to do? Like, eventually you're going to meet your end. It's just a matter of when. And it's just a horrific setting. If it makes your mind real and just go, oh my goodness, um,
I
one of
mean,
my favorite horror movie of all time is the John Carpenter's The Thing. It's the Arctic outpost. You're
who
trapped
do you
in
trust?
Antarctica. You have no resources because it's a freaking snowstorms going on. You're in an inhospitable land, and then you're trapped inside your little space, or you're not space station, but your little science station with this
Yeah,
thing
an Arctic,
that
and
that
you
can
don't
take the
know who's
form of
human.
anyone else, and you
Yeah,
can't trust anyone. Like it makes your mind real. Like you just go, oh my god, like that to
that's why.
me is
And
like horror.
that's why Kirkman is so great with The Walking Dead, because don't base it off what you've seen on the TV series. TV series is crap compared to the actual comic book. What
Yeah,
he does, he actually like the zombies are a threat, but he also throws in the people.
yeah.
Who can you trust and who cannot trust? There's people in your group that sometimes they're just there for self gain. There's others who might have nervous breakdowns. He keeps it realistic. You know, everyone has their own breaking point. Like you said, like
Well,
and sometimes
Kirkman,
people, and then the fact you're throwing kids in there too, when they're trying to be quiet around zombies, and the kid says something, it's like, oh, it's ah,
and
like I
Kirkman
said, like
does one of the things that so many writers overlook, and it drives me nuts, is he builds characters. Like he makes you care about these characters. And so when they're facing these horrors, you feel for them. Like you don't want them to die. Like you said it
you're
so
like
bad.
run,
Like
bitch, run.
yeah,
It's
like you
like,
and this is the problem I had with the show, and eventually I tuned out of the show because I was like, I hate all these characters. I want them to die. I'm so tired of them. I'm like, they're stupid, they're idiotic. This most of the time I could never get into Hollywood horror films because like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and stuff. Because the characters, it's like I just want, please, Jason, can you kill these people faster? Like, and I know I'm being a little bit edge lord, but it's just yeah, you gotta if you, for example, watch the movie Alien. One of the reasons why Alien, the first movie, is such a masterpiece of horror is because Ridley Scott takes the first hour of the film letting you get to know these blue collar, miners on this ship. They're just normal Joes, regular people that are just, and you care
Marines.
about them. They're so real and likable, relatable human beings. And then when all of a sudden they have to face this alien, like everywhere they walk around the ship, you're like on pins and needles. And you don't even see the alien, but you're just like, it's out there. And you're like, no, don't go in there. Don't, and you're just, it works so effectively. That's how you do it. And I think that's one of the things Kirkman kind of understood versus like the TV show is like you care about these people, and so now, and and when you start killing them, you know that no one's safe. That makes you feel uncomfortable, and that's the way horror should be.
Riker says you're proving his point. Makes no sense. uh,
Even though, quote, it makes no sense. What? I don't know what he's saying.
you know.
Proving his point.
Uh,
Oh, bad endings with horror and nihilism and postmodernism was his point, I think.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm proving that.
Overall, like I said, Walking Dead, the show has gone better. The very final season's gone great.
I think maybe I misinterpreted him.
I don't know.
I think what he's trying to say is they need to have bad endings. Good horror has bad endings with horror. What? Wait,
I don't know.
that
I'm sure he'll explain.
I think it's supposed to be like he's trying to say like nihilism and postmodernism are good things in horror. Maybe is what he's trying to say. Maybe I don't know. And that I wouldn't necessarily disagree with. That post horror should be a little bit nihilistic.
I just think that so many bad endings with horror is pretty much overdone. It's become cliche.
I just hate when
That's
people
what.
like get away like oh we
Well,
killed Jason at the like no that's not horror. If you killed Jason at the end of the movie,
well, Jason's dumb to get with. I would say. Same with Michael
no, not the
Myers.
first one. The first Friday the
The first,
13th is fantastic.
his
Like
mom.
I mean, it's
The
a
first
cheap
one's his
movie.
mom. It has nothing to do with Jason.
That's not true. Did you watch the very end? One of the reasons
Yeah, yeah.
I love Friday the 13th so much is that
He jumps
ending.
on the
It's one of
boat.
the best endings. She wakes up in the boat on Crystal Lake and it's dawn and the sun's coming up. It's all peaceful and she's like, "Oh," and the whole thing is you as the audience are like, "Oh, Jason really wasn't alive. That was just a horror story. It was really the mom all along." And, that makes sense. Like you can't come back from the dead, and she's like in the boat and she like looks around and you can see like the police on the like, coming to, and then all of a sudden out of the water Jason comes up, grabs her, pulls her down. The end. You're just that is horror. That's like ah dude, there's a lot of flaws in that movie, but
I don't know. I'm not a horror fan. I don't like senseless killing where everyone just dies. To me, it becomes depressing because everyone does it. And then today's thing, everyone has to do supernatural horror stuff. But overall, I like lighthearted comedy stuff, action stuff. That's my thing because there's two. The worlds are depressing. Why make the movies depressing too?
oh no, for sure. I'm just saying like don't
Like
change the
skip.
genres. Like if you like lighthearted, I'm not saying you do this, not you particularly, but if you like lighthearted movies, don't try to turn horror into that because that's what you like. Just
No,
go
no.
watch lighthearted movies. if you
Just make your
if
own.
you
Just make your own
right,
movies.
if you don't like dark horror like unhappy endings, don't see horror movies. If you like that stuff, then you know what I'm saying, like see the genre that fits your taste. That's all I'm saying.
Evil Dead 2 if it's my case because it's not where everyone dies. It's uplifting. It's awesome.
Yeah, horror should not be uplifting, in my opinion. It's like
Dark black comedy.
you should not walk away being like, "Oh yeah, it's a feel good." Like,
uh, good horror can have good endings. There must be a trade-off. Bad endings in horror is not necessarily always nihilistic, but because of how poorly stories are done, it usually is.
hmm, I guess I guess it's important for me to understand is
I
understanding.
like Wrong Turn. They survived the end.
I guess I have to understand what his definition of good endings or bad endings are, because I guess that can be contextual. Um,
Yeah, let's say it real quickly. Name a movie that is good horror that has a good ending that you like.
I'm wondering, does he mean good ending in the sense like it's good, like you feel good, like, or
Well,
good and then that was
that's
appropriate?
that's what I'm asking him to tell me what you list a name
Yeah, because like
example
Friday the
because
13th to me is a good ending. It's definitely not feel good. It's definitely bad in the form of
I
bad
go
things
g-
happen.
I go a good ending would be the first Wrong Turn movie with Elijah Dushku where she and the other guy managed to survive, but the villains are still alive at the end. Uh, a bad ending would be well the two girls in I guess number three Wrong Turn escape only be they're going away to someone be able to be decapitated by a barbed wire fence. And that's how it ends. You know, they escaped all that to be killed by the barbed wire fence. I was so pissed.
Right. I like
Spoilers. Sorry.
I like ambiguous endings with horror. So like going back as example, The Thing, my favorite horror movie of all time, it ends with two survivors in the snow at night, and they're just kind of like facing each other. They're like waiting for like rescue, but you know one of them's the Thing, and you don't know which one. And you're
Okay, yeah, sorry. Rhaegar explained. Bad endings, the villain wins. Nobody survives. Good endings, protagonist survive. Keeping it simple.
I see. So you would consider Friday the 13th as a bad ending.
In a sense,
But
yes.
maybe
That's
but maybe he means that it's bad ending, but it's good that it's a bad ending. Like I guess that's the con. I just want to make. I'm trying to understand the
I'm
context.
okay. So what he's trying, I think, what he's trying to say is that as far as my personal experience, Friday the 13th was all right with the ending, having it at the end, but too many people have pretty much uh gone away from that. Most people prefer to do the other ending where nobody survives, and it just comes a point. It's like it's the same movie with the same slasher, different people, and what's the point?
Yeah.
Where I like where you have a different ending sometimes.
Oh, for sure. No, no. Like I
Yeah.
think like Friday the 13th went off the rails after the first movie because every movie afterwards was Jason running around killing people. And then, so even the sequel, he goes around. Then they find a way to kill Jason, and so in the next movie, it's like, oh, Jason's back, and we got to find a way to kill him again.
Like you said,
And
Friday. Yeah, he agrees with you. It's a bad ending, but it's a well done horror film.
yeah, um, yeah, and also Rhaegar, I don't, I agree with you. Like, I don't want open ended move like or ambiguous endings for everything. I just think they work really well in a horror setting
I keep going this, and
because
now he's ambiguously.
like with the Thing, for example, like not knowing what happened kind of makes it all the creepier. Like, oh, you see Kurt Russell and I forget the other actor's name that's at the end, and they're just looking at each other, and they want each one of like one of them's the Thing, and you don't know, and it's just like, oh man, um, and they're just sitting there with like I think it's with a flare, to light up, and it's dark, and it's like, and you just know as the audience that if a rescue team comes, they can't let you can't let the Thing off of Antarctica. Like if it gets to any mainland population, the world's over. That's the inescapable doom scenario. So whoever's not the like they have to kill each other essentially. And I know it's a nihilistic thought, but to show that happening would have ruined the ending. To leave it ambiguous works as you as the audience have to walk away and sort of process that and go, yeah, that's really the only way that that can work is they have to kill each other. But it, it has to be left up to your imagination, I guess. I'm True Skills. What's up? Hey, what? Good to see you. Um, so yeah.
You know what I'd say? An ending like that, Screamers. That's the
Oh,
one with where the Peter Weller goes to the basically on they're on the surface of a basically of a remote outpost, and they have these little droids that basically automate to basically to just basically tag anything that's not human,
uh-huh.
and they get a control, and they start taking on human form because they're malfunctioning. And he's the last survivor. He's just going back to the planet. All of a sudden he realizes that there's one inside him. He's been infected. So basically, he purposely makes himself. He burns up in reentry, even though he
Oh,
just made it. They just made it back to Earth. And he's like, "Ah, crap." So he's like, "Oh," he's showing a picture of his daughter, and he's just like, he's like, "Well, he basically kills himself because he didn't want to put Earth into that." Good movie. It's on Tubi for free right now.
hmm.
Screamers with Peter Weller, like in 1995.
Sometimes,
But
sometimes horror movies can have a somewhat of a
you know,
feel good ending and it make it work. And then I think Alien does that the best, right? Where Sigourney Weaver gets away in the escape uh, shuttle with the cat. Um, So I mean, out the whole crew's dead, so it's not really like a feel good ending, but at least she survives. Um,
What was the other one? Shutter
I haven't seen Shutter.
or Shutter Island? I think it was.
Shutter Island, yeah.
Leonardo,
I kind of
Leonardo
want to see
DiCaprio.
that. It's Martin Scorsese. I just never got around to it.
Oh, I won't spoil it for you then, but that has a really messed up ending.
Um, I don't watch a lot of Hollywood horror because most of the time, in my experience, they do it really bad, and it just makes me upset. So I
Yeah,
only typically watch
yeah,
horror films that people are like, "No, this one's really good." And Shutter Island is one of those ones where I've heard that, and I'm like,
it's great. Let's
"Yeah."
say it's a thriller mystery. Not really much horror. It's a thriller mystery.
I'm True Skills. I have no idea what's going on with Marvel. I'm sorry to tell you. Um, I am off the Marvel ship. Um, yeah. Um, I
Yeah,
guess is that. Just, um, all right. So we
but that
took this
yeah.
40-minute goodbye. Um, you said your piece. I think I said my piece. I am True Skills. Good to see you. Sorry you came by at the end.
1408.
Rhaegar, thanks for thanks for chatting with us and the thing. Everyone else, if you're still listening, thanks for hanging out this long and just letting us talk to you in the wee hours of the night. Hopefully, you're
And to
reading
all,
really good comics.
yeah,
As I,
read good comics, and to all the true believers, stay extreme. It's gonna start complying all the channels I'm on.
oh my gosh,
Goodbye.
good, good night, everyone.